Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m. and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action. Welcome to the Mjpt Reboot Tournament here at Carnival City in Johannesburg. Plenty of action on the cards today. First off, at 2 p.m, we've got a mega satellite. That is a free roll satellite, which means you can win your way into day 1B of the freeze out, which starts at 7 p.m. Then, of course, day 1A and day 1B will join together on Friday morning at 11 a.m, and we will crown our very first winner of the Reboot series. Then we've also got day 2 of the Grand Slam coming up. You can, of course, catch all of that action on the live stream. You can catch it on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on YouTube. Stay tuned for more of the action.
Good morning and welcome to Carnival City, Mark.
Morning, Gary. Morning to all the viewers out there.
Been a less amount of rain overnight, huh?
Yeah, thank goodness. We've had so much rain and hail here on the East End. I think you needed a boat to come in, not a car.
Yeah, the robots this morning, I was swimming through there in my car. Oh my word. So Saturday, 27th of February, day 3 of the Blackpan Carnival City event. So today brings us the final day of the freeze, which is day 2. 21 players left in, I believe.
Yeah, we're at the business end now, Gary. 21 players left, and they're paying 10 players.
There you see it.
Yeah,
the bet has been paid.
I lost the chocolate bet with Gary for how many players would survive yesterday.
Not even close, big boy.
No, there were 14 players survived, and I said 10. So
okay.
And you had the over.
Okay, so looking at the events for today, 10 o'clock, obviously the 6K freeze will be starting. Play resumes. At 12 o'clock, we've got one of the premier events starting, which is the Super Slam. Satellite. Sorry, at 12 o'clock it's the satellite for the Super Slam, which is the 25k.
Yeah, it's a last chance to get in for only an 800 Rand entry.
Wow.
800 rebuy, 800 double rebuy, 800 add-on.
I don't know if there's a guarantee on that. I presume not.
I
Given
don't
it's a
think
25K
there's
seat.
not a guarantee for it, but I'm sure a seat will be generated. And that's to win your 25k seat, Gary.
And then, of course, the next event to start at 2 p.m. will be the Super Slam, and that is the 25k freeze out, 100k starting stack. So that'll be an interesting one.
That'll
I
be
didn't
a
realise it was
great.
freeze out.
Yes, it is a freeze out, Gary. I'm not sure if there is a re-entry for it.
Yeah, I'm
but
not sure either.
We'll just check on the sheet in front of you.
Yeah,
We can have a look there and see.
We'll come back to that in a moment. But then after that, there's another little event sneaked in there, which is the 3k turbo.
Yeah, 3,000. That is a re-entry tournament with an add-on.
Yeah, so I'm just looking up on our sheets here, and it doesn't look like it's going to be. It's a re-entry tournament, the 25.
So it's
but I'll
100%
confirm that.
freeze out for that.
And then, of course, at 4 o'clock for those lovely ladies of ours, there's a ladies event hosted by Lady Kaiser, and there's lots of prizes, and it's free. So come on down.
Free entry and rebuys. Then obviously the rebuys will cost. Great prizes, and that's to promote her ambassadorship, if we can put it like that, and to get the ladies more involved.
Indeed it is. So let's get to the business end today. How many players we got left in, did you say?
21 players, Gary.
So 21 players left in, and 10 get paid.
Yeah, and a decent prize pool if you've got the prize pool in front of you there.
Yeah, I mean, so 10th place will pay 8,769, which is $2,000 over your buy-in. Same for the 9th place. 8th place, 13k and some change. 7th place, 17.5k. 6th place, getting into some decent money now, 21.9, so 22k if you round it up. 5th place, 29.5. Certainly get you a couple of burgers as well.
That'll buy a few tournaments.
4th place, 37.25, which is nice money. And then the top 3, this is where we get to the juice.
The serious money.
Yeah, of course. So 3rd prize is 60,291 Rand. 2nd place, 100,850 Rand and 40 cents. 40 cents.
Yeah, it is.
And then amen to that, 140,313 Rand and 16 cents. First prize. I'll get a job as a politician. I can do numbers.
Absolutely, you can read the numbers. And you know, Gary, that's a decent return on a 6k buy-in.
I'll say, especially if you satellite in.
Yeah, Gary, I think we're ready to go to the table. The action's going to be starting on table
Perfect.
1.
Let's just go straight across. And we'll introduce your table to you as we go along, but all of these faces will be familiar to you. Our under-the-gun player, top left of the screen there in the black with the St. Christopher around his neck, is Ronnie Dos Santos, and he picks up 4-3, so they'll go into the muck. Coming around, we've got Devon Milner here. He's next to act. And of course, Chrissy Lutz Chris is at his seat. Chandra is in the tent box. And our big stack at the table, JP Oates, is not here yet.
Yeah, he's got over 600,000. He's well in the lead on that table, so I think he's
in leisurely breakfast
He's
mode.
leisurely breakfast mode. He can take his time. He's got double the second stack at the table, Gary.
Yeah, well, and when JP gets here, be very assured he will not be hanging around. He's a very accomplished player, and he'll start pushing these small stacks around PDQ.
Yeah, and we've got 3 players at the bottom there with just over 10 bigs that are going to have to start making moves this morning.
For sure.
Because those blinds will creep up on them very quickly, and the bigger stacks are going to put pressure on them.
So I'll quickly go through the chip counts in order from reverse. Will Forster, 132,000. Ronnie, 306. Rainier, 128. JP, 607. Devon Lee, 138. Chrissy Light Lutz, 131. And Chandra, 233. Sorry, that's in seat order rather than chip order, but you get the idea.
All right, so we move to Devon. He's under the gun with ace-4 off.
Money goes
and
in.
he's gone all in, as I said, with that short stack. Chrissy follows
Wow,
immediately
that was
with
a
ace-king.
Snap.
Snap all in. The ace-king suited, got him totally dominated, and Devon won't be happy to have seen that snap all in.
I'm not even going to start the conversation about what time we're going to finish and take the over and under.
No, not on this.
Okay, so we're going to be going, and Devon won't be happy to see these drawing to a 4.
Yeah, and Ronnie folded a 4 there as well, so I think Devon is drawing very short here, either a funky straight draw on the flop or one of 2 fours left
Or
for him.
4 spades, and that's not going to help with those 2 clubs.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
Chrissy
2
just
clubs
picked
there,
up a massive draw
and
there.
that's taken away the 4 of clubs as well as an out. Well, he's holding the 4 clubs, and there's the flush. That's it, Gary.
That's it. Au revoir. He gets a check mark, and we'll be saying goodbye to Devon Lee Milner, who is actually the partner of Lady Kazaya.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he'll be sticking around. We'll see what the kick counts are, but I'm pretty sure Chrissy's got him covered.
So we've lost our first player in the first hand, or second hand of the feature table this morning, Gary.
If he's still sitting
He's
down,
got 1 big blind left. He
Oh, my
had
word.
7,000 over, and he's going to be in the big blind.
Okay, let me just check the sheet there. Devon had 138. Chrissy had 131. That's correct, yes.
So there's the bad news for him. He ran into a big hand.
I showed yesterday, I said I'm going to ask you. I was only for 10, I showed 130.
It says Chrissy Lewis 287.
Any snappers. I said, oh my God, they were 8 queen. I mean, it wasn't
Right, so we move on to the next hand, and Devon Milner is now on a wing and a prayer, Gary.
Yeah, for sure.
And he will be all in blind in the big blind. He's got under a big blind. Folded round.
Well, somebody's going to call him.
Chandra, well, the small blind definitely. Cutoff is Renew Brits with 10-9. He'll fold. Will Foster calls. And of course, Ronnie has to call with any 2 cards there, which he has done. And
2-3 versus 2 queen.
Queen 2. So Devon's actually in quite good shape there. He's
Until the
got
3 comes.
well, there's the 2 and the 3. Oh, as you said, Gary. You're
You heard it
putting
here
off your
first.
clairvoyant, and there's the
There's
lock.
the full boat. Goodbye, Devon.
And unfortunately, we lose Devon from the table very shortly.
I must stop this clairvoyant stuff.
Yeah, Gary, you're putting the knockers on a lot of the players.
Sorry about that, boys. And Devon can go spend some time with his lovely lady until the next event. So, au revoir, mon ami, as they say.
So we're 1 player down on the feature table.
10 from the money.
10 away from the money. It's exactly double now.
Yep.
So half the players left will get paid.
While he's shuffling up there, it's worth noting that now that we're 10 from the money, people will have an ICM consideration and will factor it in when they're pushing, pulling, calling or whatever they're doing.
Definitely, if we look at the top half of the total chip count, you've got Tilan Governor out front with 843,000, then JP with 607. Then we've got 2 players in the 500,000, Dobby and Nigerian Mike, and Rob Blonsky and Pedro Tom just under the 500,000 mark.
Yeah.
They are going to sit and look at them and say there's 6 of us with those monster stacks. They're paying 10. We must just nurse our stacks a little way through this, put the pressure on the short stacks when we can, pick up chips all the time, and we're in the money with a decent shot at winning.
Yeah, so here we go. Will's all in. Ace Queen. And you can see what the shorties are doing. They're trying to spin it up early. And he shows that for...
Buy some table cred.
And there is JPO sporting a Monster Jam, Monster Jam
Cardstream
shirt. And it looks like he's got a Texas Longhorn t-shirt on
Yeah,
there.
yeah, his Cardstream jacket. He's one of the few people that has one outside of yourself and Carl.
Yep.
I think Maria de Gouveia has one. And there are not too many else that have one of those.
A real rarity. We only give those away to special people, and those that they fit.
Yeah, I was about to say, and those that they fit, unfortunately.
Well, I've got the biggest they make, which is the 4XO, and that just fits me.
So I'm going to have to go on some serious diet to wear a Cardstream
We
jacket.
can sew a couple together, I suppose, but there you go. All right, so we're going to start our next hand, which will be hand number 5.
Right, so JP has joined the table.
JP has joined on the big blind.
He's had enjoyed his late breakfast and coming in now 3 hands in, and you'll see that they've already 1 player down.
Yeah,
And Chrissy will be feeling a lot more comfortable now that he's doubled up, Gary.
yeah, for sure. Chandra gets rid of her cards, 9-8 for Rainier. We're interested to see the dynamic with Rainier today. Rainier generally quite a tight player.
Yeah, he's a tight, patient player.
Can't afford to be today.
You know, he can't, Gary. He's around just over 10 bigs there, so he has to start making moves.
Yeah. So Ronnie's going to fire in a raise here. It's 25k in the middle already, so he's going to put in here something up 16, maybe 18, I think, is the number.
I think
Let's see.
He's gone a little higher than that, Gary.
Okay, he obviously wants this pot. A lot of spare money out there. So the standard raises are out the window this morning. We're firing and betting pots. 8-5 diamonds, and this is JP saying, you're not going to take my big blind so easy. I've got the big stack. I won't be run over.
Yeah, he's going to defend.
Yeah, JP will set his stall out very early. You won't be running me over here, Chonna. And 8-5 of diamonds is in great position to be cracking against
Yeah,
Jack
absolutely.
of
He's in good shape against Ace Jack.
you know, 8-5 of clubs would be hilarious. But
All right, well, that ends that.
yeah, for sure.
8-5 of diamonds doesn't look so good anymore. He's going to check.
Bet fold, I think.
Bet fold.
Let's have a picture of Ronnie. There we go. Ronnie's going to fire in a pot size here, maybe.
Yeah, I would imagine he's going to go at least 70,000, yeah, if I know Ronnie.
Well, doesn't want to shove it, but he wants to certainly get a reasonable size bet in. Because he's going to find out the same information with a pot size as he is with an all-in.
Yeah, I think it was around 80,000.
And that was simply JP saying, you're not going to push me around from there.
Absolutely.
Let's just set our stall out early, young man.
Yeah, the bet was just close to 70,000, so it was just quite accurate. No, Ronnie fairly well.
So with the call from JP there and the 25k in the middle, Ronnie picks up 25k plus there.
Yeah, which
sorry,
will
50k plus.
yeah, add to stack. He's second on the table. And we'll look to Chandra to make a few moves as well. She's sitting in the middle of the pack there. She knows exactly what she needs to do from this position.
Let's just give her a bit of a shout out. She was down to 7k when she left the table yesterday, went away and spanned it up. And she's back here now in reasonable shape, you know.
Yeah, she's over 200,000 chips, so she's not in dire straits yet. And she'll know exactly what to do for me. And she's been the form player leading up to this tournament, Gary, with all the satellites.
Indeed she has. So let's see what Renee's going to do under the gun. Probably fold. Round to Will Forster. He gets rid of the 8-2.
Yeah,
Ronnie,
he's already had one all in.
Ronnie with the cutoff here is probably not going to play these. Let's see what Chrissy's picking up.
Chrissy on the button.
Just needs to put his cards in the box. Ace-2. So an ace in the small blind. He'll put some pressure on Chandra here. Wait, just
Ace is flat it. She's got an ace-7. She's going to raise.
Yeah, for sure.
Chandra won't let it be lumped to her then.
JP's still thinking, I've got an ace here. Should I be calling
Blind
himself?
on blind, he's going to wonder.
But he's also going to be thinking to himself, I just called off 25. I'm not going to do it again. Yep.
Shows her the ace, she's going to show him the ace. And you'll know that she had a bigger kicker than him. Chandra having a little chat with JP, say, I'm not going to get 2 chips out of you too easily, am I? You fold an ace to me.
And once again, JP didn't show the ace because he wanted to show Chandra. He showed the ace because he wanted to show what he was folding.
Yeah, he was showing her, look, hey, I didn't just limp in with nothing.
Yeah.
I could have raised this and
And, you know, a lot of posturing. The psychology of poker is so important, particularly early on in the game. So, you know, all the players have had a little flutter here, with apart from Rainier. He hasn't really been active yet. Will's been all in, Ronnie's been involved in the hand, Chris has doubled up, and of course we've seen the little match developing between Chandra and JP as well.
yeah, the battle of the blinds is going to be up at the top there.
Chrissy gets rid of his cards here. JP looks down at, we don't know.
On the button, we'll see his cards now.
Let's see what they say. They don't say anything. Okay, that's interesting. We'll monitor those. That's a raise coming in there from JP. Snap fold from Chandra. Fold.
And
round to Rainier.
Rainier will get rid of that in the big blind.
He'll
Says, I
fold
can't
that.
defend that.
And JP will get his 25k back, albeit from a different bank.
He shows an ace.
So Chandra says, did you show? My answer to that would have been, if you were at the table, you'd have seen it.
Yeah, he nodded and he said, yeah, and the other player said, yes, he showed the ace.
It's far too nice. Okay, so just a reminder to the folks, we're finishing off level 15 from last night. And then we move on to the next level. And we will play to conclusion today.
Yeah, this tournament will end today, all things being equal. So the blinds have just gone up, Gary, I believe.
That's correct. So the end of that level is gone, the 510 level. We're now on the 612 level. I was just looking at that now. So The ever popular Robert Marconi hand has appeared at Ronnie here. Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, and Ronnie will play that. No, he's deciding under the gun it's too early. And maybe fortunately, because he's got a King 10 behind, which was dominating his Queen 10. Chrissy will play that. Going to raise to 26,000 from the hijack. JP on the cutoff with Ace 6 suited.
And JP will not be slow today, he will be considered. He will take his time over every single call here and think it through. Very, very methodical, JP.
Yeah, and he's going to call. There's another Queen 10 being folded by
words.
Chandra.
So we know Chrissy's going to miss a 10 here for sure.
Yeah, there's only one 10 left for him in the deck.
We'll get rid of this in the big, I think.
So
mind you, he's already put a big blind and, of course, that ante, which is kind of...
yeah, he's looking.
Even though it's table money,
He's looking that he only has to call 14 into 82k, Gary.
Well, he's counting up a move here. I know, this is going to flat it off. So he calls that. And that's what happens when you've got big blind and an ante in play.
Absolutely,
24K.
and calling 14 into 82. Oh, and a monster flop for Chrissy.
Yeah, Chrissy flops it all here, doesn't he? JP's less than at 1%. So
There's nothing for the other two players.
no. Running aces is what he's looking for.
And a very small bet into that pot. He wants to try and see if he's got a customer to come along.
Yeah, and the minus 1% basically represents running cards for JP, so needs to see 6-6 or 8-8 ace-ace.
Now, only ace-ace, 6-6 won't help him. We'll give a bigger boat to Chrissy.
Yes, of course, you're right. Sorry, ace-ace.
And running straight cards only for Will, whereas we actually got a better percentage chance to win
Yeah,
than,
just.
than JP.
Like we said, Chrissy's in a pretty strong position here. What JP's thinking is, would Chrissy,
he's making a move, JP.
would Chrissy do that with a king is what
Yeah.
he's thinking.
And JP's made a move here,
A bad move.
and he's going to find out very quickly.
And that's because Chrissy bet his king.
Yes. So betting his king was a good move.
An ace would be a disaster here.
And there's the full house for Chrissy. And he bets another small bet in there.
This is good play by Chris. This is keeping JP interested. I mean, JP's thinking, so what have I got here? Back doors or nothing? And what
Yeah,
you got is ace high, basically.
Absolutely, and he says, and I made a move at him on the flop already, and he called me quickly.
The one thing that JP will
There you
not
go.
do is have an ego. He will fold.
Yeah, and Chrissy taps the table and says to him, good fold. Gonna show him 10 and the king.
And that's from JP just sucked that information up there because Chrissy bet his king. Most people would have checked it.
Most people would have checked that king. I'm also one that likes to, if I flop big, I'll bet the flop. If I get a call, I'll check the turn.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not knocking Chris here. It's actually a bit of reverse psychology. And it worked well for him.
Absolutely.
He got paid more than he would have
Absolutely,
done
I think it's
another way.
brilliant play.
The only thing that I would say I would have done differently is I wouldn't have shown him.
Yeah.
Because it gave JP, a very astute player, a lot of information.
What it also does for Chrissy though is the next time he bets on a bet board, like people will give him credit for it.
The flip side, of course, is it builds his reputation. You're absolutely right. So, you know, well played, Chrissy. You got your maximum value there, buddy, I think.
Right,
so
so
talking to Chrissy, he's under the gun.
and look where his stack has gone to so quickly this morning, Gary.
392.
From
400,000.
131,000. He's tripled his stack this morning.
That's right. Jeepers, he's done well, eh?
Yeah, he spun that up very
131.
quickly. From 131 to 392, triple stack.
And he did knock a player out on the way, so...
Yep. And he woke up with ace king when there was an ace 4 shove.
Yep. Okay, we're going to have a quick look at camera 5. Just to say good morning to some of our players out there.
There's the players out there, and we've got
John O'Brosey with his head to the back of us. Blomsky, Dobbsy,
Chilean Governors there,
yeah, Elvin Brooks, Nem Low.
Nen Low. And there's some big stacks on that table because you've got Tilan with over 800,000, you've got Dobby with over 500,000, Blonsky just under 500,000. So yeah, there are going to be some big battles going on that table.
Indeed,
And nice new camera angle that you boys put in this morning.
we were climbing the rafters at 7 o'clock this morning. What did I tell you?
Yeah, got us a better angle on that camera, straight now as opposed to the side angle.
I think you're right.
And you can include all the players now.
We even got the back of Johnny's head.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's the best view you can get of that table. All right, so Chandra with the King 10 in the hijack. It worked out well for Chrissy when he raised with that a short while ago. It's around to Renier. He's down to under 100k now, Gary. So he'll be under 10 bigs now. He's going to be around 7 bigs.
Yep, needs to start making a move here. Renier's not got any cards, to be fair to him so far.
No, he hasn't had or a spot.
Queen 2 was the best he's had.
Yeah, and he hasn't had a spot yet either because there's been action before him all the time.
Yeah, I greeted him this morning and always cheerful, and his son was with him, Mornay. Just nice to see the Brits family around. I think his good lady wife was here yesterday as well.
And Ronnie has just flat called in the small blind.
And flopped a monster.
And he's flopped a huge flop. And there's an up and down for Chandra, so she's not going to slow down. And Ronnie's going to re-raise here. There it goes. Oh, he's gone all in. He has to. It's such a monster flop for him. She's got a tough spot for her now.
You know, you're gonna donk your chips off on a draw.
She's got, and he's got her covered, Gary.
Yeah.
She shows him the King 10 up and down.
Let's see what Ronnie does.
He shows her, look what I had.
Yeah. Ronnie was in good shape there.
Yeah, so that was a good move by him. Checked flop, get her to do the C bet, and then put it all in.
Okay, Will is also in the danger zone there, so both the shorties on the left corner.
Yeah, Will picked up a few chips with a 1 all in, so he's not as low as Renier, and he started slightly higher this morning, but they're both in the serious danger zone there, Gary.
Yeah.
Chrissy's moved himself out of it very nicely. Right, so when we go to the next hand, Chandra will be under the gun. JP in the big blind. That's just unfortunate for Chandra. It was a good flop for King 10, the up and down, but Ronnie flopped a better draw.
Yeah, no, nice play by Ronnie there.
It was, the check raise.
He protected his own draw. I mean, she can't call all the chips off there.
Plus, he had her well covered as well, which is always the thing. You put the other player to the test for all their chips.
Will's all in here with his ace 7.
And from the cutoff, suited ace.
Round of Chrissy's a fold, JP folds. Chandra's already folded. So
And Will picks up another pot.
Yeah, so I ran into Gareth Edmonds this morning.
So there's the shot. Sorry, Gary. 8 bigs for Renier and 11 bigs now for Will. 15 for Chandra. So they're the ones in the danger area.
Yeah, for sure. So I ran into Gareth Edmonds this morning, and I just opened my arms to him and said, what was going on yesterday? And he said, where do I start? Because he folded jacks four-handed, and then he got his money in really bad with the ace 4, as you'll recall.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, we were criticising. I said to him, I said, where was your poker triangle? You know, where was the bottom level and where was the top level? You know, focus and discipline. Well, basically, he said the bottom level collapsed. My dog this, my wife this, my girlfriend this, my this, my that, and there was like this whole myriad of things that went wrong yesterday, and his head wasn't in it. It's the simple thing.
Yeah, because he played so well at the last series.
Super. Anyhow, he got a kick up the arse from his old dad here this morning.
Yeah, well done, Gary. Motivated him for other events.
Tongue in cheek, I must say. I think that's all in there by Will, and he'll be back stronger. So we haven't seen Will's cards, so we are sweating. Ronnie DeSantos here is
going to fold the
round
Queen
of
4.
Chrissy. 138,000 to call.
Round to Chrissy. Quick fold. Chandra with the ace jack suited in the big blind. Now this is a tough spot for her.
She's going to do the speech and fold. She's going to do the speech and fold. It's too much of her chips.
She's trying to pick up something.
The speech and fold.
100% correct, Gary. Is Will going to show her? No.
Unlikely. He'll just say good fold.
Yeah, of course he's going to say good fold through.
You know,
and he won't say for whom.
Most of her stack there to call him. And you know, as I say, ace jack is a raising hand, not a calling hand.
Absolutely. Look, if JP had the ace jack suited, he's calling with his stack.
Yeah, of course, because he's deep
it's
enough.
Different scenario totally, but it was for nearly all of Chandra's chips.
Indeed.
She just lost a big hand, so she's not going to get involved with that.
Yeah, So Chandra's still trying to get information out of Will, and she asked if he had a pair, and he nodded his head. So it was probably a 48, 52 type scenario there.
And
Maybe
Renee's
it
even
was.
in worse trouble now, Gary, because he's in the big blind and big blind ante, and he only had 7 bigs.
Yeah.
So
And he's under the gun now, Will. So Will will be getting the big blind bad news again, and Renee's already got the bad news.
yeah,
as you say.
Renee's the one that's in the trouble with the big blind now.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to have to shove this in because nobody gets blinded out in this game. That's criminal. Here we go, JP on the button position.
Yeah, there's a flat call before by Chrissy with your Jack 10 club.
Well, that's a limper in his mind. He's got a pair. So let's see about 35 to 45 from JP Oates.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just going set mining. Chandra joins the queue.
And he has a suited ace for Renee, but
Money
Renee's
in,
patient
money
play,
in.
he'll probably check it and wait for the flop.
He hasn't got much fold equity with 73,000. The money's got to go in here.
He's going to put it in.
Yeah, for sure.
Good boy, Renee.
So
Putting it in.
For the people at home, fold equity is how much money I've got and how much I can make based on getting everybody else
I think
to fold.
Chrissy will get out the way, but I think he may find a caller in JP.
Okay, let's flip around. He's asking for a price. Yeah, that's easy.
That's a call for JP.
It's whether or not
Chandra
he's
gets out the
calling
way.
or if he's...
Chandra
raising.
folded a 5, so if Renee does find the ace, because there were no aces folded,
he's in reasonable shape.
he's
here,
in
by the way.
reasonable shape against that.
Yeah, I mean, JP's got... I mean, Renier has to find an ace. That's what we're saying.
1 of 3 outs.
Yeah.
Or a hard flop or a wheel draw. They find but the ace
set of
and the
fives.
5. Case 5 on the flop. And that'll be the end of Renee Brits this morning.
Unlucky Renier.
And that was the case 5, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, he had to get it in there. Suited ace, you know, he's in the blinds. You know, just unlucky on Renier. But he will rise up again.
And
2 casualties already this morning.
yeah, and isn't it cruel? You see the ace in the window and you get all excited, and the dealer opens the card and the 5 is underneath
Can I
it.
say, I mean, hand on heart, I was going to say an ace-5 flop here would be hilarious.
Oh,
And I thought,
my
just
word.
shut up, Gary. Renier's a good mate of mine, you know.
As is JP as well.
Yeah,
One of life's gentlemen.
Yeah, JP and I are very good friends. And actually miss his company. I mean, for those who don't know, I mean, his business partner passed away, and he's been taking up the slack and working like a Trojan. So it's nice to see JP out and about and getting back to his poker and doing what he does best and relaxing nicely. He's a good family man, solid professional in his work, and almost a solid professional at the table, to be fair.
Absolutely.
He's up there with the best, and we will see him mixing it up with the best.
Carl coming in. Is Carl going to be joining us at the feature table, looks like, eh?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, there Carl's coming in, next to Chrissy.
So we got two jackets at the table. They're rare, these things. It's
And
like seeing 2 albatrosses
Well,
together.
you tell people these jackets are rare, and then there's 2 people at the table, then people won't believe you, Gary.
One's my business partner and one's one of my best mates. What can I tell you? Anyhow, welcome to the table, Cole. Looks like he's spun a little bit up there. Let me just check it out here.
Yeah, it was.
Cole was on 116 when he started this morning.
He's got more than that there now, Gary.
We'll see right now how much Cole's got. He's got 152k.
So he's nearly
Chandra all in.
50% better than he was this morning.
Chandra's all in. Will Forster's in the opposite position to what he was earlier.
Oh, and they've got identical hands.
Chandra is going to have the higher percentage here with the suited, of course. I mean, these are big cards in the big blind, huh? I mean, if she's
And
got
there
a
was a
pair-
raise by JP before that, Gary. So it's been raised, re-raised.
Yeah, I see.
So now the ace-queen looks a lot less attractive. Is JP raised with the ace-7?
I think he's got to put it in. I know that JP raised, but you know, how often are you going to get that opportunity? I think he's in ICM mode here. Exactly what I said. You know, if he was a lot deeper, this would be going in. If it was earlier in the tournament, he'd be snapping off. I think he'll fold.
And it's for most of his stack.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You'll have 11k left if he calls.
Oh well, oh well, oh well. Yeah.
And he's gone all
I
in.
can understand that as well. JP will fold here, and cards will open, and Chandra will be just ahead. And he'll be saying to himself,
Slight percentage
what
ahead.
a good call, Will. He'll be happy with himself there.
He will be happy with the call. He just doesn't want to see diamonds on the flop. Oh my soul.
Sugar,
He's going to have to sweat all the way to the river.
He's still good.
He's faded the turn. He has to fade the river now.
And we lose Will Forster. Unlucky, my friend.
Well, I think he's going to have... She got him covered?
He's all in. She does have him covered. Well,
The dealer's just double checking.
According to our graphic, we do.
According to the graphics before that, I think he's got 11k left over.
Okay.
We'll see. I think he's got 11,000 left over.
Yeah, he has just keeps his head above water.
Yeah, 11,000 left over, Gary.
Chip in a chair, Tom. Chip in a chair.
So less than a big blind. And he's going to be in the small blind.
Yeah, I think he may be all in here. But
You know, he's going to think, geez, did I have to make that call? But then he's going to saw it was ace-queen versus ace-queen. But that shows you
I
that...
know Will quite well, and he'll beat himself up a little bit, but the truth is, I think he could have flipped a coin there, either way, but you know, when are you going to get such a good hand in the big blind?
Absolutely, Gary. And,
Strong.
but it shows you just that slight percentage for the suited, and it paid off for Chandra.
Yeah. And now she's got talking chips, so she's
Absolutely.
holding court.
That's a nice double up for her.
But Cole's given her a few carrots, as he
Yeah.
does.
So Will has got to put 6 of his 11 into the blind, and he's actually put it all in front.
Yeah.
He's gone all in blind there.
Which isn't a bad thing. You know, he's not got a big blind, so it's not affected any of the action.
Cole folds Jack 6 under the gun.
And the dealer is calling the tournament director to the table. I don't know why.
Chrissy's going to raise the ace-9. Or is he just limping in? He's just limped in, Gary.
Looks that way, yeah, just a call. JP will get rid of the rubbish.
It's around to Chandra.
She'll also get
Still
rid of
stacking chips, but I'm sure those will go into the muck. So she can continue with her...
Bill's already in blind.
He says, I'm all in blind. And Ronnie gets change.
Chrissy's still in the hands.
Oh, he's in the hand as well, and he's flopped the ace. We're not sure what Will has.
If he's got a queen, he's in good shape. So we're reckoning Will's got a queen.
There's the ace from Chrissy, and both players just checked that down to take the player out.
Looks like Will at 8-9.
Yeah, Will at 8-9.
And we'll lose Will Forster from the table. And there he is. His space is gone. Shame.
So that's 3 players off the feature table this morning, Gary.
I've got my big green Koki here, and I'm striking the names off as they go. So I'm going to have a little wander outside momentarily and find out if we've lost anybody else from the field.
Yeah, Gary,
So
that'll help our information.
You hold the tiller. I'll keep the boat straight, and I'll go and have a look.
So Gary will go out there and get some information for us from the outer tables. As far as we know, we've lost 3 from this table alone. So we're down to 8 players away from the money. And Gary will bring us new information from the outer tables. Chrissy Late will be under the gun. Carl Marburg will be in the big blind. There will be a dead dealer button for this hand. So we're 5-handed now at the feature table. Action on Chrissy. Was he typing a message home? Again, he finds the ace-9. This time it's suited. And we're now 5-handed, so I fancy he will raise it this time. And he has done so. 26,000 is the raise. JP folds Jack 3. Chandra with 8-5 suited. This is going to the muck. Ronnie's cards going to the muck quickly. And Carl with 10-6 can't defend. And Chrissy will pick up another pot. And Chrissy's really moved well this morning. He's now up to over 400,000 from his 131 overnight. Ronnie's over 400 as well. JP slipped a little bit back, not too much, still over 500,000. And Chandra over 300,000. So It's just Carl that's in the danger zone on the feature table at the moment, but he really knows how to work that short stack. So we have information from the outside tables, and that's an interesting loss. Pedro Tome has been lost to the field. He played really well the last 2 days, and he had a stack of 473,000 this morning, Gary.
Yeah, I didn't see who took all his chips, I've got to be honest. I just quickly walked across there, and Dolby offered up the information very quickly, so it might be Dolby, I'm not sure.
Well, he was, yeah, so that is a huge amount of chips to have gone off so quickly this morning, Gary.
Yeah, so we're 4 down on our 21.
7 away from the money there.
And I heard you talking about short stack, so I assume you were talking about Carl Myberg.
Yeah, I said we were just looking through the chip counts at the table. Now everybody else has gone comfortable, so Carl is the shortest stack at the table, but he really knows what to do with it.
Well, you'll recall the last event that we commentated with Carl, where he knows that short stack from being the smallest amount of chips up to coming second, I believe.
And he's done just that now. He had 8-6 in the small blind. It was folded round to him. He thought about it and then folded. It was such a disciplined fold, and Chrissy had woken up with ace-7 suited, so Carl wasn't going to get anything through him.
Unlikely.
So an extremely disciplined fold by Carl there.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was in a small blind, you say?
Yeah, he was small blind with 8-6. If he completed, he was going to get raised. If he raised, he was going to get called or shoved on. So a very disciplined and good fold.
He's now got 3 or 4 looks for free, as they say.
Yeah, he's on the button in the sand. Chandra's under the gun. And this is where Cole's experience with that short stack pays off. He's not going to just put his money in. A lot of players would have shoved small blind into big blind there.
Chandra's folded.
Round to Ronnie. He's got Queen Jack suited in the cutoff.
You might fancy this.
Yeah, I fancy. He's gone in with the raise, and he's picked up a few chips this morning. He's over 400,000.
Carl gets rid of the 7-4 off.
Chrissy's a quick folder as well with Jack 7. The changing tire hand for JP into the muck. So Ronnie will pick up another pot with a nice suited Queen Jack.
30k to the good, as they say.
Yeah, you know, 30k, yeah, you could do that a few times a rotation. You're ticking over very nicely. See Carl with 10 bigs there, Gary.
Yep, and tournament director just having a word with Chrissy. Chrissy's asking about using his phone at the table. I mean, it's not victimising you, buddy, it's just everybody. It does affect the signal to the back to here. And also, yeah, it's not good optics. So we appreciate the indulgence, and players not using their phones at the table or eating food. So anyhow, back to the game. Ronnie left a picture as your under the gun player. There in the muck. So under the gun +1, which is now the cutoff, is King 3.
That goes into the muck. Chrissy on the button. Gonna raise. JP's a quick folder with 7-2 off, and Chandra with the same 7-2 suited. They go quickly into the muck.
And he says I had the same hand. And Cole's saying, why didn't you bloody raise?
Yeah, and Cole's that's a raising hand. What's wrong with you guys?
If you ever play cash with Cole, you'll know 7-2's a raising hand.
Him and Dobby. Demons with that 7-2.
Yeah. That's what the chuckle's about at the table, for sure.
Right, so both Chrissy and Ronnie have made some strong moves on the table this morning. Both have chipped up quite well from where they were overnight, especially Chrissy. Chandra's a little bit more comfortable as well. Carl is still above where he started the day, only marginally, but he is above, and he's only just joined us at the feature table, so he'll be looking to spin it up still. Right, so Carl is under the gun now. King Queen here, Gary, under the gun, 5-handed, and the money goes in, as expected. Chrissy with Jack 9 suited, they'll go into the muck, too many players behind him. JP Queen 3 on the button, they'll go into the muck. Chandra can't call with 9-5, round to Ronnie with King 3, into the muck, and Cole will pick up 30k plus, Gary.
Good for him.
Moves up to 12 bigs, 152,000. But he will now be in the big blind. So he's posting his big blind and his ante. That's 24k that goes in, 12 and 12. And Chrissy Late will be our player under the gun. Blinds at 5-handed are going to go around quite quickly, Gary.
Yeah, sorry, Mark, I was busy talking to the tech guy.
Yeah,
What
no
were you
problem. I just said that 5-handed, the blinds are going to go around extremely quickly.
saying? Too
I mean,
quick.
Cole picks up the 30 plus 30k and then puts 24 of it back in his small blind, his big blind and ante.
Sure.
So yeah, he's it's biting the smaller stack players for sure. And I think our stream will already be going out, Gary. It's now past the half hour.
Fire it up, buddy. Fire it up.
So we'll fire that page up to have a look at our feeds. Yeah, it's not picking up yet on the Facebook one again. Let's see if we can get it to come up here. Yeah, it's not picking up on the Facebook feed yet, Gary. So we'll
We're
have
not
to-
worried about Facebook.
Yeah, if
We've distanced ourselves.
have you distanced yourself from that? Where do
I've
you
sold
pick
my
up your
shares.
YouTube one?
Okay, new hand on the feature table. Hand number 22 of the day. 6, 12, 12 with a big blind ante. JP, right of the picture, will be your under the gun player, and Tabo will deal.
Yeah, I'll let you drive your laptop. You know where to go and look for things. I'll stick to commentating here. JP under the gun with ace-6 offsuit. And he's going to look, is it from too early a position? Yeah, JP's going to raise. We are only 5-handed. Raises to 30,000. Ronnie's a folder because he stepped away from the table. Carl is a quick folder. Now, Chrissy Late with a suited ace-2 in the big blind. It's 18,000 to call into a pot of 60. He's getting just over 3-1 for his money. And he open folds the ace-2. And JP shows him an ace to say, well, you're obviously way behind. Doesn't show the 6, of course. And JP picks up the plus 30,000 there. So in our next hand, JP will now be in the big blind. Chandra under the gun. And with Ronnie away from the table, they're 4-handed now, in effect.
I was just wondering where Ronnie had gone to.
Yeah, he's just stepped momentarily away from the table.
What have you done to my laptop, Mark?
No, nothing. I've just said you know where to go. I'm not fiddling with your things. You'll put us in where we need to be.
You haven't touched any of my private folder stuff,
No,
there?
no, I'm too scared to.
Just kidding, just kidding. All right, so the YouTube is up and running, and we'll have a quick look at Twitch now. Pretty sure that says live, and
That's
we're
up and running.
And Facebook, I will have a quick look in the video section. One shot only.
Ah, that's there as well. So Facebook is up and running.
They're all running.
All 3 streams
Let's
up
see
and
how
running
long
nicely.
that lasts.
Well, we know the YouTube one will continue. That YouTube has been steady and Twitch has been very steady. The Facebook one has been a little iffy, if we can
Okay,
put it
we're
that
going
way.
to see a flop here. Ace-6 versus Queen-Jack.
Yeah, there was a raise from Carl on the button with the ace-6 called.
And there you go, Queen's
There's the queen there.
It'll be a bet fold.
Now it's been checked. JP cagily checked that. And he's going to show down and take the hand.
72k in the pot. Wow. Yeah, so we're not having a lot of luck with the Facebook, unfortunately.
Yeah, it came up briefly and then it's gone straight down. So the players have gone on a break already, Gary. It's a very quick break, only 42 minutes into to the play, but it was scheduled from last night because of where we paused it. So Gary, we'll come back in 15 minutes time and rejoin the players.
Lovely jubbly. welcome back.
Yeah, Gary, we're back to our first handoff to the break.
Hand number 24 of the day.
Ronnie under the gun with the Queen 3 suited.
And just so people know back home, we did take a quick break. This was the continuation of the levels from yesterday. And rather than upset the levels, we took the program break. So we'll now be running for 2 hours. Okay, 10-9 suited here, hearts for Cole. Decides to get out of the way. Cole's just been past the button, so he's got a couple of free looks before he has to pay any more money.
And JP on the small blind with ace 4, been folded to him. And last time he limped the rag ace to Chandra, she raised him. So I think he's going to raise it this time. He's counting out raising chips. There he puts the raise in. And Chandra's a snap all in, Gary.
Oh, wow.
So JP limped her ace to her last time. She raised him. She had the better ace. He's found ace 4. He's raised her. And she's instead all in with ace king. He's asked for a count, but I think it's too much for him to call. Shows her the ace. She shows him ace king.
40,000 to the good. Well done, Chandra.
I had a little chat with the players while we were out there and wanted to know how Pedro had gotten out with that big stack. It was blind on blind action, Gary. Alvin Brooks in the small blind completed to the big blind of Pedro, checked. Flop came down 7-7-3. 2 spades. Pedro had ace 4 of spades. Alvin had 7-9. He flopped trips. To win check, bet, all in, call, all over the sevens held.
Sounds like a disaster.
I see there's a shout out from Kieran DeSantos. Says, that's my brother Ronnie. You can do this. I believe in you.
Nice.
Good to see family members watching their siblings playing. And she'll be well pleased with Ronnie's progress so far this morning.
Absolutely. So back to JP. JP's not, he's been involved, but he's not actually won a lot of pots today. I mean, he hasn't really lost a lot of chips either, but...
No, I had a brief chat out there with him and Dobby. Dobby gave me the rundown of the Pedro Alvin Brooks hand. And JP said he's not too concerned. He says blinds are getting up there. He says I'm going to have to become active. He says I couldn't put Chrissy on that king because he came out betting it. He says, but I've stored that information away. Exactly what you said. He said, I made the move on him, but he'd already flopped trips. He says, but now I know. He says, but I want to know why he was raising with king 10 to start off with from early position. He says, now I've known that. I had ace 6. I should have re-raised him.
But if he wants to know, tell him to come and speak to me because I have psychic ability, as you know.
Absolutely. So, as you said, JP's filed all of that away into the bank.
Yeah,
and
that'll be filed away nicely.
You, like you said, that's why you wouldn't have shown it.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a chance.
He's too good a player to give free information to.
I wouldn't have given it to him, that's for sure. But hey, Chrissy knows what he was doing as well. Talking to Chrissy, 10-3 off under the gun, into the muck. JP looking at his 6-4 suited. Now this isn't JP wasting time, this is JP doing the same with every single hand.
Keeps his regimen exactly the same so that you can't pick up any tells off him.
Chandra with the bigger club draw, they'll go in the muck.
From the button, Ronnie in the small blind, 8-7.
Carl is sitting here waiting patiently in the big, waiting to know if he's what's going to happen. Cole sees him carving out some chips here.
Yeah, Ronnie putting the pressure on.
Carl hasn't looked at his cards yet.
Into the muck. And that's Ronnie using the bigger stack against the short stack, effectively bullying.
So we didn't see Carl's cards.
Didn't see Carl's cards, but they were obviously junk if he folded so quickly. Alright, so we are 5-handed at the feature table. We've lost 1 player on the outer table, so we're down to 17 players, 7 away from the money in the 6K freeze, the first event of this series. And JP Oakes will be under the gun. Carl Myberg in the small blind, looking for a spot to get his chips across the line.
Okay, so JP, as you say, is under the gun, right, a picture, 4-3.
Doesn't go into the muck, but he takes his exact same time. You can almost put a stopwatch to it.
known JP a long time. There's no nonsense.
There you go.
Interesting, I was chatting to somebody who remained nameless out in the field there during the break. And looks like the clock's been called on our friend Nigerian Mike a couple of times.
I would imagine so. They players are going to use that slowing tactic of him against him and call clock on him.
You know, the book says an unreasonable amount of time. What's an unreasonable amount of time? Well, that's relative to the blind level.
And the hand.
And the hand, of course, as we've spoken about before. And now, of course, you know, it also is a cumulative effect. So if a player is constantly tanking and then folding, the tournament director will take note of that, and that unreasonable amount of time will get shorter.
Absolutely.
In terms of his judgment. So we'll watch that throughout the day.
Now, Ronnie has raised from the button with the Queen Jack and has been defended by Chrissy with Ace 10, and we are going to have fireworks here, Gary.
For sure. Flops the joint.
All in call.
All in on a call.
So it's 2 pair versus the flopped straight.
And we're looking for tens and aces. That's
Tens
it.
are aces, 3 outs for Chrissy, because there was one 10 folded. Oh, and he finds it straight away.
My word.
And Ronnie, frustrated there, flopped the straight. Money went in. And just check if he's got him covered. They're going to do the chip count. It's going to be very close.
Chrissy should have him covered, but we're
Yeah, should have
taking
him
a bit of
covered.
time here.
Dealer's doing the right thing. Very unlucky for Ronnie. Flopped the straight.
Yeah, very quick action there. The all in and the fall in a call.
And the 3 outer came straight away, Gary. Right, and we have eliminated another player. Oh, he's less than 1 big blind. 14,000 apparently.
So did he have chips left or
We're
not?
trying to work it out because it came up on the graphics, but I was sure that Chrissy had him covered.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
it's player out.
It was 377. Chrissy
Yeah,
had, which
players
covered
out.
it.
Player out. So we've lost our 4th player from the feature table this morning, Gary.
Yeah.
In the table of death.
Dear,
Only lost
dear.
1 player from the outer tables. So we will be looking at the table being balanced shortly. We're down to 4-handed on the feature table. And in effect, there's 13 players left, so we're probably going down to two tables now, Gary.
Could be that. We'll have a look in a minute. Okay, so Nolan Rebello's coming to us for sure. And he'll be coming with 182,000, I'm hearing.
Yeah, so fairly short stacked as well. There is coming into Ronnie DeSantis' seat. Chandra Deeb under the gun with ace 5 off. They were 4-handed there. She put quickly into the muck. Carl on the button. Let's go quickly. Jack 6. Chrissy late in the small blind. We're going to fold and JP gets a walk. He says, I'll take that. And Chandra talking it up, she says to JP, you get walks, you don't even ever give me a walk. Putting the psychology in there, trying to buy free cards in the future. Get free chips. So Nolan Rebello joins us, 182,000, also one of the form players coming into this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of time for Nolan. And I tell you, if I tell you, he'll be happy to be on the feature table.
Absolutely,
He
Gary.
likes being on the feature table, enjoys analysing his play. He and I spoke this morning briefly. He even thanked me for being nice to him. I said, well, I'm only nice to you because we go back away.
And the interesting fact is that the 2 form players just before this tournament are both in the satellites, are both on the feature table in the final 13, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Cole all in here.
The 10-9 from the cutoff.
And he has to do something, he knew that.
Yeah, he has to make a move because the big blind's approaching him fast.
I suspect he might, I don't know what his fold equity, 85k versus 582. He hasn't got a lot.
JP 9-7 suited. Chandra in the big blind with Queen 6. She's going to fold and Cole will get that through.
Then he won't show for sure.
Yeah, and he'll pick up a welcome 40,000 there, Gary. That's a rotation.
Yep, he'll need that. 7 bigs for Cole.
11 bigs for Nolan. Even Chandra with 302,000 is only on 18 bigs now, Gary.
Yeah, it's frightening how these blinds are going up. And, you know, somebody said to me, this is going to become a crapshoot. You're absolutely right, it is going to become a crapshoot, but that's a necessity. We've had a lot of playability with the structure that's been put in place. We've had a lot of good poker. Eventually, somebody's got to win, Mark.
Otherwise, we'd be here for 11 days just for the first event, Gary.
Indeed. So, you know, for me, yes, it will become a crapshoot, but it didn't become a crapshoot 5
Overnight,
levels
no.
in. You know, it became a crapshoot 25 levels in, which is the design of the tournament. So, you know, take your bitches and your moans somewhere else. This Carl's going to shove this, by the way.
Yeah, under the gun, it's going to go all in the King Jack suited.
Take them somewhere else because, you know, the structure Monster Jam put together has been excellent.
Fantastic structure. They have the best structures out there, Gary.
Okay, JP's going to fold the queen
Without
four.
a doubt. Chandra's a quick folder, so it's round to Nolan in the big blind. 7-3 was Chandra's hand. Nolan, let's go. Cole gets 2-3. That's plus 80k. It's double the stack immediately. From 85, he doubles up to 165.
Watch out. Myberg's in the house.
And look at Chrissy late, though, Gary. 754,000
From 131.
From 131 this morning. How his fortunes
Spooky.
have changed
Spooky.
in 1 hour exactly. So we're going to switch our view to the outer tables, I think, when we get a break. There it is.
We're just having a quick look, see what's going on.
Yeah,
Elmer Brooks in the action there. Blonsky on his
There
phone.
are 6 tables players out there, so it looks like we may even be down to 11 players, Gary.
It is possible. Now I can see a bum in the seats in the seats behind. So we'll go back to the feature table. Chrissy folds. JP 8-7 suited. He's been picking up these little pretty diamond connectors. So I suspect he might come along here.
Yeah, we're probably on 16 players then because it'll be 5, 5, and 6.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's in reasonably late position here. If Chandra hasn't got anything, then he's just got to get through the blinds. Ace 2 will go in the muck. We'll flip around to Nolan. We haven't seen his cards, but they weren't that good, and Cole
won't like those. He throws them in disgust. JP won't show what he raised with there. But nice hand when you've got stack to raise with, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. So the blinds are 8,000, 16,000. 16,000 in the big blind ante. So by my reckon, 8, 16, 24, 32, 48 dead money.
And both Nolan and Cole sitting on 8 bigs, Gary.
Which is scary, hairy. But these guys know how to play. Both Nolan
both
and
of them. Both of these players are seriously good players.
So they're in good shape. They'll know when to pick their spots, etc.
All right, so JP will be under the gun. He's gone back over 600,000 now. He'd slipped back a little.
There we go. Queen 10 suited. We haven't seen Queen 10 for a while.
And suited.
Too early for him. He'll get rid of these, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't like that from early, although they are 5-handed.
Well, normally he would have folded them by now. He's having a think.
Yeah, in the muck they go. Sean does a quick folder. Nolan on the button with the suited Jack 7. And he's looking for a spot. He's looking for a spot.
Can I get through? Got Carl and Chrissy here. Yeah, he's gone all in with Jack 7. He's going to get called here by Carl. Oh,
no,
wow.
Fold by Carl. Oh, but it's not going to... Oh, and a great fold by Carl.
Fold by Carl, my
Chrissy's calling. Chrissy calls.
Carl's thinking, nice fold.
Yeah, he's thinking wonderful fold.
Trust me, if Nolan had folded there, Carl would have been all in.
Nolan's quite live here because Carl, of course, has folded an ace. So we'll go to the flop and see what that brings. No help for him now. He's in serious trouble.
Jacks or a 7.
5 outs only to there. The 9 still no help.
Jack or a 7, maybe a 4 for a chop opportunity.
Oh, and the chop opportunity. Mr. Gary Clairvoyant in the house. And Nolan will take that, Gary. And Nolan will take that. He'll get a chop of the ante and a chop of the small blind. He'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. My clairvoyancy seems to be on full today.
And yesterday, Gary, you were in top form yesterday as well. You called for the sick 8 of spades in that one hand. 8 of clubs it was.
I've got to tell the folks at home, I promise you, hand on heart, we're watching this live. So we do not know what's coming. Really. Mark will bear us out there.
Wow, it's just one of those things. It's just that you're a sick puppy and you like to see these sick things.
Well, it makes for good TV, as they say.
It does make for great TV. does make for interesting TV, Gary.
Even the tech team are wearing crucifixes and carrying garlic now.
Right, so Chandra will be under the gun when we return.
All right, so Queen 7, computer hand, that'll go in the muck, I'm sure, early position. It'll go round to Nolan.
4-3, I'm sure that'll go quickly into the muck.
So what has Mr. Myberg got?
He's looking for a shot, not that hand.
A7, quite strong A7. I like to see Chrissy call or
He just limped in, he didn't raise.
I was going to say call or raise here.
I would have preferred a raise myself.
Especially he's got the big stack on his left, you know.
Yeah, but still,
He can get away from a call.
he's the biggest stack on the table now.
I hear you, but you know, JP's dangerous.
You know, bet fold. Yeah, JP's very dangerous. That's why, if you limp A7 to him and he raises you, you don't feel so great about it anymore.
No, I mean, you know, trust me, Nolan would rather he was in Cole's seat and Cole was in his seat.
Yes, definitely.
You know, Cole having position on Nolan. You know, and if you go around the table, you know, I think Chandra's probably got the best seat at the moment.
Yeah, she has. She's if you look at who's to her left, she's got the two shortest stacks.
And then the two big stacks. You can see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they're to her right, so that she'll know what action's coming. She'll be very happy with the position, and she's chipped up nicely this morning, so looking fairly comfortable.
Okay, so
Nolan under the gun. King Queen. I fancy that'll go all in, Gary.
It could, but he might be the early spot might just discourage him. It's a flip in his mind. Yeah, he's gonna go.
Okay. You know, 5-handed, he just says the blinds are coming around too fast.
Yeah, I
He
hear
says,
you.
will I get another big hand like that?
JP might call this.
I think JP's calling him. So asked for the count. Chandra having a quick look to see because buy herself extra time for a
Chandra's already
decision.
folded her cards nearly. If you look at the body language, she's
Yeah, the
already
body
flipped them.
language is there. She's had a look already. And she's being a little naughty. She's sort of giving JP the tell that if you call, I'm folding.
That's right. JP looked around at the screen, and that's ICM considerations. Where are we? How many players left in? And this is why it's important that the tournament staff keep the clock up to date, you know.
JP's doing the right thing, doing it slowly, deliberately. If I call, how much of my stack is it? As we said, you know, JP's of the theory the same as us, that ace-jacks are raising hand, not a calling hand. But in this situation, it's slightly different
He's folding.
because of the stack he's got.
He's going to fold.
Chandra's walked away from the table, which in effect makes her hand dead. So it's all on JP, otherwise Nolan gets this through. Alright. JP's taking out the chips, he's going to count them out.
Chandra's still to play. JP carving out raise, and Chandra walks away from the table, leaving their cards effectively folding so far out of line in the big pot.
JP doing all the maths. There's the call. That's what I'll have left. So we're waiting on JP still to make the decision. He's put the calling chips there. He's counted out exactly how much he'll have left after the call. And there the call goes. Very considerate.
There was the hand history between him and
Yeah,
Nolan.
and very considerate, very deliberate.
I'm not even thinking of. I'm sorry.
And Chandra's now making a case for why she walked away from the
Yeah,
table.
she's apologizing and saying, I didn't think of that.
Well, the tournament director did come in and speak to her, so it's sort of very important for the folks to understand. The rules, you know, are there for a reason, and it affects.
Oh, there's the jack for JP, but that doesn't change anything because he was ahead anyway. He still has to
No king
find
on
a
the
king
river,
or a
he
queen
says.
for Nolan.
And there it is.
And
Nolan
there it is,
will leave
and
us.
Nolan is eliminated, and we lose our 5th player from the feature table, Gary.
Yeah, sorry to see Nolan go. Great
Yeah,
player.
he is unfortunate, and JP made the very considered and correct call.
And I think it's important we explain to the folks at home, Chandra leaving the table folds her cards.
Correct, and it
That's
gives
number
extra
one.
information to JP
So
that he doesn't have to
JP
worry about another player.
Exactly. JP now knows that he hasn't got to worry about Chandra. So now that makes his call more fruitful to him. He's got one less worry, one less factor to consider. And that's why it's so important that you don't walk away from the table you do that. Though Chandra is saying, oh, I didn't realise, etc. She knows full well what she did.
Yeah, I said already when she put her cards a little to the side that she was being a little
And
naughty.
when she listens to the commentary, she'll probably give us carrots, but she knows she was wrong.
Yeah, but it's been sorted and it's all good. She'll have been told, please don't do that again, and she'll say, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all good and well.
Yeah,
and nothing against Chandra. She's a lovely person.
She'll have received the warning, and going forward, if it happens again, then she'll end up with a penalty because those are the rules. Anyhow.
All right, and we get a new player to the feature table.
I just saw that. Who have we got coming in? This is going to be John Ambrosi, I think.
Oh, another really good player, form player from the last series.
I actually saw his good lady wife Rosa this
morning. Oh, Rosa has joined us now.
Super well. I gave her a lovely compliment and just said, you know, I haven't seen you for a while. You look so well. And she said it's running around after the kids.
Okay.
It keeps me fit.
Johnny looks like he's got over 200, 250k there, just at a glance.
But John will be in this hand. He's not sitting out.
We'll get a full count now. He's stepping straight into the big blind,
John
I believe.
will be in the big blind.
We'll get his chip count up now.
And John straight into the big blind.
266, so my guess of 250 wasn't far off, Gary.
Yeah, you're getting better.
Getting better, I'm learning from the best here on my right.
You must get some of these glasses, mate. These are the ones you need.
Are they the glasses that I need?
Yeah,
I want those clairvoyant ones.
Yeah, no, they're reserved for me in the poker table. Okay, JP 6-3 on the button. I think you just get out of the way here. Yeah. Round to Chandra. Queen 9 suited in the small. She's going to look like a completion here, is it?
Yeah, she's going to complete with the Queen 9 suited.
John
Big Johnny's going to not have any of that. Going to be action straight away. He's gone all in.
Yeah.
She'll be a quick fold and he'll show the ace king. Get the cred up. They all know Johnny very well.
Yeah, for sure.
All these players around this table have played a lot with one another. They all know one another's play. So Cole with 7 bigs is going to be into the big blind now. So 2 of those bigs are going to go in, one for the ante, one for the big blind. But he's been nursing well so far, Gary. We've lost 5 other players off this feature table.
He's done well. Actually, I didn't tick off Nolan, so must take him off my list.
Are you looking
there
for?
He is.
There he is.
There he is. He was hiding. And who else have we lost? I think that's it.
Well, that we know from the feature table, because
only Pedro from the outer table that I know of. But
Ronnie dos Santos needs to come off there as well.
Oh yes, of course, Ronnie dos Santos needs to come off. Shame. Sorry to see
Yeah, it's
Ronnie
unfortunate. And it was very unfortunate for me. Flopped the Broadway, and Chrissy flopped the 2 pair and had 3 outs only and found it immediately.
Chrissy, we don't know what he's got. This raised it up here to 36,000. It's round to Cole. Cole hasn't looked at his cards yet, I don't think. I don't know.
Cole, let's go. We didn't see either of the players' cards there.
No idea why that happened.
So Cole in the small blind now with 5 bigs. Right, so when we move on to the next hand, JP Oakes will be under the gun. Chrissy Late in the big blind, Cole Marburg in the small blind. John Ambrosi on the button. Right, so action on JP. Ace 2 off under the gun. Too early a position for JP for those cards. Into the muck they go. Chandra with pocket 8s though in the cutoff. Going to raise, as we would expect her to do. Puts the raise in. 36,000. John's a quick folder with Queen 4. Cole with King 10 in the small blind. He's looking at what have I got left. Does it go in here? No. He says,
Wow.
I'll look for a better spot. I've got a few free looks after this. I'm on the button next hand.
I hear.
So maybe he find a better spot. Chrissy late in the big blind considering the call here. It's 20,000 to call into a pot of 76.
He's priced in as
Four-
whether or not
four
he
to
thinks
one.
he's got a strong enough hand.
Chandra shows the pocket eights. So right, call on the button now. He's got a few free looks. Not too many so short-handed, Gary.
Yeah, I'm actually going to step away, Mark. I've got to go change the deck. So after this hand, we'll get a deck change.
All right, Gary, I'll fly solo for a little while here. So Chandra's going to be under the gun. And Gary going out with a new deck of cards. We'll change the cards after this hand, so that the RF readers can pick up nicely. We're not picking up some of the cards. We want to bring the viewers the best viewing experience possible. The Chandra under the gun with Jack 8. It's going to fold around to Johnny with pocket sixes in the cutoff. I fancy a raise from John here. Counting our chips. And I see Naeem Lum is going to join us at the feature table as well. So it looks like we're getting balanced down to 2 tables then. Gives his seating card to the dealer. Gone around to JP Oaks in the big blind with ace 7. 20,000 to call into a pot of 76. He has over 700,000 chips. And we're getting another player to the feature table. We've got Naeem that has joined us, so we've definitely balanced down to 2 tables now. We'll get HP in the break to look out there to the outer table, and we can see what's going on there. Looks like it's Tilan Govender that's joining us with a big stack. Over 900,000 chips apparently. He started the day on 800, 870 odd. So just everybody settling down. It was an ideal time to change the deck while we're getting the new players settling in. So as Gary returns to the commentary booth, I just said it was an ideal opportunity to change the deck, Gary. So we're down to 13 players. Chandra is just given the information to the other players at the table. And we've got Naeem Lum and Tilan Govender having joined us at the feature table, Gary.
A couple of big stacks as I saw them coming across.
Yeah, apparently Tilan is now just under 1 million chips, 965,000 apparently.
Okay, so we got the big stack and the short stack together.
Yep, right next to her. So Carl is now sandwiched between the big stacks. He's got Chrissy and JP to his left that have both got over 700,000, and Tilan to his right with close to 1 million. But it does buy Carl a few more full hands in the rotation to find a spot.
So where are we?
Naeem's under the gun.
Under the gun, okay, we're catching up.
656,000 chips, Gary.
Yeah, I saw he was coming in heavy there. I was waiting to change the deck out.
Folded round to John. Tilan there, 975,000, Gary.
Yep, he's doing well, the lad.
Quick folds all the way around. Small blind JP with King 8 suited. Now he'll quite like that blind on blind.
So I just got a message from Clayton Diab of the Diab clan. Andrew and his father, of course, down there, Brian and KZN. Clayton said, he said, I'm a little disappointed you haven't busted out in a song or two while commentating. How can you deny the public the sounds of Gary Allen on the mic?
There you go.
Clayton, I'll sing you a song later, brother. Thanks for the comments.
Right, so JP raised there with the King 8 suited blind on blind and took the hand down and adds a few more chips to his stack. So there's the chip count on the feature table, Gary.
Wow.
So Cole in really looking for a spot now with those 5 big blinds in the running on fumes.
Yeah, good luck to Cole. I mean, he can play the short stack. I mean, he's got no fold equity there. He's just got to get it in and win a race.
He's got to get it in a few times and hold up or win a race.
Yeah, he's just got to win a race. That's all he's got to do, and then win another race, and then another one, and then
Well, he's
we'll
got
see where we are.
2 more looks before he's in the big blind. John Abrosi under the gun. It's actually 3 looks because his name's in the big blind.
Yeah.
So 3 looks for Carl. A7 suited, I fancy that's going in.
Here we go.
It's going in and he's going to say, this is my moment.
Okay, JP with a king 9 on the button will probably get away from
Yeah,
this.
because he's looking, I'm not getting this through. He says, regardless, I think the big blind's calling me.
Yeah.
Irrespective with any 2 cards. Says, just have to win
Chandra
this.
with the 8-2 is going to get out of
She's
the
going
way.
to go down, Naim,
We'll say
10-6.
I can't call you.
And he
says.
folds. There you go. Cole gets that through.
So he'll pick up another rotation. 40K
That's
for the
40k.
guy.
Gives him a little more fold equity.
7 big blinds, 125k. We started with 300 at 75k. It's crazy, huh? What a crazy
Absolutely.
game. Well, Chrissy's getting the old top off there, ready for war.
And ready for battle. So Tilan Govender will be under the gun.
He's planted in the bank.
And a much better player for leaving the adult beverages off the table, Gary. He's brought his game up a lot.
Yeah, Dylan and I had a heart-to-heart yesterday. And, we won't go over the history. There's no need. But he did the right thing, shall we say? So the blinds are going up, 10-20, as you will see in the top left-hand corner there.
So Cole under the gun +1. We haven't seen that on the graphics for a while.
Yeah. The Jack 9 suited. That's actually quite a strong hand for him, but he's in early position, so
That's the only problem.
he'll probably fold this.
Yeah, I think it's a little early for him to no, he's going to put it in.
He's going to see what he can get. So there's
Yeah,
an
so
insta
far.
folds around the Chandra.
So far, insta folds all the way around. He's got,
Lum ace 10 suited. I think he's getting guilt.
I think
there.
he will get called by Lum. Yeah,
the
his
club-
Lum's going to get the count first.
The clubs are out of circulation for Cole, by the way. Lum's thinking about this.
He's still got a Johnny behind him. That will factor in.
Yeah, Lum will fold this.
Yeah, and
Lum said to me just now in the break, he said, you know, it was on CNN last night. Gary Allen says Lum folds queens.
yeah, Lum's looking to a fold there. And Cole gets that through.
50k better.
The consideration there was that John Abrosi was still to follow, and Lum's looking at ace 10. I'd like to raise. I don't want to call. What if Cole shoved with ace jack, ace queen, and I'm just
Yeah.
going to chip him up?
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, as I said, you know, that'll be on CNN now. Lum
Yeah.
folds ace 10 suited.
I think if Lum was in the big blind, he calls Gary.
Yeah.
I think the factor was that he was in the small blind.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
You know,
Absolutely
it's neither wrong nor right to fold there.
right. I'm just going to
Could
say
have
this
done
once,
either.
folks, and mark my words. Don't give Cole Meyerberg chips.
No, and he's picked up two shoves now, which is plus 80k to
Mark
the
my
good there.
words. Do not give Cole Meyerberg
He's
chips.
now under the gun with 175. So it shows quickly from 85 to 175. It can move fast with these blinds.
Yeah. Cole spins that up once, he's going to be a force to contend with, trust me. And he's bought himself a couple of rotations here, Mark, so he's
Yep.
not in dire straits. He's,
No.
he's in the brown stuff, but he's not in dire straits.
Yeah, he's got out of that fumes there he was. He's just breathing a little easier.
Yeah, just the nose and the neck out of the water, but
JP will fold that. Round to Chandra. Her card going to the muck. Round to Lum on the button. King 10, he might fancy to play that from there.
but
'Cause of the
he
position.
can steal blinds from there for sure.
And definitely position there to steal.
So 50k in the middle. Lum, if he's going to steal these blinds, is going to put in about 80 here.
60,000, he's gone a little lighter.
Yeah. He's
Right,
better
or
above.
he's found a hand that is going to
That's just a flat call.
Just a flat call, which is
He can't
surprising.
be raising, putting chips in like that. So
No. Surprising that it's only a flat call.
well, to be fair to Tillon, it's done all right for him so far as his
Yeah.
tactic. So we'll bow to his superior knowledge. And there's the 8-9 king. So Lum bets his king here.
Check and gonna go bet fold.
And that's the continuation, which will be about 100, I suppose, some 80. Tillon will get rid of it.
Now you're gonna show his queen and you're gonna think, yeah, I should have 3-bet that.
And there's the king. So just posturing a little bit here, the boys. I see Chandra being quite vocal there with Lum.
Yeah, the two of them have a lot of chat. They played a lot against one another.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, regular players at Emperors in the old days when the poker room was running well there. Right, so Cole's going to be in the big blind now. Chrissy late under the gun.
So what have you got, Chrissy? Put them in the box. Let's have a look, Jonah.
7-5. They're in the muck. Jack 8 will follow suit. Under the gun +1 for JP.
So we're 2 from the money here. So we're on the bubble +1, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, we're down to 12 players, Gary.
We're 12 players. Average chip stack 543. 12 players left in, and the blinds are 10-20 with a 20 ante, and we're 23 minutes into the level. Okay, Lum with his aces here. Round a call with 10-2. That's going in the
Yeah, it's
muck.
going into the muck quickly. And Lum will bemoan the fact that he never got any action.
Chrissy
Lum
Lutz is
shows
being
the
removed.
aces. They're just too good not to show.
So we'll just quickly go to the outer table, counter 5. They've lost a player out there.
And we've got Nen Lowe's all in.
It's a fold.
It's round to Dobby with his dummy there, his card protector for those of us that know him.
So we will stay with this table.
Yeah, he's asking for a count. Alvin Brooks has got a lot of chips there after having taken Pedro Tome out. Nick still nursing the short stack. So Dobby looking for how much is it going to cost him. Doing all the calculations.
So we're seeing the images on the top here, but we're staying with this table.
So it's folded so far by Chandra under the gun +1, Naeem with Queen 7 suited.
He's early position, so I suspect he'll get rid of this.
So
He
the
folds.
table balancing is Chrissy's coming out from the
Ace-5
feature
to
table
Tillon.
to this table.
Looks like Tillon is carving out chips on the other table. I am watching the other table. We're going to stay with this camera shot, but we're going to give you commentary from the other table. And there's a raise from Tillon, and Carmike Bird with Queen King 9 gets out of the way. JP looks like he's going to fold as well. And that'll be that for the hand. So we're still staying here with Dobby in the tank. So after the next elimination, we will go to hand for hand, Mark.
All right, so then we will be able to switch between the tables.
Yeah, so
And keep the
after
action
the next
going.
hand. So
All
I
right,
think
and then
Dobby's called in. so let's
Dobby
have a
has
look.
called. Dobby has called. He said, you know, I've got a call. That's got a
Looks
reason
like
to-
Queen 10.
yeah, the Volconi is called.
With
against the
ace-6.
Ace-6. There's an ace on the flop there, Gary.
Yeah,
But
it's a queen by the look of it.
and then Lowe looks like he's doubled up.
Back on the feature table, it's folded around to Colmar with 4-2. That's another fold, and we can switch our picture back now to the feature table. Thank you, HP.
Folded round to the small blind.
Chandra with the suited ace and the big
JP
here.
has just called. She's
Actually, just check this. Yeah, if that had been JP, he'd have raised that. the positions have been reversed. 7-7-5, so the ace high is still good.
It's gone check, check.
There's a 10, so
Now she's picked up the flush draw. She'll bet and take it down.
yeah, and the better hand wins. 20 to the good.
Right, so Cole there on 6 bigs. He's got a few looks before the big blind gets back round to him.
So we're still on 12 players. If we have one more elimination, then that'll be 11, which is the bubble, and then we'll play hand for hand, of course, because 10 get paid.
Yeah.
And hand for hand, for those of you who don't know outside, is we wait for each table both to finish the hand before we commence the next hand. And if 2 players get knocked out at the same time, 1 player from each table, then they will split the 10th place money. If 2 players get knocked out from the same table, then it'll be done on the bigger chip counts.
Hey,
As per
Gary
WSOP rules.
giving all the rules for everyone. All right, and there was another comment from Karen DeSantis, says there's always a next time, my brother. Yeah, he got very unlucky.
Tillon with the ace-3 this time of clubs. Looks like he's going to fire out here. 60,000. Cole with the 8-3 will get out of the way in the cutoff. JP Oaks also folds. Chandra gets out of the way also. Right to Lum. Lum with 8-5. 8-5 of clubs, the only hand I've ever flopped a straight flush with. Gonna bore you with that forever now. And there's a close-up on the sweat with Lum, but no can do, and Tillon will pick up that pot nicely. Well played.
The dealer will ask him, please slide the cards across. You can't keep them.
And the rich get richer.
Yeah, he's back to the stack that he brought to the table. He had that one hand that he called with the ace-queen in the big blind. Did a few chips there, and he's taken 2 pots since then, small ones, and back up to where he was.
For sure. So we're coming up to hand 47 for the day. Blinds are at 10, 20, 20 on the big blind ante. So 50k floating around in the middle there for somebody to pick up from the forced bets and the ante. And Tillon in the orange will be your under the gun player. First to act. King 9. He's just going to float one here.
Yeah, he did this all day yesterday. Well, on day 1 of their day 1, because they didn't play yesterday, of course. They played on the first day, on Thursday.
Yep.
But when I refer to yesterday, his first day, he came into, he likes to see flops. Folded round to Lum.
Lum had folded out of turn.
Brosy's not going to just stay in the big blind with ace-queen and not raise.
Well, welcome to the game, John Ambrosy.
His only problem here is he says, what is the big stack limping under the gun with? That's going through his mind.
Yeah, he's got to flat him off. I like a raise here for Johnny.
He's going to raise. I think he's going to raise, and you'll find out where he stands.
Yeah, I mean, what's in the pot? 70. So, Johnny's going big here. He's going 100k plus. Well,
He's gone all in.
That's big enough for me.
He's got only 244 behind, Gary. That's the thing.
Yeah, and he's thinking Tillon.
He says, I'm not raising half my stack, get called, and then I miss the flop and I'm out of position.
Tillon is now just going through the strength of my hand is stronger than you think it is, blah, blah, blah.
And fold.
Then he'll fold.
But good, strong play by Jono. He says, I'm not going to raise and put half my or a third of my stack in there and then have to fold on the flop.
Yeah.
If I put it in, I want to see all 5 cards. That's the experience, Gary.
Yeah, it's, I'm watching the chips here because I was confused. Some of Lum's chips I thought were in with the shadow there. I thought were in front of John.
Yeah, the screens do throw all those shadows and double stacks and that, and Tillon will fold.
I think it was a fair amount of time just to make sure people knew he wasn't kidding around.
Yeah, just...
we'll all know in half an hour anyhow.
It wasn't an unreasonable amount of time.
Indeed. So it's official, me and Zuckerberg are not talking anymore. So he's been excommunicated, as they say in the trade. And we'll just concentrate on the 2 other feeds that are going out.
And Gary going to keep an eye on the outer table for us because he's got the split screens to his immediate right with all the different cameras.
Well, I'm relying on my mate HP here to let me know if anything's happening on camera 5, you know. I'm not talking about streakers HP, I'm talking about people going out. It's okay. Calm down.
Right, and Cole will be under the gun with 135,000. He'll be hoping that he picks up something here that he can put it in before the big blind arrives to him.
9-2.
Unfortunately, it's good for doubling in blackjack, not so good on the poker table. Pocket 5s for JP in the hijack.
Remember the last time we had pocket 5s?
Yeah, flopped the flopped
Got
the
it
set
in.
and got somebody out. A raise is coming here. It's just a matter of how much.
So, a little raise with the speed limit there. Looks like a min, to be honest.
He's raised the pot. He's raised the size of the pot, which is 2.5 times the blind.
Leaves him 666,000 behind.
And he gets that through quite quickly. And picks up another nice and welcome pot.
And Mr. Meyerberg will now be putting 2 of those precious blinds into play.
Yeah, 2 of the 6 are going, 1 for the blind and 1 for the ante. But he's nursed it well, Gary. He hasn't done anything silly.
2 for the money, so we are stretching here a little bit. Well, quick look outside. Yeah, so no real shorties there that we can see.
Now Nick is
Yeah,
a
maybe Nick.
little on the short side.
Yeah,
But
also,
Alvin's got
Nem-
a monster stack. Dobby's
Nem-
fairly comfortable.
Nem's got a short.
Nen's got a short stack. Even they doubled up through Dobby. He's done a few again that we
Mike,
can see.
we can't see, but there you go.
Mike's we can't see. And we know Chrissy's got a lot of chips.
So back to the thinking of JP with the Jack 3. Chandra folds a Queen 2.
No
Lum
more
with a-
fold 6-3 in the cutoff. Ace Jack on the button for John. He'll like that. Carve out raised about 60 or 70. Yeah, 60,000.
So Tillen gets out of the way quickly, and Cole's going to probably get this in.
Yeah, and he's going to be dominated, unfortunately.
Yeah. Diamonds or a Queen
Diamonds
Jack.
or a queen for Cole.
He needs a Queen or some
And
diamonds.
John says I just have to fade that or find the ace early. No help to either player.
Gut shot.
Or a heart for a split, Gary.
Yep.
And
And we
no
will
help for
lose
Cole,
Cole,
and we'll
my
lose
bad.
Cole just short of the money. Unlucky Cole.
We will now go
Well
hand
played.
for hand.
We will now be hand for hand. Play has been instituted. We're on the bubble.
Okay, so hand for hand, I'm going to explain it again to you. 1 from the money, so we're going to lose 1 player and then people will be in the cash. So if a player goes out on one particular table, then the remainder will be in the cash. And if 2 players go out, 1 on each table during the same hand, they'll split 10th place money. And if 2 players go out on the same table, they will then go to the chip count backwards. Whoever had the most chips will be the higher placed player. Okay, so we're now watching. We will do some waiting, but we will switch between the two tables. JP Jack 8 here.
Chandra under the gun folding. Round to Naim. Jack 3 into the muck. John Brosey 4-2 cutoffs. They'll go into the muck. Thielen on the button. 7-6.
Why did we see JP's cards if...
It was Chandra's cards, I think, Gary.
I thought it was JP, sorry.
There's JP in the big blind with Queen Jack. It's limped to him.
And he'll
Yeah, he
take
got
it.
given a walk, yeah.
Okay, so we'll flip to the other table. The dealer will be told on the feature table when he can deal. I'm assuming he's going to be able to deal immediately on the basis that we're dealing on the outer table. No action as yet on the feature table. The dealer is waiting, so we will see this hand conclude here. It looks like the action is on Nem or JP. Sorry, Nick. What you need to do is watch where the dealer is looking.
Yeah. I think the action's on Alvin on the button.
There we
He's
go.
going to fold. It's Dobby in the small blind. Folds and Mike gets a walk. Chip slided across to him.
Okay, so we'll go back to the feature table. You
Go.
should get the message.
They'll get the message. He can now deal. And Naeem will be under the gun. Second hand of hand for hand. So Naeem under the gun with 5-2 off. Very interesting to tell speak after the hand about why hand to hand was introduced.
You may, sir. You may. Tell him with ace queen here, going to raise up. No, just a call.
Is
That's
this lumped in? Very interesting play.
JP's thinking, why? Why did you limp in there?
He's got
He's going
just complete. Chandra.
Taps
checked.
that off. So she knuckles that off and we're going to go 3 ways here.
3 ways to the flop. Ace queen is still ahead. Gone check, check, and now Tilen will bet it. Puts in the bet, and of course the limp will make both those players insta-folds.
Yep. So it picks up 110, so still
Yeah, we're
dealing
on the
with
outer table. It's folded round. And looks like Chrissy got a walk. Yeah, Gary, the hand-to-hand was introduced to stop players taking an unusual amount of time on one table to slow the action, to try and get the bubble to burst and get into the money.
They were calling it tanking to the money.
Yep, and this way it's fair now because they can't do that because the clock is paused on the other table until your hand is complete and then it continues.
Yep, so you cannot no longer tank to the money. 7-2 for John, 9-6 for Tillen. JP with 9-3, so no real premium hands popping out here yet.
And of course, with being on the bubble, people are being a little more cautious.
So that's a walk. We'll go round to the secondary table
We're
now.
seeing the most walks now that you've seen in the last few days. 2 consecutive walks on the outer table. A walk already now on this. 2 walks on the feature table. So 4 walks given already, Gary.
Yeah, action on Chrissy Loot here. Looks like Chrissy's in the blinds.
A small blind to big blind. He's got the short stack behind him.
Them looking for a bit of info.
And a look at his hand.
So I need to just steal those blinds from the block. Let me get in the money with you boys and then
Chandra talking it up on the feature table.
You'd never have noticed. Okay, so Nem with the decision here. Alvin's off for a walk.
when you fold aces yourself, put it on.
There's a call
Yeah,
by the look of it.
and they couldn't believe it.
Or a check, one of the two. Then we'll go to the flop.
Yeah, 2 to the flop, blind on blind.
Looks like Chrissy's first to act, he checks.
Checks. I think Nenny's going.
There's an ace on the flop here.
Yeah,
so
ace on the flop.
I think if Nem bets this ace, then Chrissy will just get away.
And Nen's looking. He's taking chips. It looks like he's not that short there, Gary. It looks like he could have around 300,000 chips. I think Nick is the shortest stack on that table. And, well, with not being able to see Mike's chips.
Okay, so we'll go back to the feature table. Nem picks up a hand there. Looks like everybody's gone for a wonder. They'll be back very, very quickly if they hear
Yeah.
the dealer start dealing. It's not unusual for players to go wonder and look at the other hands while we're playing hand to hand.
Yeah, tournament director announces it so that everybody knows exactly where they stand. So in number 4 of the hand-to-hand. Or hand-for-hand, not hand-to-hand, although this is hand-to-hand combat, Gary, in the trenches.
Essentially, yeah. So JP's going to be smashing some chips in the middle
Yeah,
here.
ace-queen suited. He's not going to limp that, that's for sure. Raise comes in.
Just over a min raise.
Chandra snap all in with the identical hand, of course.
And JP will have had enough of that, by the way.
Round to Lum in the small blind.
Yeah.
He's just waiting for the count. Round to Big John.
Go back round to the other side.
Back round to JP.
So JP will be going through his mind here that the last time she did this, I was behind with my ace jack to her ace king.
Ace queen suited maybe a little too strong for him to fold, Gary.
I think so.
He's counting out the calling chips. You must remember as well, he's on 686,000. It's only 100,000 off that to call.
Yeah, for sure, because he's already got 50 in the middle, I think.
Yeah, he's
So it's
getting,
116, I think. Yeah, 116 the call.
he's getting 2.5 to 1 on his money to call.
So, you know, the players behind him should be sitting down now. He's got a big decision to make here. So come and sit back down, Dylan.
I think he was talking to the tournament director there, but now he should actually come and sit down, not be behind him. Quite correct. Table etiquette.
Every decision now is vital in this game as we get closer to the money. Jeez, he's going to fold it. Nope, he's not going to fold it. If it wasn't
JP's very
suited-
considerate. He works out exactly the percentage off his stack.
if it
Do I
wasn't,
think I'm ahead here? Do I want to take a flip? Yeah, he's going to call.
If it wasn't suited, then
He's going to be happy when he sees that call.
keep the chips there, JP.
All right, well, we've got suits versus suits here. So the flop will tell us if it's going to be a split or not.
Chop it
All
up.
right, so the only one that's got a backdoor here is JP. Now it's a chop.
Chop it up. So they both split the 50k that was on the table.
Yeah, split it each, 25 each. But more importantly to JP, he saves the raise that he put in as well.
Yep.
Because if he folded, then he loses his raise as well.
Okay, 1 million, and that's 10 big blinds, 50 big blinds for Tillon.
Yeah, he's our first millionaire in this tournament.
And we're just past 10 to 12 in the morning here.
The other table was waiting apparently for the action on this table
Okay, so they're waiting out there.
because this hand took some time.
All right, hand number 5, you may shuffle up and go.
Hand number 5 of the hand for hand.
Okay, we are dealing on the outer table, so we will deal here very shortly. Just sorting out the cash.
JP will be under the gun.
Sy visie was stop op die plans op die budget. En dan was stop die plans op die budget.
Right, so JP Oaks under the gun. Blinds of 10, 20. The 20,000 big ante, which will remain the same throughout hand for the hand, Gary.
Yeah. The clock stops.
But I mean, it's mercy be called in random.
8-7 Thielen, they're saying he called. I'm not sure that's correct. That will be the previous hand. Here we go. JP's raising.
He said the whole day.
So JP under the gun raises to 50,000.
10-3 folded. Naim folds his king 2. John Abrosi with the Volcania and the small blind fold.
Called by Tillon.
Called by Thielen in the big blind, defending his big blind with 8-7. We'll sweat with him what JP has.
No help.
No help for the 8-7 there.
Go back to JP.
And I'm sure he'll put in the continuation here. He reaches for chips. Go bet fold, Gary.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at the outer table. They look like it's they're waiting still. So this should go bet fold. We'll
Yeah,
wait
75,000.
Yeah, and Tillon folds that
And
hand.
JP showed something there, so we didn't see. Possibly the jack. Maybe he had ace jack. And number 6. Yeah, the players are very cagey around the bubble always, Gary. Nobody wants to be the bubble boy. Or bubble person, as we still have a lady in the tournament.
Bubble boy, bubble girl, bubble person. bubble, gender neutral. Who knows these days, eh?
Oh, we should
Okay.
switch back to the feature table. So Chandra under the gun has folded. Round to Naeem in the cutoff. He's going to fold. John Abrosi on the button. 10-2, that'll go into the muck. Round to Tilan in the small blind. Is 10-7. He's going to call.
JP's 4-2. Is he? He'll just tap this off and hope to hit it. Unless he's going to try and move.
Yeah.
No. So he knuckles his big blind, which is unusual. And there you go. That's what you want to see in the flop.
Tilan will bet because he's got the gut shot draw.
So any 2, any 4, any diamond.
11 outs for JP.
JP's going nowhere. So a min bet here from Tilan. Keep
Bet
it a small
call.
ball.
3, no help, but it does bring straight possibilities as
scary
well
thing
for JP. Gets more outs. He's now has 14 outs for JP.
The scary thing is that Tilan's 10 eyes still winning. So JP's going to bet again.
Yeah, well, Tilan bet the first one and JP called. I think now Tilan has checked. Now JP's going to put the pressure. He has a lot of outs there. Straight draw, flush draw. And he'll take that down.
Well done, JP. Out of hand, still being played. People with cards. No.
No cards there. They are finished. We'll wait now.
So the blinds will go in. We'll go back to the feature table. And Turbo should get the blinds and everything in. Good practice here for a dealer. If your table's finished and you're waiting on somebody else, get all the blinds and antes in, ready to go to deal. Otherwise, if you're waiting for the tournament director, it's just wasting time.
Yeah, you can even shuffle, Gary. So get it absolutely ready to deal.
You should be ready.
They're waiting for the hand to be announced and then only shuffling.
Yeah, which is...
Maybe that's the instruction they've been given.
Yeah, so the clock has been run again because they've been at this too long. The blinds will go up now. Actually, I don't think they stopped the clock for this. I think they just ran it through. So what are the blinds up to now, we say? 12:24 is the answer to that.
That's unusual. They normally stop the clock, Gary, don't they?
I think it's preference by tournament director or whatever. JP folds, Chandra folds, and Lum will get that through. And Lum's rep at the table is pretty strong. And
Yeah, he's solid reputation at the moment. He hasn't got out of line at all. He's only played the premium hands, folded some big ones and shown them.
And so hence he gets it through. Okay, Dobby's got his little dummy on top of his cards there.
He's still waiting for Alvin to ting, and he folds on the small blind because the raises come from Nen low. So now it's on Mike. Mike folds his cards. And his stack doesn't look that big. He's got a single stack there, Gary, from what I can see. Unless he's got yellows behind it, we can't see from here. We just see a single tower of purples is all I see there.
Yeah.
Which will put him just over 100,000, about 120, 130,000.
Yeah,
so it looks like Mike is quite short there.
Okay, so I think we're going to switch back to our feature screen. David just get about. So we're dealing here on the feature table. Under the gun will be Johnny to your left.
Queen 3 off. That'll go quickly into the muck from John. Round to Tilan, Ace King. And the cut off.
See a raise here for sure. Let's see.
There goes the raise. There's 60,000 in the pot, and he's gone to 64, just over pot. He's folded. He doesn't show, takes down the hand. Meanwhile, with all the action that's been going on, Chandra is now down to 7 bigs, Gary.
Yeah, she's making a bit of noise there just now, so I think she's having a pop at Lum about something, I don't know, because she's folding there. Look, Brandon, he doesn't want to get involved. Nicky folds as well. Randa Olvin. Over to Dobby. Dobby's grabbing some chips here, so
Dobby on the button,
I think
raising.
Mike is going to
Their
shove.
mark stack goes in. As I said to you, it's not a lot, Gary. It's just over 100. If you look at how much Dobby's raised, I think this is going to be an all-in call. Yeah. Looks like ace king there for versus a pocket pair.
Yeah. So the players are all up here.
Mike is blocking our camera view. We can't see.
That's okay. We haven't got a better camera angle than this, so we'll just wait and see what happens. One of the players will walk away.
Yeah, there will be excitement from someone or disappointment from another.
Looks like Mike gets it through.
Yeah, Mike has doubled up.
And I think Ace Queen was calling a pocket pair there, and the pocket pair held up. That's what happened. Okay, we'll go back and look at the feature table, see what's happening there.
They also, because of the all-in, were interested in the outcome.
So JP and Tillen are chatting there. Too early for deals to be struck. Maybe
No, just a little chat.
Maybe as the two big stacks, they'll be just chatting about potentially what could happen. Trust me, Lump would have something to say about that if there was a deal to be made.
Yeah.
Too early.
No deals being spoken. Just a general chat, I think.
Okay, we're just look at the outer table here. They're just doing the math, I think. Yeah, that's what's happening there.
And that's a welcome double up for Mike. He was quite short.
Number 3, 1224, you can shuffle up and beyond.
Okay, back to your seats, players. And under the gun player will be Tillen in the orange top left. Tillen with a 9-7 here, so I don't think he's going anywhere with that. Fold for JP. Chandra's probably going to shove it in here. She's going to make a raise for sure. And I don't know what the size of raise was, up to 55.
55. I'm surprised she didn't put it all in with her stack there, Gary.
Yeah, I did say that, but she did. So she got the same effect. Back to the outer table. So the dealer's just finished dealing there. Mike is on the button. So first out is Nicky. He's folded. Looks like it's folded around at Alvin.
And Alvin's got a serious stack there, Gary. You can see the chips from here.
Yeah, I think they might have brought some of the greens into play. I'm not sure the 50,000. Dobby gets out of the way. Up to Mike now. See if
his newfound wealth folds from the button. It's folded to Chrissy.
Chrissy's in the small.
So it's blind on blind. He's reaching for chips. It looks like he just completed. Option on in low.
Nem's trying to squeeze something out down there. Let's see. And that's a check. So two players to the flop. Let's see what the flop brings. Looks like they're all black. No, red king and two black cards by the look of it. So that's a check. Maybe a bet fold here. Let's see. See if Chrissy's getting a bit tricky. Or so Nem makes a bet and he folds. So that's our handover. We'll be back to our other table.
Shows the second pair there, the 10.
Hand number 5, 1224, you may shuffle up and beyond.
This is hand number 5 of the 1224 level. Heard the tournament director announcing.
Players have to be very careful in and out of their chairs that they're back at the table when
That
the
they
deal
are seated
happens.
at the correct point, Gary. So it's folded around so far to Naeem on the button with ace-8 suited, Gary.
Yeah, I think Ron's been pretty quiet here, so
He might raise that from there.
I fancy some sort of action from him on the button.
Just around 60,000, 60, 64, 65, thereabouts. Raise to 48 only, min raise.
Gets it through. Okay, so back to the secondary outer table. There's your blinds there, 9 for Chandra. She's the player at risk at the moment on the table. Chrissy bets out here. Chrissy will be on the button here, of course. Fold from them. And just a check from Nicky.
Yeah, so Chris just limped in from the button.
two ways to the flop here. The flop brings out, looks like the board pairs up there. No, I think that's 9, 10, 10, I think. If I'm right.
Yeah, the bet fold.
9, 8, 8, sorry.
He shows them.
But he's showing a king. I don't know what else he's showing there.
And number 6, roll 24, you can shuffle up and go.
Right, back to the feature table. Chandra D will be under the gun, 231,000, ace-9 suited.
Chandra with the ace-9 here, too early a position for her to be chucking her chips in too quickly.
She's going to raise.
Okay, so we're 5 or 6 handed here, so quite strong out of the under the gun spot there. Folds round. JP with the jack-6 will probably get rid of it sharpish, and Chandra nicely pick up a couple of blinds there.
Yeah, they're only 5-handed at the feature table, Gary. There's 6 on the outer table. So that ace-9 looked a little more attractive.
Indeed.
Action on then low on the button. Fold, so it's blind on blind.
Nicky shoves.
Nick's gone all in.
And that's up to Olvin to ask the question, or answer the question, should I say. And that's a fold.
That's
so,
a fold. And Nick just shows the ace there.
Yep. Well done, Nicky. Survival time. You've battled for 2 days, and you don't want to miss the money by one. So over to Tambo to start dealing. Tambo, sorry.
And number 7, roll 24, you can shuffle up and go.
So Lum left of picture down the bottom here. We are under the gun player. He's got 8-2, so I suggest they'll be going to his right pretty quickly. John's been pretty quiet apart from that one shove, so he'll be looking for spots, and this is an ideal opportunity.
Yeah, Gary, and we've all bubbled. It's not a nice feeling.
Not at all.
And,
So
you remember those, so
what's his bet
players
size
have been
here?
cautious.
Johnny raised it up to 55, just under pot size.
Yeah, and a little bit over a min raise, so
And Johnny gets that through.
shows pocket 10s, yeah, because she
shows
showed a 10.
Shows the 10s. Where are we? Looks like Nicky on the button.
Gonna put it in again, looks like he was reaching for them. It was action on Nen, and the action is actually on Nen. He was covering his cards with his hands. So Nick's waiting.
I think Johnny's put in Mike's put in a raise here. There's chips across the table in front of him. It's his normal splash the pot routine. And also Dobby's got chips in front of him. So they're either no, the Dobby's in the big blind.
Dobby's in the big, Mike was under the gun.
So Mike's bet out from under the gun. Chris has folded and them's to make a decision. It's kind of what it looks like here.
And he's called. The looks of things. Round to Alvin. And the commentary booth just got a lot prettier and brighter as the better looking of the Allens joined us.
My lovely wife has arrived. Nice to see you, my doll.
That's a fairly big pot developing out here. So it looked like it was raised there by Nen. It looked like Mike might have just limped in. And now it's been called, so two-way to the flop there.
Mike will be first to act here. Looks like a queen. 9, 7. Mike will take his traditional amount of time, ask how much Nem's got. Looks like the stack of yellows or so.
Yeah, no, Nem's got
300.
a decent amount of chips there, Gary. There's well over 300,000 there.
So my wife is in town because it's the ladies' game at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Should be a bit of fun. Lots of prizes provided by Monster Jam. So hopefully it's a spa day for a couple and my wife wins.
There you go,
That's the
guys.
plan.
Right,
Okay.
so Mike checked and Nemna's bet.
Now looking like Nem has bet the best part of 70k there. Mike is looking down at his cards. I can see one of his cards, which is an 8 by the look of it. So I presume he had ace 8 there. And wasn't prepared to go any further. It was a red card. So well played, Nem. We'll go back to our feature table. See if we can find some players to come back.
They all rushed back to their seats.
They were obviously railing the other table, which is fair enough.
It's a nice thing.
Okay, under the gun, John Labrosi, Queen 9. That'll be gone pretty quickly. And then that'll be around to our chip leader, which Till and Governor. He gets rid of that as
Big
well.
fold there. Round to JP. Queen 9 on the button. Folds. Chandra.
It's not hard when I shoot it.
And Lum will get a walk.
Lum gets a walk, shows the 5-2. Chandra's trying to talk it up to get a lot of walks going on the table to get into the money.
So
What was the team, JP?
it's a fold from Nicky. There was a bet there for Nem. Nem showed his cards to Nicky. Not good practice on the table when you're in a tournament.
Action on Alvin on the button.
And the blinds to come, Dobby and the small Mike in the
You
big.
can accept that either over in a beat. 10-4, my good buddy.
Alvin will take that pot down. He hadn't even finished count. He announced it, and he was still putting it in, and then both players folded already.
Nobody wants to tangle with the big stack over there.
No.
You know now.
Dobby on the button there, just for notes to note when we come back. And Till will be under the gun here.
Okay, going into more serious mode. The headphones on, peak down.
Number 9 of 1224, you may shuffle up and deal.
Right, so he'll be under the gun when we action continues. Eight, 7 off. Go into the muck. JP's cards quickly followed suit. 9-6 off. 3-2 for Chandra into the muck. Name in the small blind with Queen 9. He folds that. John just shows the king.
Okay, so as I said, Dobby's on the button. Small blind, big blind action here. You can check, Mike, you're on the small blind, just put some chips in. There we go, buddy. Easy game. So now it's up to Chrissy.
And checks.
By checking his small blind there, he gave Chrissy a lot of information. It
Gave
wouldn't
Chrissy
have been
plenty
unusual.
information.
Yeah, he should
On
have
check.
probably betted there. So
Check, check. So unless Chrissy's getting tricky here, and actually did flop big, he's going to bet now. If it's
that's a check bet fold here.
yeah.
He's got a 10 in his hand, so Mike will fold those, and that'll be the end of that. Sit down, Mike, you're blocking the view. We'll go back to the feature table. The players will come rushing back shortly.
Number 10 of 1224, you may shuffle up and deal.
So we continue our hand-for-hand player here, play as we're on the bubble. 11 players left, so we're waiting for one more person to get knocked out, and then everybody will be in the cash.
Action on JP under the gun. Jack 5 off. Into the muck. Round to Chandra. 7-5.
Okay, Lum's got the Star Wars hand, so let's see what he's going to do here. On the button, certainly a raise. 60 in the pot, so I estimate around about 40-45. That looks a bit more to me.
That looks a
but,
bit heavy. Round 75 there, Gary.
well, that's well over the pot. I think you might get a bit of action here with Tillen waking up with Ace-King. Just flats it off.
Again, he flats it off. He flatted Ace-Queen. He's flatted Ace-King now.
What money Ace-King 4 or Ace-4 on the flop?
Whoa.
That would be fireworks of note. No
The
help.
fours are still ahead.
So Lum will continue here for sure.
Yeah.
It'll be probably a similar sizing as well now in Lum.
And Shows the ace king, folds face up. Lum shows him the pocket
95.
fours. Says I'm still ahead.
So Lum picks up 100k there.
Yeah, you can see. No, that's a surprising tactic now. Twice he has only flat called ace queen and ace king to button raises with a big stack. I would prefer a 3-bet there, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. So where are we here? Looks like Nem is contemplating, and he's give his small blind up, and Olvin gets a walk. So there we go, back to the feature table.
There's been a lot more cagey play since we've gone for this hand for hand. Players not wanting to bubble after having spent 2 days playing. Right, so Chandra will be the player under the gun. Just not interested. 5-2 off, quickly into the muck. King 5 to Naeem in the cutoff. They follow suit. 6-3 for Jonna on the button. 2 big stacks to his left. He's not doing anything. King 9 for Tilan. He just completes.
What's JP got? What has JP
I know
got?
he's raised the King 9, Gary.
It looked like there was a completion.
Yeah, but he has an ace 7 for JP in the big blind. It's blind on blind.
JP with an ace here. This will be interesting what read he's got on Tillen. Because if he thinks he's ahead, he'll raise him here.
Yeah, he will definitely
I
3-bet.
don't think he folds. Put it that way. That's just a call by the look of it.
Yeah, that's a flat call. So we go 2-way to the flop.
So,
And,
well,
a bit of everything there.
action flop. Tillen picks up his top pair. JP picks up his top pair.
And JP with the better of the 2 pairs. And it's gone check to him.
He's just going to rep the ace here. Obviously we know he's got it, but it's whether or not Tillen believes him. Probably not by the look of this action.
Yeah, he's also hit, so he's looking, do I see one more now? Yes. Do I find a second pair on the turn?
No kings, no nines. This is what JP's...
That's a very good card for JP. He's virtually got a lock on the hand now, 97.3%.
the only fours that he puts Tillen on is pocket fours.
It's a very good card for JP because now he only has to dodge one out.
We have over 250,000 chips in the pot. Probably the biggest hand of the day so far.
JP checks there now. That's getting very tricky. Two changes, nothing.
This might go check, you know.
Yeah. So is the king, the ace. Ace is good.
124k profit for JP. That'll put him in the chip lead, by the way.
Yeah, that will.
And chips being shipped to Nicky, which would probably be a welcome sight. There's
Yeah,
obviously
he's
an
very-
all in there.
All in by Nick. Then look, it looked like it was unopposed, Gary. Just the dealer pushing the chips back. Splash them all
There
around.
were a lot of chips there. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, back to the feature table. Lum with the under the gun here. So first to act, bottom left of your gun.
So welcome, boys. That's all I have said. I haven't looked.
So under the gun, the ace 4 off. Maybe a little bit too early a position for Naeem.
So we'll come back to the messages online in a moment. Let's just see if the hand pays out. JP put his cards in the box for us.
That's not an ace, you call it.
He's got the problem we all want,
Yeah, stacking chips.
indeed.
He doesn't like those, he's going to fold them.
And Chandra
Chandra
gets it
shows
through.
the ace.
So Der Blur says, can you display the prize money? I'll do that for you momentarily. And Babette Nealon says, well done, Chrissy. The old Southerners keeping together there.
I never
Let's have a look if we can get the prize money up.
even if he lives in, I think, the net scenario.
Bit of modern technology
He just hard
being used by an old man. Let's see if we can do it.
JP promised me one hand.
Well, you'll
There
get the
it is.
idea. I got it out.
Well done, Gaza.
Yeah, so it's been displayed. It is in order.
in the YouTube feed.
Yeah. So for those people who are asking, and we're actually going to attempt to send it on the
Twitch as well.
We can't send it because I'm not signed in there at the moment. I don't know. Can't remember my login. What I'll do is that's easier. So we got ace king here for Tillum, 76% of the equity. King 7 for JP who folds.
Round to Chandra.
I don't know that Tillum just called there, did he?
Yeah, he does. Just called.
Okay, he's looking to get a bit tricky here.
Naeem checks. So we've got three-way to the flop. Chandra's picked up the up and down, so she's going to bet it straight away. And Tilan, who limped in, is going to, alarm bells will go off for her now. What's he calling with? Meanwhile, he doesn't have anything yet. So she's
does.
only got the draw, and
Yeah.
he's going to bet the bigger draw now, and he'll probably get her to fold here, Gary.
Yeah. That was a very risky tactic, but it worked, and Tillon has got plenty of chips, so
It's the style he does play, Gary.
yeah, Nem picks up another pot there, which will be welcome to him in the outer table.
Hand 14 of the 1224 you can shuffle up the deal.
Okay, so shuffle up and deal was the call, so we're on to our next hand of the hand-to-hand combat. Tillon, top of the picture, stacking his chips as the under-the-gun player, so he'll be our first player to act.
Yeah, he's gone down from that million. He bled off nearly $250,000.
Oh yes, he lost
A
the
lot of
gloves
them went to
there.
JP,
Yeah,
and one or two went to Lum.
they did indeed. Okay, round to JP in the cutoff, 6-4.
Chandra on the button with 10-9. 189,000. She's pretty short now, I guess. So she's making a move. She's raising, using the button. But Naeem has woken up in the small blind with ace 10.
So you bet like
So Chandra should never show her cards there. I hope she didn't.
escape.
I didn't see, but she should never be showing her cards there. Okay, so
Yeah,
we're
I
going
think-
to the outer table. And what's happening out here is Nem's in the tank by the look of it. Dealer looking straight at him. He's in thinking mode, trying to get some information. Nicky's already to fold, looking down the end of the table.
Dobby's counting his chips.
Dobby's in the small, Mike's in the big.
Yeah, he's just
Chrissy's
counting
made
his
a
chips.
bet out of the under the gun +1, and Nem is having a think.
He's gone into the tank to decide what to do.
Which one you prefer, the 19? The 8 9 you prefer?
So the pictures being brought to you today are courtesy of Cardstream South Africa, as you'll see in the bottom right hand corner there. And shout out to Brad and to Derek here for all their hard work in the technical booth. They haven't dropped the ball yet today, but there's plenty of time.
They did extremely well, and Brad in particular in recovering after that little power surge last night knocked our whole system down, Gary.
See, you're ruining it all now. Now you're telling them how good they are. So, looks like Nem's carving it out here. I don't know if he's going to raise, if he's going to call, or whatever he's going to do. The dealer frantically is asking. I think the time has been called here. Yep, I think they've called the time on them. David will be using the timing clock on the wall. And he's going to give him a countdown very shortly. Dave will be saying to Chrissy, I shouldn't be engaging you if the time's been called. We'll see if it has. No, David walks away, so he hasn't called the time.
It looked like he had, but maybe he's still in the background there. hovering around.
What did you think? I said, you have to give a speech. I told you.
Looks like he's carving out raisin chips here.
That looks like a big raise there, Gary.
Okay, so if David wanders away, they're folded. Nicky went away from the table. Another sin.
Round to Alvin.
If you're still to act and you still have cards on the table and you're waiting for another player, you cannot leave the table.
Alvin now with a big decision.
Over
He
the
said, I'm out of the way.
Okay, over to Dobby.
Dobby.
Dobby's chucking it all in there.
Yeah, Dobby's moved all in. So it's been raised, re-raised, and all in.
Good luck, Dobber.
So that is huge
Up
action.
to Chrissy now. Mike has folded.
That is big action, Gaz.
Yep, folded there. So Nem is called. Aces for Dobby. And that looks like kings or queens for... I'll get out of the way, Mike. Get out of the way, Mike. Thank you. Stay out of the way, Mike. He hits his king by the look of it. Hey, shh. And I don't know who covers who, but looks like Dobby's our bubble boy.
Yeah, with aces, Gaz.
That is shocking.
Very unfortunate.
And congratulations to all the other players. That's a super cooler.
Yeah,
Everybody's in the cash.
Dobby got his money in good.
I hope so too. I hope so. Alright, closing bid, Mandel head first.
And Dobby will have a tale to tell.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And likable character, Dobby.
Lines are 50,000, 50,000. You can.
So the bubble has burst. Players are all in the
I
money.
think the blinds are up as well, 15.30. So Chandra's in the money.
Can we just play normal? Yeah, we play normal. They're not going to penalize us 10 minutes for each.
Chandra says, can we play normal now? We were playing normal before, Madol.
Yeah, she's no hand for hand is I think what she's referring to.
Okay,
We
so
just get it on.
we'll remember hand 69.
And now the next move.
Yeah, I think bubbling with aces has to suck the most.
Especially against kings. Interesting play by Nem there.
He took his time Hollywooding really,
He took a long time.
and then
hoping
put the
to
raise.
induce somebody to call him with the weakness that
Because
he
he
was
snapped called Dobby's all in.
showing. Yeah,
Eh?
of course he did. Yeah, I mean, you know, by that time it had got to the point where he couldn't hide anymore. You know, there were no other players. Dobby's all in. You know, Chrissy folds, boom. If you'd have taken any time there, it would have been a slow roll. Okay, so back to JP. All the players in the cash now. So guaranteed 8,769 rand and 60 cents. I think the price is.
Yeah, there's 9th and 10th will both get the same money. So now it's a case of laddering up for the players.
Yeah, and I would hope normally the play gets a bit quicker now.
It should, Gaz, because the blinds are going to bite, especially the short stacks like Chandra.
Yeah.
So we're three-way to the flop here.
The only thing that'll slow it down is the two places paid the same at 10 and 9. And people looking to ladder up to 8th place, of course. All right, check, check, check. Turn cards are 5. No help for any of the 3 players out there.
Ace-9 of JP well in front here. Split possibilities for Tilan. And Naeem looking for a king or a queen.
So 12 o'clock Super Slam satellite should be underway outside. I haven't actually been out for a while to have a look.
I'm sure you will do a recce for us shortly, Gary.
And JP's going to put some chips in here. Let's have a look. This is instant
Yeah,
fold for
insta
both
fold.
players.
So that's good play by JP, experienced.
Super
And he's
Slam.
now over the million, 1.1 million chips.
So that should be going on. 2 p.m., which is in approximately an hour and a half.
The
The
Super
25k freeze out will happen. Super Slam. Then there's a 3 p.m. 3K turbo. And then, of course, the ladies' event at 4 p.m. this afternoon. So plenty going on down here at Carnival City. If you've got to spare a few hours and a few bucks on available, why don't you come down and join us? Or if you just want in the area, you want to come and watch or see how poker's played or whatever, you can even come and visit us in the commentary booth if you're really good. Okay, so back to hand number 70 for the day. This is Chandra, our short stack at the table, folding and one card exposed. So king's exposed, that'll affect Lum's.
Yeah, that immediately affect Lum in the cutoff with a king 10 because he's seen a king fold. Look at him, he says the exact same thing. He says, yeah, he's not happy because he saw it. Otherwise, he probably would have raised there, Gary.
Yep, maybe they did him a favour. So off crab hunting as young Tillander.
Yeah, he's just flat called again. He's gone a little backwards over the last while. He did actually raise. He did raise, he didn't limp it in, Gary.
He was still crab hunting with the 2 3s.
So now, Gary, are we going to, with the Super Slam starting at 2 o'clock, are we going to see this tournament to its conclusion before we move across to the Super Slam?
Absolutely. We're not going to start a movie and not finish it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to see the end of this movie, and then we're all going to go run and eat some food, inshallah. And then we'll pick up on the 25K at an opportune moment. But yes, we'll see this through to a conclusion. Unless, of course, Mark decides differently, but it's very unlikely. We have spent 3 days at this, so...
Absolutely. The viewers want to, like you see the end of the movie.
Yeah, I mean, we've done the Once Upon a Time. We'd like to see the Happily Ever After. So, yeah.
Shame, not so happily ever after for Dobbs.
Could have been worse, could have been me. Queen 7, computer hand for JP Oaks, small blind. Just going to get out of the way. Chandra picks up surprise there, but I think JP thinks that Chandra's in shoving mode now.
Yeah, she's in the money now, but she's relatively short stacked, so she's now got to move up, and she knows that. She's first job achieved, made the money, and now she's got to build that stack.
So the pot before we start with 15, 30, 30 is 75k, which was the starting stack, of course, at the beginning of this tournament.
So John O'Brosey will be under the gun, 316,000 for Big John. Ace 2 offsuit, a little early position for that. Down to T-Land, 7-3 off, into the muck. JP 9-8 on the button.
It's not suited.
Yeah, if it was suited, he's definitely raising. He may still raise, Gary, using the button.
Come on, you good thing.
Thought so.
6-4 off.
Chandra will give Lum a walk. There'll be some discussions.
No, she's going to limp in now. And Lum's going to check. He's
Funky
sitting with a
flops
Doyle.
are us now. 5, 3, 6.
Oh, that's a good flop for her.
Yeah, very nice.
Flops top pair with up and down. Lum has a gut shot, but he'll get rid of it quickly, I'm sure. She shows him, look here, look how well I flopped.
But she'll pick up 60k. Wow.
Yeah.
So Chandra and John O'Brosey are both on 10 bigs now.
Yeah, slowly, you know, it didn't look like Johnny was getting short, but as the blinds go around and creep up, he's down to 10 bigs.
With that screen, it's deceptive to see how many chips he actually does have.
Yeah, so with Lum's chips on the one side and he's on the other. Because Lum, of course, is not short stacked. Right, so Thielen Governor will be under the gun. Still on 750,000 chips, give or take. And JP has been steady throughout the day, Gary. All that experience of his.
Oh, he'd always be the favourite at this table, for sure. Thielen gets out of the way. JP will get out of the way here in the cutoff, I'm sure.
And he was talking to me outside, JP, and said he doesn't have a Monster Jam trophy.
Nope.
He's had a few seconds and thirds, but no trophies. So
I've got a Monster Jam trophy.
I know you do.
Dear. Ace 9, that'll slow it down. A bit of a heart draw going on here for Lum.
Yeah, and there he's found his heart draw. Yeah. Betterton took it down. So John down to 8 bigs now, after having posted the blind and the ante.
I was just looking at the other screen, but looks like Nicky's just won another pot, so he's building his stack up nicely.
And his mic's still there, Gary?
No, he's gone.
So we're down to nine players with a loss of Nigerian Mike Mbwasi. Well played. He's finished in the money, 10th place. So action is folded all the way around to Chandra. And the cutoff with King Queen, which is the announced raise.
And the answer to all the questions that are going to come flying in right now is 7.
7 for the final table.
That'll be the answer.
Because that is where the screens are, that's all the COVID regulations.
If there were no COVID regulations, we would have gone at 9.
Right, so she has been the raiser. Tilan defended his blind with 8-5. The ace has slowed her down. He's now going to bet a lower straight draw than what Chandra has, and he's going to take the pot away from her.
Well played, Tilan. That's well played indeed. Okay, 8-8, and then the rest of the guys are in relative safety there.
Yeah, the top 3 in safety, the 2 bottom ones, 8 bigs each. Getting very short now, Gary.
Yep, they've got to make a move shortly. They'll know that Mike has gone out, so they'll be waiting for one more dismissal before they can ladder up, of course. Currently the 10th prize has already gone. So we're now waiting for 9th place, which will be the same money, of course. And then there's a significant pay jump of around about four and a bit thousand. So
yeah,
worth waiting around for.
And then the jumps start getting increasingly bigger.
Indeed they do. Tilan is raised up his 5-4 in the small. Looking at steel here. JP with a 7-6 is not one to be pushed around.
Yeah, I know, it's just a min raise, Gary. So JP's going to say, yeah, you're not going to push me around, and I'm going to defend. So blind on blind, yeah, a raise and a call.
And 7-6 is still ahead.
Yeah, 7-6 is still ahead, go and check.
JP will check this back. Free card. You'll know that Tiller can get very tricky here with a king. He did raise.
Yeah, and it was an insta check from Tilo. That's you know, it almost becomes suspicious.
So another check, so
Yeah, Tilan won't check again.
it doesn't help anybody the second night. So
Yeah, so that's what Tilan's thinking is going to be. So, and he was the raiser, and JP only has 7 high.
yeah, but
So-
you know JP's quite capable of coming back over the top
He
here.
did. He did it earlier to Chrissy. Unfortunately, he walked into a flop of trip kings to Chrissy.
But folded, and nice pick up for Tiller there. Well done.
Yeah, two pots that he's picked up with way by far the lesser of the hands, and way behind.
Sure,
He's taken them both away on the turn, Gary.
they have indeed.
He's fearless. He's not scared to put chips across the middle.
Well, his tactics have served him well. So just making the print bigger for the old people.
And you're going to enter names or not, Gary?
I can do, but
And Gary just entering next to the prize pool, the names in for people. Right, so we move on to the next hand. The Volconi again. Been very prominent in the future table over the last few days, Gary.
Yeah, that's one of my favourite hands. Not my favourite hand, but one of my favourite hands.
Yeah,
I
Jack
like
10, your
Yes, absolutely.
that's your one. We know you've got a whole club for it.
King 4, he's folded already. 7-6, still in the...
On the button. Getting very feisty now that we're in the money. He's raised 5-4 the previous hand. He's raising 7-6. JP was a quick folder. Chandra, the big blind with King 9. He's thinking about it. She's going to defend. So we go 2 to the flop. Oh, she's found a very nice flop for her hand there, Gary.
Yeah, for sure.
Top pair with a straight draw.
He's going to bet this, and she's going to flat him off. She might even push him.
I think she'll push her, Gary.
What has she got behind? 172, which is not a lot.
Yeah, she's not calling. I mean, if she calls, it's nearly half her stack. So she's either all in or folding.
Yeah.
And it's all in, it is. And Tillen can't continue from there. He'll
of course
posture for a while.
Yeah. We'll let him have 30 seconds to disguise the strength.
Yeah,
of
he'll
his
posture it. 30 seconds to a minute posturing, and then he'll fold. Asking for the count, going through the motions.
Just doesn't want to give away that he was pulling a move.
Yeah. And it's a big pot, eh, Gary?
Yeah, yeah.
There's now 403,000 in that pot. So
It's huge.
it's a nice pickup for Chandra. Because of course we know that there's no way Tillen can call here. He's just going through the motions that I wasn't weak.
Yep. There
And
we
he didn't
go.
take an unreasonable amount of time either.
Chandra picks up a nice little juicy
Yeah,
one.
that was a big one for her because she was on 8 big, she moves up to 13.
Not quite a double up, but certainly a welcome influx of chips into her bank account. So John Ambrosi to the left there.
He'll be under the gun. And he is on 8 big blinds. Dealer just readjusting the screens, players knocking them around a little.
If you snapped off your mount, lady, between 1 to 3 seconds or after.
Okay, hand number 77 of the day. Just waiting for Tabo to finish his shuffling. No news from the outer table.
It still looks like they're playing 4-handed there, Gary.
4 there, 5 here, so we're still 9-handed. If they lose another player on the outer table, we will lose one of our players.
Yeah, so we'll know very quickly if they take one of our players away that somebody's been knocked out on the outer table.
Balanced at 8, and then we'll just wait for one more knockout before we go to
The final table.
Of course, it'll be a small impromptu break when we go to the final table, just to allow for chip count, seat allocations,
Photographs.
the admin that goes with final
Yeah,
table.
Caitlin likes to take a little photograph for the final table. For the social media posting.
For sure.
And for the players, it's always an achievement to make a final table at a big event.
Yeah, for sure. It's always exciting. There's only one final table photo I want. The
World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah. One day. Doesn't look like we're going to get there this year with the COVID. We were planning to go.
Yourself and Carl.
Yeah. But, you know, everything's for a reason. So we'll go the flop, Queen 9-4. So Chandra flops the best of it here. Checked around,
She checked
5.
it. She'll bet it now.
Lummer's folded. Tillen with the ace is going to come along here.
Yeah, he's
just,
got the gut shot. That's it.
for a bit of
And
fun.
the ace or a gut shot. 3 or an ace for him. And she's blanked that. She's checked. She's getting tricky here because he's going to bet and she's going to call. She's not folding.
I don't think it's just a call. Or maybe she'll shove it.
No, she called. She got tricky. She wanted extra chips. She knew what she was doing there. Very, very, yes, very experienced player, Chandra. And she's moved very quickly from that 8 big blinds up to 19 bigs now, Gary.
Yeah, relative safety for the
And
time
she's
being.
taken them all from Teelan.
$500,000.
Yeah. So he's leaked off a few chips to her.
Yeah, but that's his style, you know. Just looking at the outer table, still no movement out there. Blinds coming very, very quickly, four-handed out in the outer table.
Yeah, their blinds are flying around on that table. And I think Nick was the only short stack there because
He doubled up just now, so he's got a few. I can't see how many big chips he's got, but we shall see.
Nem Low took a huge pot when there was the raise by Chrissy. He 3-bet and then called Dobby shove and found the Miracle King on the flop.
So is JP going to play the Daniel Negreanu hand, yeah?
From cutoff, I'm sure he's contemplating it. Hasn't played a hand for a while, so he'll have good table rep, as he always does, JP.
Oh yeah, people respect him.
Yeah,
'cause
they
he can
really
play.
do respect his play, Gary. He's very measured, very considered, very respected. Folded round to John in the big blind, Queen 7 off. Can't call. And JP will take in another pot.
John will be on fumes.
Yeah, Big Johnny, after having put the big blind ante and then the big blind in, he was on 8 bigs, so he'll be down to around 6 bigs now.
So Tillon will be under the gun now.
He'll be big blind, guess, and JP will be the under the gun player.
So I think we got our position wrong there.
Yeah, JP's under the gun.
Yeah.
Fold, Chandra folds. Quickly folded round and Teelan gets a walk, Gary. You'll be welcome. Right, so the button will move.
Good for him. So
Chandra.
Johnny will be on the gun now with 5 bigs.
And Chandra will be under the gun. JP Oaks in the big blind. Johnny with the 5 bigs now looking for a spot, Gaz.
Yep.
But he knows. Experienced player as well.
So on the outer table, we don't need to go and look at it, but Nem was all in and everybody folded. So looks like Nem's building a stack out there.
Yeah, and Alvin had a big stack, so Nick and Chrissy squashed between them because Chris had a fair amount of chips when he went out there.
He did. So he's still got a fair amount. JP said, I didn't even look at them, I got to walk, thanks very much.
Walks are always welcome, especially at this stage with the blind levels, Gary.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, JP saying, so the first walk you gave me and I certainly had a defendable hand. He did had junk, but he's talking it up. Knows what to do, psychology of the game. Right, so Naeem will be under the gun. So Johnny's got 2 free looks, this hand and the next one, before he'll be back in the big blind again.
Back in trouble.
So I expect either this hand or the next one, Johnny's got to look at making a move. Because he's looking at that big blind approaching. He only has 5 bigs and 2 of them will have to go in. It's not this one, Queen 6 off. Teelan on the button with the ace deuce.
Any ace at this stage is a powerful card, eh? I think with the bigger stack you can get away from this.
Ace raised.
Likes to play. Let's see.
Using the button. Quick fold by JP at 6-3. Chandra with Queen Jack suited. I fancy she's going to defend, Gary.
I would be, for sure.
There it is. So two to the flop. No help for Chandra on that.
Ace high good.
Tilan picks up the gut shot as well. And there she to the check, and she's allowed her to find the queen. It's gone check, check.
Well,
And he finds the ace on the river. So you'll bet now.
good old Barry Greenstein.
And Chandra will rue the fact that she didn't back the turn.
She's going to call him off here, by the
She's
way.
going to call him off.
Lunch said you should have bet the turn.
Honey, you should have bet the flop, Gary.
Yeah.
So it goes either way. Not criticism on either of them, just commentating as we see it and our opinion. Yeah, she's saying I actually saved chips because she said to me, if I bet, would you have called them? He said, yeah, I had the draw, I would have called. Of course he's going to say that now that he found the ace on the river.
We're all wise after the event. You know, we're all wise. Right, so Johnny boy, this is you under the gun, matey.
Yeah, so this hand,
Good luck,
otherwise
sir.
he's got 2 of those 5 bigs is going in anyway in the next hand. He doesn't like it by the looks of things, guys. Just the body
Yeah,
language.
that's the money in. Jack
Yeah,
10.
Jack 10.
Flops well, Jack 10. Johnny, good luck to you from my
Yeah,
friends.
he knows if he gets called, it is a hand that can flop big.
He's a good 30% pre. Obviously had enough.
It's
old
folded all the way
equity.
around. Oh, and he gets it through.
I think he'd be happy with getting that through. I don't think he wanted to call it there.
No, he
so
didn't. And if you look at the hands that are folded, King Jack and Ace 7, either of those in the blinds could have called him,
Yep.
but he's not a big stack. So he'll be very happy to get that through and buy a rotation.
And in the next break of a hand, we'll have a look at the timing clock, see where we are.
No, give him, listen. Give him 10 at 7, 8, 7. Let's go 8 times. Lovely.
Right, so Tilan will be under the gun. John put some of those hard-earned chips of his into the big blind and ante.
Okay, so 9 players left in, 4 minutes and 52 on the break, on the level, and then we've got another level after this before the break. So 34 minutes to the break and 4 minutes 42 to run on this level. Next blind levels will be 20, 40 with 40 in the big blind ante.
Yeah, so Tilan has raised under the gun with Ace 10. Been folded all the way around to the big blind, and John can't defend, and Tilan will rake in the pot. And after having bled off a few, he's picked back up to nearly 900,000.
And there you go, as I was saying earlier, average stack is now 725. So that'll give you an indication of what people are holding and where they are in regards to the average. And 4 minutes to the end of the level and 34 minutes to the next break. Local time 10:53. So everybody out there in international land, whatever time it may be for you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah, Gary, and the next level is 100,000 in the pot before we start.
Love it, love it. The price of poker's going up. Off and dealing here in the next stand. JP in picture under the gun.
9-7. He'll just go through his normal regimen and then into the muck.
Jack 9 in the cutoff, they're going in the bin. Queen 10 just for a change with Lund. He'll make a little bet here. Is that just a call? I don't know. I think so. 30k. Johnny with the Queen 7 in the small. He won't know he's dominated, but
Tilan's checked, so we got 3-way to the flop. Tilan has found the best of that.
yep. The two
John-
people with queens will not like the so this will be bet, fold, fold.
Yeah, John's checked, bet, quick fold from the other 2 players. We're going to look to show the king.
That's the fastest fold I've seen between 2 players in
That's what
the
he
whole
does.
Yeah, Sean just saying that's the fastest fold I've seen between 2 players the whole night.
every time he's win. Me too, I don't waste time. Huh?
So just a quick look at the other table there. We are still on 4 players. Chrissy, Nem, Nick and Elvin.
Yeah, so I've got 3 big stacks for the way there, guys. Alvin is the monster stack there. Nem's got a big stack. Chrissy's fairly comfortable. And Nicky's been nursing that same size stack for a long time. He hasn't gone down or up.
Needs to drink some of that hand sanitizer.
Yep.
Okay, back to feature table. Chandra under the gun. Hand number 85. And Jack 5 will go in the bin.
So Johnny on the button is looking for a spot with those 5 bigs to get it in. He's got a few free looks on the button now. It's not this hand. King 3 in the small blind for Tilan. It's going to complete. JP with a 10 deuce.
Good old Doyle Brunson.
I heard Doyle say that hand has cost him more chips ever since because he plays it out of nostalgia.
King is good.
King is good. And only bottom pair for JP.
Bet fold.
Yeah.
Doyle Brunson won 2 World Championships with 10-2, and he won his very last bracelet with 10-3. A little bit of trivia for you.
That's it.
Big blinds.
Tilan back over 1 million chips now with those few pots that he picked up.
And we're getting near the end of this level, so maybe this will be the last one of this blind level.
Yeah, and then like I said, Gary, 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante, 100,000 in the middle
Lots of cheddar,
before we start.
lots of cheese, lots of cheddar.
Each hand will become so much more important.
Not for Lum, they won't.
No, not with that hand.
Johnny's having a little squiz here.
So
Show us what you got, Johnny.
needs 5 bigs.
We'll forgive Johnny for not putting it in the box because he is in a bit of trouble here.
It's gone all in. He'll put them in the box after he puts the money in, I'm sure. There you go. And the blinds are going to go up next hand, and that was what Johnny was looking at. Because, you know, he's earned 5 bigs at this blind level, so the next blind level even less.
Well, his fold equity here is far greater than it is on the next level.
That's exactly what he saw. So he looked, he thought, if I do get called, I've got 2 live cards.
And Dylan has got rights to be asking for a counter. He knows that Johnny's going to be pushing here quite wide.
The only consideration is that he does still have JP and Chandra behind him. Johnny talking it up.
Doing the Phil Hum, if I'll
Yeah.
take this one, you take the next one. We'll flick across, that's the insta fold.
Run to Chandra, she can't call with that, so Johnny gets that through.
Yep, well done. Lucky nobody woke up with a hand, and he'll be happy to receive those chips.
Very happy considering the blind levels are going up, Gary.
Well, those 7 big blinds are going to turn into about 4.5 now.
I need to get home, Rose. They expect me to just go. They can't make it.
So the blinds have now gone up. 20,000, 40,000. 40,000 big blind ante.
I was just watching Brad typing in the big blinds and small blinds there, and his 20,000 was 2 million.
So now straight away, John's back to just at 5 bigs, guys.
Yeah, so Brad wanted to put the small blind up to 2 million.
Yeah.
That would be an early lunch.
A very early lunch. Nobody would be able to make the small blind.
Nice one. Okay, so something going on out there in the feature on the other table. I think they're just having a deck change and a dealer change, actually.
Okay. So John under the gun, 9-6 suited into the muck. Tilan's 9-3 follows suit. Ace-7 on the button for JP.
You'll fancy that 100k in
Yeah,
the
I
box?
think any ace now, there's 100k out there. Blinds 20-40. Raised to about 90-95, Gary.
Well, the pot is 100, so let's see.
It's gone exactly 100.
Oh, Chandra. Snap, snap. She's looking to lather up. She shouldn't be talking this now. She should be playing a hand.
You see my lord, and I know I'm on the head, but it's my lord. But don't call ace jack and ace 10.
She makes the statement, I don't call ace 10, I don't call ace jack. Put it in first with that.
Yeah, but you know, the first thing you remember in poker is everything you say or do at the poker table gives away information.
Yep.
So to go on record saying I don't do that gives the edge to the other player.
And it wasn't suited.
You know, albeit small, it's still there.
Yeah, but it's a nice psychological thing too, because next time he raises and I've got ace jack, I shove over him, he thinks, well, he's stronger than ace jack.
Yeah, I think the reverse psychology, but I don't think that's what she means. But you're right. Tillen on $1 million here under the gun.
And I know I was there. I know I was there without a doubt, but I don't.
It's something I have done before at the table, and then I can shove with those and get away with it.
Play the ace jack. What happened? Oh, please
Tillen
don't
under the
do
gun,
this.
folds, round to JP, 6 deuce, and cutoff, that'll go into the muck, guys.
I think so.
And he's just
JP
picked
also
up a
on
pot.
$1 million.
In a tournament that, but not to find the hand on your
Chandra 7-3 suited on the button. Quick fold. She's very chatty now. Naeem did the double bluff on Johnny there. Grabbed a pile of chips and then folded.
Have you ever wished not to get a hand?
You know, give the short stack heart failure. So Johnny's still on the 5 bigs. 8 bigs for Chandra, so she's an 11 bigs to the next player, you know?
Yeah.
It's only Tillen and JP with $1 million chips each that are relatively comfortable.
I hear. I'm just having a quick glance at the outer tables. Just seems to be just going round and round. Chips moving around the table. Olvin's still the chip leader by the look of it.
And then I would imagine followed by Nem, then Chrissy, and then Nick's stack just staying the same.
Looks that way at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nick's done a good job there.
We'll keep
You know, with that
monitoring.
short stack, he's nursed it and stayed in the hunt.
Yeah, we'll keep monitoring. Just bring you all the news as we get it. And there's a raise up there to 100,000, I hear. That's Chandra with her King 10. Doesn't raise Ace 10 or Ace Jack, but raises King 10.
Yeah, shit, I don't call ace 10, ace jack.
Okay.
But she's raised King 10 more than a few times today.
So that's a call by Tillen.
Yeah, he's defended all day long just about with any 2 cards on his big blind.
Pot 260,000.
And he's found a nice flop. Up and down, draw, and he's going to bet it immediately. And I don't think she can continue there. She knows that that's in his wheelhouse, those cards, for defending. She's folded already. And defending there with the Queen 7, he's picked up a nice pot.
120k, so that'll put him over the 1.1 million mark.
Yeah, back over the $1 million.
Okay, we're going to flip to the outside table very quickly. There seems to be a chunk of change in the middle here.
Yeah,
Don't know
I
what's
think
going
it
on.
looks like Nick's chips are all in.
Yep.
Yeah, Nicky's chips are all in.
We
And
will
there's a big pot in the middle already, guys.
we will continue to monitor the action on the other table. And I am still live on the mic, but I'm just welcoming some poker royalty into the booth. Mr. newly retired Andre Kruger. Congrats, mate. I told you, come and visit. We'll give you a job. So nice to see you, Andre. I don't know, maybe Mark, you want to give Andre your headset? Do you
Oh,
wanna
yeah, I
let him have
don't
a
mind
sit
at
down?
all. I'll go and have a little walk around. I'll come back before the final table, I guess.
Yeah, of course, of course.
So I'll
Go stretch your
vacate
legs.
my seat for a short while.
I'll just switch Mark's mic off there. So, Andre, you're live on the mic. How's it?
Good on you.
Lekker. So, what's all this retiring like?
Hey, you get to that point in your life where you say, now it's time to move on, eh?
Yeah. So, welcome to the booth.
Thank you.
I've been threatening for years to get you in here and give us a little bit of your poker insights. And, you know, I don't mind saying Andre was working at WPT. He's been in the poker world for a long, long time. Well respected in the poker community. Just so you know, we've got a big hand brewing here. John Ambrosie's just gone in from the button with 10-9. Johnny's sitting on about 5 bigs at the moment.
Okay.
And the action's back with JP Oak, centre of picture, who's one of our big stats, sitting just under $1 million. So Johnny has got a bit of fold equity with the 216,000 he's put in the middle. It's whether or not JP decides he's going to take it down. JP is in the tank here. He's considering it.
He's thinking hard on that one.
Well,
He's thinking hard on that one.
He knows Johnny's range is pretty wide here.
Yeah.
And you know, it's almost a flip. This 49.51.
Can go anyway. You know something. It just depends on what comes down on the board now.
Yeah. So we're waiting
Yeah.
for JP to make the decision. It's pretty close, as you can see. JP's well in the tank here. He's looking at how much cash he's got in the bank. Should he call it? Should he be wrong? But he's also conscious it's 5 big blinds.
This is true.
So, are you going to play any events, Andre? Are you going to jump in one of the satellites, perhaps?
I don't know. I'll see how that goes. You know, there's still a lot of things that's got to happen. But yeah, I said to the missus, I'll come down and have a look, and we'll see how we'll take it from there.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
a busy bee as well, I see
Oh,
online.
yeah.
Sure.
Very much so, especially with the charity work. I mean,
Yeah,
what can we
good
say?
for her. You know, our heart goes out to you guys. You do a lot of work behind the scenes, and you know, the quiet people don't often get the recognition. So you know, big shout out to you, good lady. Money
This is
goes
it.
in here, and we're going to see. It's a race. Okay, 9-10 offsuit versus Ace 3.
Ace 3 all suit.
So say it's a 51-49 classic race here. So the first 3 cards will come down. And there's Johnny's 9. Backdoor
Yeah.
spades, of course, and a backdoor straight draw comes online for JP. Let's see what the turn brings. There's the 3, so additional outs, aces and 3s only. It looks like Johnny could double through here. Yes, and he does.
And there he
So,
goes.
yeah, he'll pick up 276,000. That'll take him up to about 10 bigs. JP won't be disappointed with this call there. He did get it in ahead, but only just.
No, you know something. JP's game's very persistent sometimes. So yeah, he's 1-1, but he'll take 2 back later on.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Very considered, JP, and you know, in my opinion, and no disrespect to the other players at the table, probably the favourite. Obviously, Till Govender, who's sitting at the top of your screen here, the
Yeah.
orange, he's sitting on over $1 million. Johnny's now spun it up, but never write off Nathan Lunn. Old Lunn is a character of note. And of course, Chandra's down here, well, she's just been taken away. So that means we lost a player on the outer table.
So yeah, Lum is a dark horse. Yeah, a lot happens there quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is the outer table. So we've lost, who have we lost?
Don't know.
The player, Chrissy Lutz, who was sitting at seat 1.
Yeah.
So, okay, we'll go back to the feature table. John, with his newfound wealth, will be our under the gun player. So, please tell me it's not raining outside.
No,
Jeepers,
it's actually right outside.
Hoying it down up here for 2-3 days. I mean, there was half a metre of hail just under Old Benoni yesterday.
This morning I went down towards Northmead Square.
Yeah.
Okay, and the hail was still laying 30 centimeters deep in some places.
Wow, that's horrendous.
Yeah.
Good old South African summer.
This is not going to do much good for our winter.
No. Well, at least the dams are full.
Oh yeah, definitely. But our underground water table is also going to be full.
Yeah.
So that's going to make our winter pretty cold this year.
Think so.
Yeah. Yeah, this is late in the season. We don't normally get rain this time of the season.
You know, us Pommies, we're used to that cold weather. I've still got European blood in my veins. That's you lot down here who get cold. Look at this. Just quickly, we'll go back. It's a raise here. King 4 out off the button. So Tillin pulling a bit of a move here.
Yeah, raised to 85.
And JP doesn't like being pushed around, huh?
No, it looks like JP is going to have a look on this one.
Tillen definitely pulling a move to steal the blinds here.
Yeah.
So just for the folks out there, Chandra's been moved to the outer table and we're down to four-handed on both tables. And if we have one more elimination, we will go to final table. We're playing seven-handed, obviously, because of the COVID regs.
Definitely. Yeah, the seven-handed makes it difficult sometimes. Eh?
Yeah, it's a different dynamic, you know, and as I keep telling people, the person who's raising normally got the worst hand.
This is true. This is true.
So as you say, you haven't decided whether you're going to play a satellite today or if
No.
you're going to jump into any of the tournaments?
No, not at the moment. You know, there's a lot of things that's happening that I've got to sort out on the personal side.
Okay, so I mean, you have just made a big step in life. So,
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
let's just look at this flop here: 8-2-9, two spades.
Two spades and a club.
So JP won't know, but he's miles ahead here with the ace high.
Yeah.
And looks like he's going to rep it here. What he's saying to Tillen is, you know, this is in my range. This is how I play. And, you know, I think 430,000 in the pot. I think half pot bet here, 200 gets it done. 150,
Okay.
so a third size. So across the Tillen, and yeah, he gets it done. So 255,000 is the pickup for JP there. And Lum is now our short stack with 9 big blinds. These blinds are killing the boys now. It's 40,000 and 40,000 on the ante.
The thing is, when Lum has got no blinds, that's when you write him off. You know, I've seen Lum with down to 5 blinds, 3 blinds, and he still comes back strong.
Yeah.
You know, so, but then again, at the end of the day, it's how you play the cards that are given you.
Yeah, and you know, Lum is an accomplished player, as you and I both know.
Oh yes, definitely.
He can play the short stack. Johnny Ambrosi has been very quiet on the left flank there, and
I see that.
slowly building his stat back up again. Tillen Governor came into this as the chip leader. I think he will now have been surpassed by JP after that last hand. About
according,
500,000 chips.
according to my calculation, yeah.
Yeah. So Tillen's our under the gun player here with the headphones and the orange there. 7-4 off, no good. JP with 6s is definitely raising here on the button. 100 grand in the pot already. 40, 40, 20. So the stock here has been a pot size bet. That's
Oh yeah,
the open.
definitely.
That's what the stock size has been. There we go. I called it first. Raise up to 100. So the prize pool is 140k up top. So we've Chrissy Lutz is our player that took the 9th place. And,
Okay, I think that's taken JP now into the lead totally.
yeah, for sure. There you go. JP's 1.1 million, 27 bigs. Tillen 93. Still safe there, of course. So we're watching closely the outer table as well. Just
What's
making
happening on
sure
that
that
outer table
we
there?
know what's going on. Got Chandra Deeb, of course, Nem Lowe, Nicky can't pronounce his surname, and of course the slimmer of the Brooks brothers. Okay, so we'll go back to the feature table again. And the deal's on, and JP on the right of screen will be the under the gun player. 7-5, I think he'll take a rest here, and these will go in the muck.
Yeah.
Yep. Ran to love
Go,
with
where
Jack
we
3
go?
on the button. Yep, discussed it. 8-4, and Tillen's going to get a walk. Looks like my wife has been stealing hats. Obviously chatting up the young David out there. She tried to steal the one out of my office the other day, but it's so full of dust. Shows you how much I wear hats.
I actually need one of them for my collection.
I'm
Because
sure,
my collection's all one-sided at the moment.
you should speak to merchandising Dave out there, see if
Oh,
you can
yeah.
snag one.
I will do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we continue on 8-handed. We're waiting for one more player to be knocked out, and Tournament Dave is just showing us the back of his head for a change there. And Lum will be our under the gun player. Left of screen, ace-9.
Who's on the button? JP.
Yeah. Goes around quick now, eh?
It does, eh?
4-handed. And these blinds are 100k now, so it's total. It's 40, 40 and 20. And Lum is having none of it on the button here, so he's going to fire with his ace. Don't think Tillen can call there. Right to JP 5-2, and this will be over fairly quickly. 5-2. So I'll get HP to give me a shot of the timing screen when he's got a second. Incoming. We'll put that up on the screen for everybody there. So 8 people left in. Average stack is 815,000. We're 11 minutes from the break, and the blinds are currently at 20, 40, 40,000. When we come back to the break, it'll be 25,000, 50,000, and 50,000 on the big blind entry. That's hectic, huh?
And that changes the whole dynamic of the game altogether again.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely hectic, Andre. Thank you very much, HP. We'll go back to our main screen. And we'll put a hand up, please, Bradley. And Johnny Ambrosi, 40k to call here. So the action is the blinds are force bets, and we're waiting for John under the gun with ace-5. And these lone aces become very valuable now, Andrea.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you get a pair of any sort, that's even more valuable than that lone ace. Yeah,
for sure. So Tillen looks like he's folded, and JP will be going nowhere with these.
Maybe.
I think he flats here minimum.
No.
Nope, he decides to get out of the way. Bit of respect for Johnny there. Lum open folds, and Johnny will show his ace and keep his reputation intact. So Johnny picks up 100k there. That's significant, you know.
Yeah, that is. It's, you know, something that 100k at the end of the day could be a win or a loss.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You see the dynamic here. I mean, he's got 492,000, which is 12 bigs.
Yeah, 12 bigs.
It's nothing really. I mean, he's in the danger zone, especially with the big blind ante as well. You know, it's massive. Costs them a lot of money every round.
I mean, you go back 4 or 5 years ago when you had the blinds in your antes before they started the big blind ante. I mean, that changed the whole dynamic of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean that
it was
whole
a different type of poker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tillen picks up ace jack here. Just sorry, cut across you there.
Not a problem.
There's going to be a raise here. Now, as we've seen at this level, the stock raise has been about 100.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he's going to put in here.
Up to 120.
So it's 120. JP folds. So it's down to JP folded. And Johnny's with the nut low there is not interested. So Tillen will pick up 100k. And I get the feeling that we're just pushing these chips around the table at the moment.
Yeah, I think the guy. What's happening is now the guys they're inside 10 minutes to the break, and they're just shuffling chips now just to get to the break.
Yeah, just to take a breather.
Yeah. When they get back from the break, it'll be a different ball game altogether again.
Yeah. So 9th place paid 8,769. So 10th place. So we are on the pay jump at the moment from 13,000 up to 17,000 and a half. So, you know, another nice little pay jump for the people here. So they'll have a half an eye on the clock as well, and the ICM consideration, I'm sure.
That's it.
So my wife has returned from the machines without a big bag of money. So I assume that was you're just another number now.
She's come to raid your wallet again.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, fold for JP. Lum with the Queen A gets out of the way. So that'll leave it down to the small blind who will complete. And it's over to Tillen. Tillen checks that. So blind on blind action here. Queen 9, 10, 5. And obviously Johnny gets the best of that there.
He's looking good on that one.
Bet fold, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Easy. So we'll quickly have a look at the outer table, see what's going on out there. And we're still four-handed out there. Nobody interested
Looks
in
pretty static on that side.
Yeah, it looks like the short stack could be Nikki or Chandra. I don't know. We'd
No,
have to get a calculator.
It looks like Nicky's on the short stack there.
It does, yeah, from here. No big chips up there. I mean, it looks like these green ones are 50s, by the way, so it looks like Ovin's sat on a monster. Okay, so we'll go back to the main table, And we'll have another hand. This is hand number 98 of the day. And Lum will be under the gun player, looking as relaxed as ever in the bottom left-hand corner of your picture. Thinks he's on his yacht. Good man, Lum. So Johnny on the button, Tillin on the small, and the big blind will be JP. Not happy.
Lum didn't look pleased with us.
Not at all, even through those screens. So we've introduced a few new camera shots at lower level there, Andre. You'll have caught that one quickly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the necessity to have screens doesn't give us the best pictures, but we're kind of just fighting through it as you do. Looks like it's been limped here, by the way.
I think these screens are going to be with us for a while. In the next couple of tournaments, I'd say till about the end of next year.
Well, I actually think these masks and these sanitizers are going to be with us for several years.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to become a part of life.
So we'll see how it goes. It's become the new normal.
Indeed, it has a necessity, of course. You know, all right, it's a 94 success rate in terms of people getting healed, but you know, there's still the 6% out there that are suffering. Looks like JP's going to raise this up. Well, there you go, 200,000. And that's great play by JP. He was given the opportunity by people limping. He's decided to smash it out there, protect his big blind, picks up 80k to the good, and you know, JP and Tillin relatively comfortable on 22, 27 bigs. Johnny in the danger zone with 11, and of course the Lum below him also. Yeah, this is, you know, we were talking earlier, Mark and I, that eventually it has to become a crapshoot.
It has to.
It's got to end, you know.
Somehow.
You know,
Somehow.
The structure has been 2 flights, 2 day ones, and then a day 2. So, you know, we've had lots of play, and eventually it has to get to the point where you're almost flipping every hand, you know.
This is
it's just it's
true.
the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's unfortunate that in South Africa, we're very easy to make deals. I'd like to see some more heads-up play, personally.
We haven't had a lot of. We haven't on the last tournament that we had. There wasn't much heads-up play there either.
No, it's just a trend
the
here,
guys.
you know?
The guys are cutting deals very, very quickly. They were getting down to 6, between 4 and 6 players, and they were cutting deals. And sometimes it just takes the fun out of the heads-up.
Yeah, I mean, the organisers of the events do what they can do by saying, this is the prize pool, this is what we're paying. But then the players take it outside of the prize pool, they go to the cash desk together, and then they split the money. There's nothing you can do about that as an organiser.
That's a decision they make amongst themselves.
Indeed.
Yeah, and sometimes it's to the detriment of the game itself.
Yeah, I think so. I think we, you know, we lack the experience in heads-up play. We also lack the opportunity to do the commentary as well. People want to see heads-up play, you know?
Yeah.
Even if they do a deal, but at least play for something significant still.
This is true. I mean, if you take it, before this whole COVID thing started, we had a couple of international players. And those international players were going straight through to heads-up.
Yeah.
I mean, when the guy mentioned the deal, it was thrown off the table very quickly. And they went into heads-up, and that's why they took the guys to the cleaners. Okay, what do we have in here? Lum is all in.
Lum has shoved it all in. We don't actually know what he's got, so we're sweating here with Lum. The cards haven't been picked up by the reader. So always an
Or Lum has
entertaining
moved
spot.
them off the reader.
No, they only have to just hover over, and then once they're sensed, it's done. So could be a bogey card, or we just missed it, or whatever. So Tillin needs another 250 to call here, and that's a weak ace. I think he's posturing a bit, but he's going to fold. Yeah. And Lum gets that through, and total of 470. Turns over the ace, and Lum also turned over an ace. Ace 3 versus ace 8. So Lum was ahead. we'll have a little look at the timing screen when we get a moment. Next payout is 13,154 rands and 40 cents. That'd make a nice dinner break, Andrea. What do you think? We could put a hole in it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay,
we're
2 minutes to go, so we
Yeah.
must probably have 2-3 hands
if we're lucky.
if we're lucky.
But the players are due a rest. We actually started mid-level from yesterday, and we've played straight through. We didn't take much of a break earlier, so players will be happy to go and get something to eat. What are we local time now? 13:25, so just past lunchtime. I know my little tummy is, well, I won't call it too little, but my tummy's telling me it's time to chow something. I do have a lunch bar here, which I won off of Mr. Mark Rutter early in the day for a side bet. Okay, so JP puts those in the muck, 9-3. Johnny with the walk, and I think he shows King Jack there. Yes, he did.
Yep.
King Jack off. So the best hand wins with the walk. 11 big blinds, 11 big blinds. So the two boys at the bottom, Johnny and Lum. Tillen and JP, 26 blinds, 1.1 million. When they started, they had over 300 blinds at 75,000. So it started pretty deep as well, you know. Okay, JP with a very strong hand four-handed here on Jake King Queen. Pretty strong. Fancy a raise here. You know, raising from under the gun is always strong, but four-handed.
Yeah, it is. And especially when you've got cards like he's got now at the moment.
Yeah, is the raise
there we
going
go.
in? So that's 100 something for sure.
Okay,
110.
Lum is out.
Johnny's got to give it up. And it's up to Tillen whether he wants to defend his big blind here. And this will be the last hand.
Yep.
That's a call. So we're off the flop. King Queen versus King Queen. And that king is a disaster for Tillen Govender.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Absolute disaster. He's only got 3 ads. JP's going to bet, yeah, I was going to say 200 here. We'll flick back to Tillen. He's thinking, I've got a king. I've got a king. What did I call for if I've got a king? This could be a monster, Andre.
That 200k bet has made him sit back and take stock of what's happening now.
He's just going kick a problem. That's all he can be thinking. It's hard to fold a pair. This could be the big pot of the day so far.
True.
JP's giving him the speech, you're behind. And he folds back to JP. And JP open folds. Well done. Okay, that's us on break, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Andre, thank you for popping in, China.
Been a pleasure.
And always a pleasure to see you and your lovely wife.
Yeah,
we'll
likewise.
sign off now, and we'll be back in 15.
already. Nick, the short stack is already all in. 275,000 from under the gun. Alvin Brooks still stacking his chips. He's over 2 million chips. Chandra folds. Action around
Elvin on call here.
to Menlo, and he folds in the big blind, and Nick from under the gun gets the hand through. Pocket sevens he shows.
Oh, Nick had the pocket sevens. I thought it
Yeah,
was
so
Elvin had
it's
the pocket
welcome to Nick there because he's in the big blind next, so he buys the rotation with that shove.
Okay, so we will be going to final table if we lose one player. There will not be a break. We will simply do a draw. We'll do the chip counts. Players will be allocated seats and we will commence play immediately. There will not be a break. So everybody knows. We will keep an eye on the outside table as we've been doing in the past, and hopefully giving you all the action from both sides of the wall. Okay, Elvin, 2.1 million in chips, Mark, that's huge, huh?
Yeah, it's monster. He took Chrissy late out. Chrissy wasn't happy about what he'd been called with, but Alvin made the correct call and took him out. So down to 8 players, and Alvin with that monster stack there. Nick, I spoke to him as well, been nursing that short stack for a long time.
All in for Chandra.
All in for Chandra from the button.
And the action now will be on Menlo.
Yeah, he's got over 1 million chips. That's 1.1 million, not 175,000 chips that he's got. So it wasn't an all-in for him. Menlo Lottering is sitting on 1.1 million chips. Right, so really on the business end of this, I had a discussion with a couple of the players while I was out there, while we were, Gary had his Andre in as his guest. And all looking to ladder up, of course. A couple of players going for the win already, you know, with the big stacks, looking to increase pressure. Right, so Chandra under the gun with a 4-3 suited into the muck, down to Menlo Lottering. It's on the button. He's going to fold Queen Jack. Oh, no, he's not folding. He's made the action forward, but now he's now counted out a big raise. That's a big raise, 200,000. And it's folded by Nick, small blind. Round to Alvin in the big blind. The ace-9, giving a little bit of table banter first.
Strange enough, we're not actually seeing much of Elvin over this event.
No, he's been at the feature table early on day one, Gaz, and not really much of him after that. And he makes a fold. Holds the ace-9 face up. The aggressor takes down the hand pre-flop.
Nicely done.
Right, so the button moves. Chandra will be in the big blind. Chandra will be in the big blind. Menlo will be on the button. Action moves around very quickly four-handed, Gary.
Indeed it does. I'm just checking which boxes we are playing and we're not playing. Box 3 is open, box 4 is open, box 5, box 6, box 7 closed, box 8 is open, box 9 is closed, I believe. That's correct. Okay.
Right, so we're a little top heavy around the top there. 3 players seated all together. Chandra is sitting out on her own. Right, so Nick on the button, ace-9 with a short stack, that's going in.
Yep.
Puts his 275,000 in the middle in. And Alvin with pocket sevens, I think this is going to be a snap call, yeah.
Be a snap.
He does have Chandra behind.
I don't think he's actually looked at his cards yet.
No, he's looking now.
It's whether or not he shoves it all in and isolates.
Now, Chandra hasn't got a huge stack either. I think she was just over 300,000. And the shove is for 275.
He calls.
Calls, Chandra gets out the way.
So we'll go to the flop box.
We go to the races. Pocket sevens versus the ace-9.
Good luck both players.
Right, off to the flop.
No help for the ace nine.
Pocket 7 still ahead.
Backdoor clubs. No help for the ace nine. Seven's holding.
6 outs only for Nick now.
And we will lose Nick.
And we lose Nick.
Nicolou, and we will now pause and go to final table.
So we will pause the action, and when you rejoin us, we will be at the final table.
Okay, guys. We're going to do this quickly. You're going to write down number name. Thank you, sir. You're coming over here in seat 5. Right, you're going to be in seat 3. Okay. We got chips. What? Seat 7. So, Menlo, you're going to move here? Seat 3. Since when does anyone listen to you?
This is 2, 7 and 9 and not open.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in
Right, so tell me who this is.
I've got 7.
Chandra in 1. Is that correct?
Right, and we're back now. They're busy doing the photograph for the final table for the first event, the 6K freeze. Mark Joseph is going to introduce all the players. He's going to be introducing all the players. They're taking the photographs for the social media. And then Mark will introduce all the players with their chip counts and their seat numbers. And we've got a motley crew there of players that we've been watching all week. So just all the social media announcements, all the photographs that will go up. Some really good players in that final table. Some form players. So we'll wait for Mark to introduce all the players. Right, there we go. So, welcome to our CEO, Mark Joseph of Monster Jam Poker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Carnival City Casino. And I'd like to please give a nice round of applause for our 6K players that have reached the final table. If we can give them a lovely round of applause. Well done to everyone. I'd like to introduce the players at the final table. In seat number 1 with 380,000 chips. Please put your hands together for Chandra D. In seat number 2 from Johannesburg from the south, please put your hands together for John Rosie, 395,000 chips. And what looks to be our chip leader, Mr. Alvin Brooks, in seat number 4, 2,325,000 chips. And standing right in front of me, Mr. T.N. Governor, 600,000 chips. He did start today as chip leader, so I'm sure he will be grinding it out. On my left hand, no stranger to any final table. Please put your hands together for Mr. Naeem Lund. In seat number 5 is 525,000. In the corner, seat number 6, J.P. Oaks, 1,290,000. And our final player at the final table, Memo Lottery, let's give him a nice round of applause, just over 1 million chips. I'd like to wish all the players at the final table good luck and play well.
Right, so Mark has introduced all the players. They're well known to you all. You've seen them throughout this week. So we're going back to getting our cameras back to the presets so that we can bring you all the action. Players have got all their chips in. Blinds and antes are going in. It looks like Alvin Brooks will be under the gun when the action returns. It looks like John Ambrosio has put a big blind in there. So Gary, good looking final table. Form player in Chandra and some pedigreed and seasoned players in JP, Naeem and Alvin, John Ambrosi.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, you can hear me, I'm sure. Nice introduction there by Mark. Well done.
Yeah, it was very nice for the players. You know, it's special to reach a final table. For some of them, this will be their first final table.
And not the last, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully not. So Thielen Governor, I'm sure, think it's his final table at a big event. I'm not sure. I think don't remember seeing Menlo lottering at a final table before.
No. So let's just, for the benefit of the viewers at home, who may or may not just be joining us, the next payout, or all these players are actually guaranteed 13,154 rands, and the prizes go up from there. We'll talk more about that as we lose players, and hopefully not too soon. We want to see some nice poker. So Alvin Brooks is our under the gun player, right of screen, and he is our chip leader, of course.
Yes, he is.
Yes, actually he's right. They're all guaranteed 17,539 rand, as Nick just took on the 8th place prize. Thanks for that, Mark. Okay, so JP Oaks, action with him, 40,000 a call.
He's carving out a raise there, Gary. And the green chips are in play for the viewers out there, the 50,000 chips. We have the 5,000 chips, the 10,000 chips, and the 50,000 chips in play, Gary.
Yep, that's the. They've chipped up all the rest of it, so those are the small chips are now the 5,000 chips. Even Menlo lottering gets a snap call there with the 3s.
Chandra Deeb in the small blind with pocket sixes. Now there's been a raise and a call. She's found pocket sixes and she's contemplating what to do here.
She doesn't know. I think she said fold.
Yeah, she shows Johnny. Folds. So we'll go 2-8 to the flop. We're not sure what JP has. We'll sweat along with Mr. Menlo lottering. So there's no help for the threes there or for the sixes that were folded. It's gone check to Menlo from JP. Very quick check by JP, which in itself could be something.
Yeah, it's the second time we haven't seen JP's cards, so we'll just monitor that. I can see he's putting them in the box, but for some reason we don't seem to be receiving them.
Gone
so
check, check. Twos, no change. Gone check, check again. 9 changes, nothing. Gone check, check. And it looks like pocket eights for JP. Will take that pot down. Chandra tells them I had pocket sixes. She's very happy with her fold now. So JP will rake in a nice pot there. He's up to 1.5 million.
did we see JP's cards there? Sorry.
He had pocket eights, Gary.
Pocket eights. Thank you
And
very
Chandra
much.
says, I'm so glad I folded my pocket sixes.
So let's just say for the viewers at home, when you see our camera 4 shot, which we're going to bring right on now, you will see it is a little bit wonky. We have not had an earthquake. Somebody has banged the table and knocked it out of true. We'll fix it as soon as we can.
That's our flop cam.
Okay, Tillin would be your under the gun player here with the orange hat, centre of field.
Jack 3 off, quickly into the muck. Round to Naeem, Jack 7, follow suit. Round to JP, let's see if we pick up his cards this time, because they're in the box.
No idea. No idea. And if we're having a technical problem with JP's reader there, there's nothing we can do, unfortunately, during an event. So we'll have to look at it afterwards. So we'll just go along with it. And we'll see what happens.
It's folded round. Chandra on the button with a 10-4 off. Just going to fold that quickly. 6-4 to Jono in the small blind.
Looks like he's going to complete.
He's just going to complete and see if he can see a flop. He knows Alvin's a person that will likes to see flops and is unlikely to raise him unless he's got a big holding.
And he wouldn't have enjoyed seeing Alvin drawn to his left, that's for sure.
And Alvin has checked. So we got 2-8 to the flop.
8-6-2.
Johnny gets the best of the flop, but there is a gut shot out there for Alvin as well. John will bet his second pair.
And Alvin will get away from this, I think.
He might call, you know, Alvin's got a lot of chips, Gary, and he loves to see and he likes to chase those draws.
Surprises me that.
Made the call.
Fortune favours the brave, of course.
And he's now ahead. There's now a gut shot for both, but the bigger gut shot is for Alvin.
And Johnny puts it in.
Johnny's put it all in, maximum pressure. Still repping that he's got the 8. Alvin's asking for a count. He has hit the 7 now and does have a redraw to a high straight.
Okay, so to call, Alvin's got to put in 225,000, which is a significant chunk of change.
Yeah, 2-1 on the call.
That's an eighth of his stack, basically.
He's taking out the call and seeing how much it'll dent him. It looks like he's leaning towards a call there, Gary, just in his body language, the way he's putting it out and that.
I think he's more likely trying to get a tell off of Jonna on his peripheral there.
He is. He's watching him peripherally, definitely,
There it
but
is.
there it is. The body language was leaning towards a call. He'll be very happy with the call once he sees John's cards, and John won't be so happy. So Johnny looking for a 4 or a 6 here. 5 for a split.
There
Oh,
it
there's
is.
the 5. Not for a split, it's for the straight for
For the
John.
straight for John.
Johnny takes a big pot there. Got lucky on the river.
670,000 South African rands,
Yup.
to be exact. And
So-
John Ambrosi will ride again.
Fortune favors the brave. He got it in behind. Found the good card on the river. So Chandra down to 9 bigs there, Gary.
Yeah, I should be looking for a spot now for sure.
A good fold of hers with the sixes. She thought about it.
Yeah, for sure. So we're 25,000, 50,000, which is a significant chunk of change in itself in terms of the blinds. 125,000 out there in the middle for taking.
All right, so Naeem Lum will be the under the gun player. And Johnny will welcome that double up. He wasn't happy when he saw the call and he saw the cards turned over.
Sashin Reddy says, good afternoon, Gary and Mark. Are they in the money yet? Yes, they are. Are they in the money yet? Yes, they are. Gary Allen, 8 players left, so in the money. Oh, you typed
I
up
did
my
a little
behalf.
reply for you while you were out there, guys.
Okay,
Took the liberty.
no problemo. Okay, JP ace 10 here, quite strong holding, 7-handed, 1.5 million behind, but in early position, under the gun +1.
I think, you know, at this stage with the blinds where they are, he's looking to apply pressure the whole time. And he's carved out a raise there, with just over 200,000, I think. Just under 150. So the raise is for JP to 150,000. Graphics slightly behind there. It has been raised by JP to 150,000. Brad will just fix up our graphics for us there. Alvin is looking to at the call. He's got 25,000 invested in the small blind, so it's 125,000 for Alvin to call.
The good news is we can see JP's
He's got a
cards.
fold. Yeah, that is the good news. Tilan with Jack 10. 100,000 for him to call. He folds, and JP picks up a nice hand. You know, when I say nice hand, every single pot now, Gary. There's a lot of cheddar out there to start off with.
Absolutely.
125,000 in the pot.
So Alvin drops below his 2 million that he came in on.
JP has moved up to 1.7. He's closed the gap between himself and Alvin. And Chandra languishing at the bottom there. Experienced player, knows what to do, knows how to use that short stack. A lot of players might have put it in with the sixes. She found the fold button based on the action, and turned out to be a very good fold.
Okay, so JP be under the gun. JP's quietly accumulating a big stack there. And we've not seen anything from Menlo yet, so that'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, he was quite active on the outer table for a while, and with pictures we were picking up from far range, but we lost that opening pot on the feature table here to JP, the pocket 3s versus the pocket 8s. Didn't dent him too much. JP folds King Jack now under the gun, too early a position.
You'll tell you he's got a good coach, that's why. Okay, Chandra to the Jack 3, she's folded. Johnny folds.
6-4, 10-9 Alvin on the button.
He might like to get involved here on his button. Let's see.
Let's see if he wants to play his button. If he does, he tends not to raise those hands from there. He normally limps them in, sees if he can see a flop. We'll see if he does so. No, he's going to let it go. Quick fold from Tilan. Naeem says thank you for the walk. Shows 10-4, State Trooper's hand. 10-4, good buddy. Right, we move on to the next hand. So Chandra down to 7 bigs now. And Tilan from chip leader for a long time is down to 9 bigs, Gary.
Rather might have fallen. But he'll be refocusing.
We had a little chat in the break, and that's a little bit of inexperience sometimes. He said, you know, he knows he should have 3-bet the ace queen, the ace king, he says, but he's going to refocus and look for a spot, he says.
Good for him. That's the attitude we like.
So Menlo under the gun with the ace 2 off. I think it's a too early a position to play that ace. In the muck it goes. Chandra with 10-7. It's not strong enough holdings from where she is. She'll fold that round to Johnny. Jack 6 off. Round to Alvin, 9-3 off in the cutoff. So a lot of junk hands there, Gary.
Indeed there are. So you must excuse me for being absent from the microphone. As Mark will tell you, I'm actually having my lunch.
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
I was fortunate to grab a sandwich while you were doing the chip counts, Gary, so you're excused. Now I can fly solo for a minute or three while you enjoy your sandwich.
Thanks a lot.
Right, so it's folded all the way around. JP will take the walk. You know, people are going to be wary of tangling with JP at this stage, and with Alvin, the two biggest acts. You know, it's always, if you tangle up against them, it's your whole tournament life that's at risk. So players tend to shy away from that, especially the shorter stacks. Look for a premium hand to put in against them. And I don't think JP will be unhappy with the position he's got on the table. And likewise Alvin. So the two big stacks are a little bit apart, with shorter stacks between them. So Chandra deep under the gun, still looking for a hand. 9-2 off's not it. Round to Big John, folds 7-2 off. Alvin Jack 5 suited. He likes suited cards, but too early a position. Into the muck, round to T-Land, quickly folded, Jack 3 suited. Naeem with ace 10 on the button. I mean, he's going to raise this here. He's carving out the raise. Raise it up to 200,000. The 125 in the pot. It's folded, and Naeem will pick up the 125,000 of Chafa. Right, the button moves. Chandra with 7 bigs had to put 2 of them in now. One for the big blind, one for the big blind ante. And our under the gun player will be John Abrosi. Spoke to his good wife Rosa. She's looking well. She wasn't so well the last series. Says she's top of the pops again, just busy. So that's good to hear. Always very supportive of John. So I don't see John at the table, so his hand will be folded. The dealer will take his card, so Alvin is essentially under the gun here. 8-4 off into the muck. Round to T-Land, quickly folds Jack 5. Naeem finding hands. He found the ace 10 the previous hand. He's got ace queen now. So let's see what size raise he puts in here. He announces 200,000. JP quickly folds 8-3 off. Round to Menlo Lottering. He's folded. Round to Chandra in the big blind, and she folds quickly. Naeem shows his hand, buy a bit of street cred. Right, so Naeem picks up two pots in a row there. That's 250,000 to the good, just from picking up the blinds and the antes in those two hands. 250,000 chips. And they'll be most welcome addition to his stack. So Big John's back for his big blind, not missing out on his big blind. Chandra in the small blind. Under the gun, Alvin Brooks. We must say about Alvin, one of the most likable characters around the poker table. Always friendly, always got a smile, good beat, bad beat, always the same demeanor. One of the game's true gentlemen. So he's got pocket 2s under the gun. It's a very early position for that small pair at this stage. Still 7-handed. He's debating, do I limp them in, do I fold it, or do I raise it? He has raised. Up to 150. Quick fold by T-Land, quick fold by Naeem. JP's cards into the muck. Menlo on the button with ace-6. Gonna have a look. We go into the muck. And round to John, the big blind. So that under the gun raise with the pocket twos, picks up the pot for Alvin. He moves back over the 2 million chips. 125,000 in the pot at any stage. It's welcome to pick up at the moment. Alvin posts the big blind now. Chandra on the button. She's got a few free looks. Just over 5 big. She's really looking for a spot now. So she's got a couple of free looks. Tilan Governor under the gun, also getting very short stacked. Also looking for a spot to put his money in now. The action is on Tilan. Under the gun, 425,000. And folds. Round to Naim. It's all folded round to Menlo. To Chandra on the button. Find ace jack. The money's going in here. And there it goes, all in. 235,000. Big John's going to look at his cards. He folds. Round to Alvin. Queen 2 off. I doubt he can call here. It's too much to call. Chandra will get this one through and add some welcome chips to her stack.
So, I am back. I've had my 9-minute lunch break.
in 90 seconds.
And I've just been quickly outside. There are 2 tables for the 25k started. And they're full tables.
Okay, so that's a nice start to our Super Slam.
And then we have obviously the satellite that's going on outside. We jump to camera 6 quickly. I'll quickly give you a shot of that. There you go. We'll switch back to the feature table.
Yeah, so Alvin hasn't folded that queen too quickly. He's asked for a count. He does have over 2 million chips. He wants to see how much he has to call. So he's getting to almost 2 to 1. It's 185,000 into 360. But he's going to fold. My instinct was fold right from the beginning. It's too much. He shows him ace jack. He taps the table. He said it was just too much with the hand I held. Chandra happily pulls the chips in. Right, so we move on to the next hand. Tilan's now in the big blind. And now under the gun player will be Naim.
So Elvin back up to the 2 million, JP 1.7, and Chandra's right down there. Is my cousin Gary Allen commentating? Yes, Linda, it is your cousin. Big shout out for Linda, lives down there in Plymouth in Devon in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, here we go. Shout out to your cousin. And then Lazan Xavier Matthijssen. Evening, gents.
Evening indeed. Is it evening? Goodness me.
It is so, Gary. Not quite. It's 25 minutes past 2.
Yeah.
Still afternoon in my book.
So 2:30 local time.
And that is on the Facebook feed, Gary, which is working well again.
Yeah, hey, who knows?
Holding thumbs for it.
Who knows?
Right,
okay, so we'll watch this hand through and then we'll give you a shot of the 25 tables.
Right, so it's folded all the way around to Chandra in the cutoff. She's folded. John on the button with ace 5 suited. I think John will raise
Johnny's
that.
all in here.
He's gone all in. Put it all in. It's not going to mess around. He's got 500,000 chips.
Elvin with the suited queen 10.
He raises his eyes to the sky. Likes the cards, but it's 500,000 chips to call, which is a lot.
Quarter of his stack. Elvin's in the tank here, getting a count.
Alvin's done this every time. He asks for a full count before he makes his decision. And half of that is on peripheral vision, that he's looking for tells from the player that's all in, see how their breathing is. Johnny's very experienced. Face masks do give it away a little. You can say Johnny taking deep breaths there through that mask, Gary.
Maybe he's doing it deliberately. Maybe he
Yeah.
wants to call.
With ace 5, I'm not sure I want to call. I'm happy to steal with that.
Well, Tillen's got the same hand, so that was a
And
easy
you
fold there.
fold. Yeah, you know, it's easy to put it in with ace 5, not so easy to call it off.
Yeah, there it is. So those are the two tables that we currently have running for the 25k. Clive Kikia, Martin Maroon.
Fabian Depi.
Then there's Henny Duplessis there. The other table of Jenny
Looks like Greg
Kevin,
Tucker at the top there.
Kevin Khalil is obviously playing down on the other table as well. Marriott Language there on the left-hand side. So a bit of a who's who. Moon Khan wandering around there as well. So some regular faces there. And they're getting out trays already, so that's obviously going to a third table now.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go back to our feature table. We'll keep an eye on those, and we'll also keep an eye on the winners of the 25k.
Yeah, nice satellite to win, Gary, to win your way into the 25k buy-in.
Well, 800 to get in and 800 for the add-on, so it's not so bad, eh?
Yeah, it's a good value for money.
1,600 bucks to get 25,000.
Shame I spoke to Dobbs out there. He was really feeling the pain for those aces that got cracked by the kings on the bubble.
The guy who folded the 8s also had made a set, if you noticed.
Yeah.
So that would have been an even bigger pot.
And spoke to Ronnie DeSantis as well. He also felt the pain. He has the kings for Jono though.
Yeah, so
The KK.
Johnny's not going to go all in here. He wants to entice something. So 125 in the pot.
Around 200,000, Gary.
Well, I actually like a bet of a pot size 125.
It's gone 150.
Yeah, I like that. Like that. That's bait on the hook. And there's no 275 in the pot. So action on Elvin. We haven't seen his cards, but
He's asked first exactly how much it is before he looks at his cards. Good discipline.
folds. Round to
Tilan
Tilan.
quick fold. 9-4. All in the muck and the kings. And he'll show the kings, get some table cred.
So Tilan down to 7 bigs. Chandra down to 7 bigs.
Yeah, they are on the very short stack there now. Chandra's been around about there all day. Tilan was big stack for a long time, so he won't be enjoying the reversal of fortunes.
I saw Nick as he was knocked out, and he said to me, "The highest I've been is 7 bigs all day."
Yeah, he ground that stack extremely well. I was speaking to him, and he did what he does. You know, Nick is a very patient and savvy player. Right, so under the gun player is Menlo Lottering.
With the pretty connectors.
They're very pretty connectors, but the position's not so great, Gary.
No.
From too early.
I don't think he's...
7-handed, it's too early.
And you'll notice that the blinds have gone up to 30-60, the 60 in the ante. So there's now 150,000 on the table every rotation.
Double the starting stack.
Jeez.
You need 2 starting stacks to call now for a rotation.
Crazy. JP with the ace-jack here. I think he's going to repop Lum in Lum will fold.
Yeah, Lum's just lumped in, blind on blind. He asked to see Lum's chips. See what he's fighting against. See if I raise and he shoves, what am I calling?
What am I? How much have you got behind? So now we'll see what Lum's reaction is. But Lum's not a heavy breather and a pulsating.
No, he's a
vein.
very calm player when it comes to that. Loves the chatter and that, but he's very calm when he's playing.
Lum's going to push it all in, but he's going to fold.
Yeah, he does the little dummy thing.
Little fake pump there. Not entirely
Decent.
rigid.
Yeah, you know, if they went a little closer to the line, he
Yeah.
maybe hold that forward action is all in.
I think it's in terms of the rules of poker, he did absolutely nothing wrong. Let me just say that. But the fact that he put his arms around those and sort of said, "Look, here, I'm going to push it all in here," before JP got his money in, was let's just say, a little breach of etiquette. Let's call it that.
That's a little psychological game he's playing that try and get a free flop rather.
But you know, because it's London, he'll get away with it because he does it all the time. Because he's a bit of a character.
All right, so Chandra under the gun, Jack 2's no good for her. You know, and her and Tilan are really on the short stack with the blinds where they are now. John has doubled up nicely. So with getting that miracle 5 on the river.
So Mr. Brooks actually gets a hand this time. He's been suffering of the all-ins on his right, so now he's got the pocket nines here. So be interested to see what his sizing is.
Yeah, 150 in the pot, blinds of 30-60.
300.
The announced raise.
Raised to 200.
He's raised. Folded around. Yeah, Menlo's found
gonna
ace
call
queen
this.
in the big blind.
I think Menlo might
Call or
it.
shove? Shove, Gary?
I like max pressure here. But once again, this is one of those situations where you can find out what you want to find out by doing less. But I mean, looking at his chips, his stack size,
That's
got this
the thing.
600.
600, you could.
Yeah, maybe realise your sort of equity. I don't like a fold here, that's for sure. Mind you, I know that he's against pocket nine, so I like them all in here, to be honest.
Yeah, that was my first instinct, and in it goes.
Now he's put Elvin to the test.
Owen will ask for the count.
Elvin will know he's on a big ace here. It's whether or not he wants to gamble. This is for the chip leader.
Yeah. Owen said, take out my raise, put it all in there, let's see. What's the balance? Looks like he's going to have to call around 476 into 957. So 2 to 1 on a 50-50 almost. Well, the nine's actually a little bit more ahead because of hands that were folded.
Yeah, so
we know that.
It's almost a race. So Elvin's deep in the tank now because this is for the chip lead, definitely. $340 more to call.
So only 340 more to call. So the pot wasn't as big.
Yeah, it's make or
Graphics have
break.
been corrected. So it's 314 to 830. Yeah, 340,000 into 830. So he's getting close to 2.5 to 1, Gary.
Yeah. And he'll put him on a big ace here. So Elvin will know he's against either an overpair or 2 over cards. This is a pivotal moment in this game. You
Yeah,
know?
it's a big call for Elvin, and he's taking his time, rightly so. He hasn't made a snap decision yet.
More for you. I did more for 8 days.
So now he's going to carve out the raise or the call, and then have a look how much he's got left. Remember, those green chips on top there are all 50,000.
Yeah, there are a lot of chips on top there, Gary.
And he's 340. We'll go back to the other picture. That's better. We'd like to see his face when he's sweating.
Now, this is a big pivotal moment, this, Gary.
Well, he's into his 3rd minute of the tank now.
And as you said, this isn't an unreasonable amount of time, given the size of the raise, the situation in the tournament. He's folding the nines.
Just to switch across to Menlo, let's see if he did show him the cards.
And he won't show
He'll
him.
show them.
Don't
Menlo
you
says you were done.
Yeah.
That's a huge fold. So
a big
JP and
fold there.
Elvin share top space now, huh?
Yeah.
And Menlo moves up to 3rd. Wow,
That was a big hand.
that was a big hand. Let's have a quick look at camera 6, please, HP. And let's have a look at camera 6, HP.
There we go.
And that's our satellites for the 800 and 800 add-on.
Yeah, the satellites out there. You see Ronnie DeSantos there, Renee Brits, Cello's there in the middle. I think, who else can we see? That's who we can. Renee Brits further on.
Lady
Kezia,
Godiva.
yeah.
That's I couldn't remember her name. And I think that's Anand down there in the bottom right-hand corner as well.
Yeah, down on the right-hand side.
Yep. And of course on the other side over there is the vegan dust trying to hide away. And looks like Mjpt as well. Anyway, back to the feature table. John Abrosi left the picture under the gun, 6-2, so they're in the muck already.
Yeah, they're quickly into the muck. And Alwyn is still, you know, he's still going over that other hand in his. Should I have called, shouldn't have. He doesn't know because it wasn't shown to him.
Control Alt Delete, get rid of it. Till and folds.
Quick folds all the way around. Round to JP, 9-7 on the button, he'll let go. King 5 for Menlo in the small blind. You're going to give Chandra a walk. And she had ace queen suited.
So she was definitely going to be raising there.
She was going all in, there's no doubt with her stack. So it's a welcome walk for her though. No risk.
For sure. And, you know, Menlo's got 800,000, he's got 13 bigs.
Yeah, and
this is definitely getting to be a bit of a shoot now.
Tilan hasn't had a single card to play and he's really, really super short now. You know, Chandra's moved past her, but she's in the small blind now, so she's got a whole rotation ahead of her. Those big blind is approaching Tilan, he needs to find something to make something happen now.
Indeed she does. King 10 for Elvin, early position, probably going to get rid of these.
Yeah, too early a position, Gary.
I can't see him playing King 10 from there.
It's all about location, location, location. Too early a position. Into the muck they go. Round to Tilan.
Jack 5, no good.
Yeah, he's had nothing. He's had only a junk hand. 7-6 for Lum.
JP's probably going to fold this in the cutoff.
9-6 quickly from the cutoff.
See what Menlo's got.
On the button.
Jack 10. Might fancy a little push around here from there.
Yeah, from the button. Gonna fancy a raise from the button there. There it goes. Announced it, 140.
And Chandra get out of the way very quickly. And
Round to
Johnny
Big John.
Ambrosi. Ambrosi's going to go all in.
Yeah, Johnny's gone all in.
And Menlo might have to back down here.
I think you'll have to, Gary.
The price
It's too
is,
much.
Price is 5 and 6. So it's cut across to Menlo.
Ace King suited for John.
Yep. I mean, he's got a couple of live cards, but he's
Yeah.
miles behind.
Yeah, 3-1 dog there.
Yeah, for sure.
Menlo's going to ask for the cut. He's going to let it go now. It's too much.
Well, he tried to steal the blinds and he ended
Johnny
up getting
showed-
his
yeah.
chips stolen. So, you know, but it's a standard play. It's nothing to be criticised, though. You know, he did very well.
And Johnny shows the Ace King. Says, look, I wasn't pushing with air.
And Menlo, I think, good fold.
Yeah, it is a good fold.
I tried to steal the blinds, but I didn't get away with it.
Yeah, you know, use the button. You have to.
And the blinds are worth stealing at the moment, trust me.
Absolutely, 150k in that pot.
Sure.
Right, so Tilan's going to be under the gun now.
And he's in bad shape here, huh?
Yeah, he's in really bad shape. He just hasn't had anything to play. Blinds are killing him now. He's looking for hands. That's gone quickly into the muck. He did put them in the box. We haven't picked them up. Queen 8 for Lum. Suited or not, from under the gun +1 into the muck.
So Tillen's going to be the big blind next time out.
Yes, he is. With the big
Shame.
blind ante, that's going to hurt. JP in the hijack, let's go. Menlo will let go of those from the cutoff. Chandra on the button with 6-4 suited into the muck. So back to blind on blind between Mr. Brooks and John. John will complete. Like I said, he knows that Alwyn is not someone that generally raises out of the paid off for him last time. He got the full double up.
Let's see.
Alwyn checks.
Blind on blind. We're sweating with Elvin.
10-4 suited for John. He's found the 4.
So 2 pair for Johnny. He's going to check
Check
it.
it. It's gone check, check. King doesn't change anything. John might bet now.
was going to say that wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. Snap call by Alvin. How's he raised there, Gary?
I think he called. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he has.
He raised to 120. So it's fairly polarised here. He's either got it or he hasn't.
Yeah, he's either got the 5 or the king. The 4s of John's not looking so good.
Johnny's going to run away here.
Yeah, I think he has to, Gary. I mean, the min raise in itself is a tell that you got the 5. Or you're repping it anyway.
Or you just hit the king. I mean, Elvin, the longer this goes on, the more confident Elvin will become.
John shows him the 4. Alvin shows him the king.
Yep. As I said, he either had it or he didn't. There was no in-between ground there.
Yeah, and he shows the kicker as well. We didn't see it.
Okay, so Tillin will give up 2 of those very valuable big blinds now.
Yeah, so he'll be down to 3 big blinds after this. He's posting a big blind then an ante. Looking for something to happen.
So then the small blinds, so he'll have 2.5 big blinds if he doesn't do something on the next 2 hands.
Yep, if he doesn't find something in the blinds. And then he knows when he does go in, he's going to get called.
So Lum under the gun here.
It will be
They'll
0.
be looking like aces to him. He hasn't seen a hand in
Yeah.
ages. He knows he has to fold.
He did pick up while you were out on your lunch. He picked up 2 hands in a row and picked up 250 quickly, 125, 125. He's been quiet since then. He's just limping in. JP with the pocket 3s.
Don't really like a limp from the under the gun position, but we'll see. Maybe he knows best.
He's trying to buy a cheap flop. But people think he may have a bigger hand than he has, limping from there.
And Tillen's hoping that Elvin doesn't call here. Get involved.
Alvin's just going to complete.
So let's see what Tillen's got. 5-4, so that'll be a check. He's never folded there.
Yeah. Right,
That's,
so Tillen has found the best of that flop.
Need to get it in here, China. If they'd had an ace, they would have put it in earlier.
Did Alvin hasn't folded? Didn't he not have? He's got king 4.
Ah,
So he's got the gut shot, same gut shot as Tillen has, but Tillen's got the 5.
so my apologies. I didn't realise that Elvin was still in
Alvin's
there.
going to bet. We're going to bet the draw. And now he's put Tillen to the test.
Once again, a polarising bet, you know.
And Tillen's going to think, if he had the ace, would he not have raised? He's folded. Alvin shows just the 4. And Tillen says, oh, I should have called that one. Eyes roll to the sky. Yeah, but you see the big stack can work. You can bet first. You can put the maximum pressure on the short stack carry.
Yeah, Tillen is not long for this table unless he gets a real luck. No.
Yeah, he needs to have a real run now. He's got 3 big blinds left. Half of them one's going in now.
Looks like we're up to 3 tables on the 25k, which is great support.
That's good news.
Someone asked me yesterday and said, how many tables would you think we get? I said at least 3, so I'm safe.
You're safe there, Gaza. I heard you when you gave that news out of the 3 tables.
Yeah. Okay, Chandra with the Queen 9 here, been very quiet.
Chandra pick. So meanwhile, it's folded round to Alvin on the button. Gary's left the commentary booth to go and sort out the cards. It's folded. Tilan has gone all in. King 6 suited, Naim in the big blind. Jack 3 off, he's asking for a count. It's quite a bit to call with Jack 3 off, he has to fold it. Tilan pushes them quickly into muck and is gratefully scoops those chips up. He's gone very card dead the last while and been blinded down. So the deck has been changed out. Gary went there, took a new deck of these very expensive RF reading cards that we have. So Tilan on 5 big blinds, Chandra on 6. Other players all still fairly comfortable. Naim heading towards the short, but not short yet. JP Oaks and Alvin Brooks out in front with just around 1.7 million each. Alvin maybe slightly more after he took that other pot. Right, so the action returns. JP Oaks under the gun. King 2 suited. Yeah, from there, that'll go under the muck. In actual fact, moved round. JP's, the graphics were one hand behind. JP's actually, in fact, in the big blind here. Tilan on the button. Alvin is first to speak there before him, though. Cut off. Folds. Tilan's 10-6 going to the muck. Naim in the small blind. Been folded round to him. He'll call. He likes to see a flop. Got Queen 9 off versus the 4-2 of JP Oaks.
So the deck obviously was changed out there, but just a small mark on the back of one of the cards and picked up by one of the players, so not a problem. We'll change out the deck.
And JP eventually checks. You know, what he does there, by not insta-checking, is disguises how weak his hand is so that Naim won't pull a move, although Naim's flopped top 2, yeah, and he's gonna bet it straight away, I think.
I think he'll check it and try
I would
to
have
do
checked
so.
it. He reached for chips and then checked. You have to check the top 2 pair,
Yeah.
try and induce some action, and JP has hit bottom pair there.
If there were 2 hearts in his hand, you might see some action.
Yeah, and he's going to bet it.
That'll be a flat call. No, he's going to raise it up, 200.
Yeah.
JP's looking how much he's got left behind, which is very little, so he knows his pot coming. Oh, he's got some green chips there.
A few greens. So JP bet 100,000 there, and has been re-raised to 200,000.
And JP knows he has to fold it. He might have to peel one off just to have a look, but I doubt it.
Yeah, he'd be in bad shape if he did, because if he finds a second pair, he's still way behind, Gary.
He doesn't know that though, does
Yeah,
he?
no. He's got 2 outs, because a 4 was folded.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
No 4 folded. He has 4 in his hand,
Yeah.
4 on the flop. That's why there's
That's
only
right.
the 2 outs.
There's 2 outs.
folds.
Rightly so.
Name gratefully scoops the chips in. Says to him, you can look at anyone. Turns over the queen.
I looked at the other one also. Okay, Dylan is still there. Did he pick up a walk or something?
No, he went all in from the small blind with king 6 suited. Ends to Lum's big blind. Lum had jack 3 off and had to fold. It was just a little bit too much to call with a jack 3. And that was marginal. It could have been called. I think a lot of other players might have.
For sure.
Lum's nursing his ICM though.
Chandra now is
Ace 6 under the gun. It's too early a position to shove that hand. Big John folds 10-4. He's crept up to 800,000, Johnny.
did do very well.
He did get that nice double up against Alvin when he found the 5 in the river.
There you go.
Pocket 2s for
All
Tilen.
in for Tilen.
Yeah, he has to. Any pair at this stage, any ace for where he is looking like absolute gold, Gary.
JP a fold.
So around to Menlo and A3 off, and I think he'll get these 2s through, Gary.
Looks that way. It's the best hand.
Yeah, there you go. And it's a welcome addition to his stack every time.
150k.
Yeah,
Takes him up to 9 bigs.
9 bigs, and Menlo's down in the danger zone now. Fortunes can change very quickly here. But I mean, if you look, even John at 800 is 13 bigs, Gary.
Yeah, as I say, it's going to become a crapshoot very soon. But nobody will be complaining. They have plenty of time to play themselves in a
They've had
position.
2 days of play here, Gary, and let's be honest, it started very slowly. I see Andre Kruger asking you a question on the side. You had him in the commentary booth earlier.
Yeah, good to see old Andre.
Right, meanwhile, it's folded round to Alvin. He lets go the 9-2. Tilan ace 5. As I said, any ace at the moment, any pair, he's putting it in. He's got a few through. Name with King Jack, let's go. JP's got the same ace, but it's different to call as opposed to shove it.
Yeah, what's the actual shove? 560.
560, it's a chunk of change.
Yeah, so
500,000 chips.
this is where
Fold
having
equity.
more chips gives you greater fold equity. And before, when he had like 3 big blinds, he would have probably been snapped off there.
Yeah, no, ace 5 fold. Now ace 8 to Menlo Lodging, who's also short stack. That's the problem, and he's looking, oh, I've got an ace here. He wants to know how much is it, but it's for his whole stack.
Yeah, basically.
He's got a call off of his whole stack with ace 8. I don't know if he can do that, Gary. And I put it in with ace 8 first. It's one thing. Different thing to call it off with ace 8.
Well, 17,539 reasons to hang on to it is the answer to the question.
Yeah, that's what the next player will get, and then there's a jump from there to 21,000. So
Here comes the fold.
yeah, there comes the fold round to Chandra. King 2 off, that'll go into the muck. So Tilan 3 shoves in a row, and he's picked up the chips. And those are welcome additions to his stack.
And he's got 11 bigs now at 710,000.
Yeah, he's gone from
so-
3 bigs to 11 bigs.
And Chandra on 3 bigs.
So he's moving in the right direction again. As he languished at the bottom for a while. Chandra in
Problems. She has 3 big
fume
blinds.
sniffing mode.
3 big blinds. She needs to get some
And
traction
one of
right now.
she's going to put half a big blind in now for the small blind. Alvin under the gun. Jack 2 offsuit, that'll go quickly into the muck. Tilan all in again. Pocket 3s this time.
This is becoming a habit.
Yeah, and Lum is like, what are you doing? You keep doing this, you keep doing this. So far, everybody with junk, nobody with anything to call. It's round to Chandra. So it's just to Big Johnny, and Tilan gets another one through.
That'll put him up the fourth or third.
Yeah, look at that. From
done.
3 big blinds, he's up to 14 bigs. He's found hands in at the right spots when it's folded to him, and he's been able to put the chips in first.
Yeah, good for him. That'll
You
spur
know,
him
the
on.
old Dan Harrington, first in vigorous.
So we're up to under 128 here, so 30 small blind, 60 big blind and 60 on a big blind ante. That's 150k in the middle.
Yeah. Naim giving him the speech there. You're getting push-a-litis here, my friend. He says you can do this once too often, you're going to come short. He's giving him the speech.
If I was Dylan, I'd say bring it on.
Yeah, under the gun 6-2, that'll go in the muck.
I would actually say the lum, they are folded for you.
Yeah.
Big hand as well, eh?
Yeah, I folded a big one, yeah, now, just because I've been too many. Ace 10 in the hijack for JP. 1.4 million chips. He hasn't played a hand in a while. He's looking at the blinds, looking at the spots. Here's the raise.
So what's that, 150, 160, 170, something like that?
Yeah. 160.
Menlo with ace-9 suited. Well, this could be a call. That could be a shove even, sorry.
Yeah, could be, Gary. Again, the thing is, he's realizing, do I shove here? I don't think he can call, Gary.
I don't like a call.
Yeah, he's called. And bad news for him is a couple of 9s that have been folded. Yeah, Big John's got 8s though.
Yeah, big stack raises, another stack calls.
How do you like your 8s now? Do you set mine? Do you call? Do you shove?
Well, he's got Alvin on his left who still has cards as well, remember.
All
He's
in.
all in. He wants to take it down now.
Jack 5 for Allen, he'll get out the way. See, now the thing for JP is he's had a caller behind him. And ace 10.
But also JP won't want to be pushed about here. So,
Yeah, he won't want to, but it's a big chunk of change. Johnny had a fair amount of chips there.
okay, well, I'm telling you now, Elvin's folding, and
Yeah.
so's JP. There's my prediction. His ace just isn't strong enough.
Yeah, I don't think JP can
I've
call
already
there.
written Elvin off as a fold.
Yeah, no, Alvin's folding. We know that. He's just letting them go through the motions. Because they've got to count for the other players.
Elvin's never seriously considering anything
He
here.
hadn't looked at his cards yet, Gary. He asked for the count before. He always does. Alvin always asks for the count before he looks
That
at his
wastes time
cards.
though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There
JP
we
was
go.
a quick folder.
Thought you would fold. And now Menlo's got to make the decision whether or not he's going to stick the rest of his chips in and have a flip with Johnny Boy.
And like the bad news for him is a few aces have been folded. I saw a 9 being folded. So if he does call, he'll be in bad shape.
All the things that go through your head now.
Yeah.
What would my coach say?
Yeah. And he's
Well,
and Menlo's looking at how much do I have left behind. I've just put 160,000 in of the small stack I had. I wish I hadn't have called with the ace 9. I should have shoved the ace 9. All those are going through his mind.
Yep.
Do I gamble here? Ace 9 suited looks pretty, but when you've got a shove on you, it doesn't look so pretty anymore. He's going to fold.
And there you go.
And good move, strong move by John.
And John's up to 1 million chips.
Yeah. Good strong move by Johnny. 1.1 million. Takes JP down to 1.3. Alden's still in front with 1.9. Thielen has crept up there to 860. Chandra with 2 bigs. And Menlo now with 5 bigs, Gary. Chandra has to find a hand before the blinds hit her. Otherwise, she's all in automatically.
Yep.
And gets blinded out, which you always say is the cardinal sin.
It is indeed.
Look, we know she's getting called regardless. If she puts it in, it's only 2 bigs.
And of course the blinds are now up. 40, 80.
Oh,
80
so she
in the
doesn't
big
even
blind
have
ante.
she doesn't even have 2 bigs anymore then.
And that's 200k in the pot for the taking. Well, speaking to Mark earlier, and he said this is going to go to 4 to 430. I said I'll take the under on 430.
I think you may be right, Gary.
Yep.
Pretty good with your odds.
Just get lucky.
Your good lady was eyeing your bounty, then she says, oh, I'll enjoy that later.
Yeah. Stealing all my chocolate. It's her job. Pocket twos for JP. I think they'll be in the muck.
Yeah, it's from too early, under the gun +1. Menlo has found an ace there,
Get it
short
in, China.
stack.
Get it in.
He's looking who's behind him. He thinks it's from too early a position, Gary.
I don't know why Chandra didn't put her money in there with a
Chandra-
suited jack 8.
Yeah. She's looking for something stronger than that. She's going to get called regardless.
Yep.
John with the king 3 on the button. That'll go into the muck. Let's have a look. Alvin, queen 5 suited. He'll probably complete to try and see a flop. If we go true to form.
Yeah, but he hasn't got a raising down, that's for sure.
Here we go.
Yep, check.
And
So
Tilan checks.
blind on blind.
Right, so let's see what the flop brings us.
9-9 ace.
All right, no help to Tilan there because still well behind.
Well,
It's gone check, check. Queen, now Alvin has now found his queen and the check mark.
yep, drawing dead.
Gone check, check again. Alvin checked it.
Tilan
to
has
trap
essentially
the-
got almost the nut low here, so
Yeah. Alvin puts the bet out, insta-fold. Tilan says, what must I do with that? Alvin might buy some credibility by showing the queen. Does so.
the only way he wins that then is to re-raise him all in and rep the 9.
Yeah.
It's the only way he gets paid. Which would be a bit of a ballsy move, actually.
Against the chip leader and somebody that doesn't fold easily, I don't know if that'll work so well.
One big blind, Chandra. One big blind. Come on, Gil. You've got to get it in. I'm
Right,
glad
so-
that Chandra's made the cash. She put
Yeah.
in the satellite work and she's played both days, so supported the event nicely. I don't know whether 17 is going to clear her investment, but certainly we're all rooting for her, so well done.
JP folds under the gun, the ace-5 suited. Let's get 8-2, Chandra 5-4. Quick folds around Johnny. Queen 2 suited on the button for Alvin. You'll fold that. Tilan has a quick look, he folds, gives a walk to Naim. They both folded their hands face up there. Tilan says, I couldn't do anything with the 10-4 off. Naim says, I had you crushed with my jack 8. And we move on to the next hand. So Menlo Lottering will be under the gun and he's super short now, Gary.
4 bigs.
He's had a whole round to look for it. This is his last free chance, and then he's going to be in the blinds. Chandra as well, she's going to be in the blind just after that. She's got one big left. So Chandra's either this hand or the next hand has to go in, Gary.
Yep.
She has folded. Didn't see your hand. Ace-9 for John. Hijack. Johnny reaching for raising chips.
150, I think.
Yeah, raised to 150. 8-7 for Alvin. He has to make it 160, the min raise. That's 160 is the min raise now, Gary.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of chips, eh?
Alvin, the 8-7. Those are going to the muck. Tilan's cards go quickly into the muck. 8-6. Naim 8-7 into the muck. JP. So the min raise gets through, Gary.
Well done, Johnny boy. Mind you, Johnny's sitting over 1 million chips there, you know. He
Yeah.
needs to be a force to be reckoned with now.
Absolutely, and they'll know how good Johnny is. He's crept up to second. He's overtaken JP. JP hasn't had much to play with. He's been raised and then shoved on, and he had to fold. So he's looking to rebuild a little.
So
So this is Chandra's last look. She's under the gun with 150,000.
and that means that Menlo's in the big blind.
Yeah, he's in the big blind and big blind ante, which will be almost all his chips as well, Gary. He'll have fumes left behind as well.
Well, he had 4 bigs going into
And
this.
Chandra has to put it in. 8-7. It's going in. She hasn't found anything better. She knows she's big blind next. She wouldn't even have enough for the big blind and the ante. It's quick folds though.
And I think pretty sure that
Naeem is going to all in with the ace king. He's going to isolate her. He knows she's shoving just about anything. JP will be a quick folder.
what has Menlo got here?
Let's have a look at Menla. 8-6. Bad news for Chandra. Some of her outs have been folded along the way. Right, the dealer will just sort out the chips.
So Chandra will be saying, I've got live cards.
Yeah, a couple of outs have been folded, and that's why the percentage is only 36% there.
Yeah, for sure.
And straight away, she's in serious trouble. She's running cards,
Done.
and that won't happen. It's done.
Finished and
And well played. Last lady standing. Form player, and she has finished in 7th place for a payout of 17,539 rand and 20 cents, Gary.
This she has indeed. We will write her name in the Hall of Fame.
Well played to her.
So the next player out will be guaranteed 21,924 South African rands.
Yeah, and then the pay jumps after that get more significant.
Indeed they do.
But fortunes can change quickly. Tilan showed that. He went from 2.5, 3 big blinds.
Well, Tillen's laddered up here,
Yeah.
so he's done very well.
And he did it without fear. Just put it in when he needed to, when it was folded to him. And that's what some of the other players need to do as well now.
Absolutely.
Right, so Alvin Brooks is under the gun. It's folded all the way around to Naeem. King 6 goes in the muck. JP on the button. King 3 suited. He may have a little look at this. He's got a super short stack to his left though. That's the problem. You know, if you raise, he might come along with a lot of things. But I think JP,
Yeah, I suppose if you raise, you might run away as well, but
there's the raise.
It's the chance you take, I think. So that's a
He's
call.
just called,
Yeah, it's just a call.
which was already... so Menlo is going to just complete as well with a 6-4 suited.
So
Round to Big
round,
John.
put Johnny in the blinds.
3-2 off. No, I think he's just going to check
Might see
this.
him knuckle the table here, and that'll be the end of that. So 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah.
JP in front with his king. Queen 3-4. So
Sure.
pair of 4s for Menlo.
Bottom pair for John. The 3, nothing for JP. Well, he's got the 3 as well.
Yeah.
The king kicker.
Whoever bets here is going to be repping the
I think
queen.
Menlo's first, and he's got second pair. Looks like he wants to bet, Gary.
He's got to put it all in. There's no point in putting it. Just putting a few in.
No, he's just put a bet. Around 120, yeah?
Yeah, it looks that way. Johnny has to get out of the way.
Johnny will get out the way.
But JP knows that he can put him all in here. He's going to call.
They asked how much we got left behind. Yeah, he folds, shows the 3. He'll show the 4.
And he won with the best hand.
Yeah.
Well done,
Post
Menlo.
flop. So the thing was, if JP did raise there, Menlo's out the hand.
Yeah. Okay, so Chandra out in 7th place. Menlo lottering with 5 bigs, and Tilan Governor with 8 bigs, both in the danger zone.
Yeah, he crept up quickly, and just because the blinds have gone up and you missed a rotation or 2, he's back down to 8 bigs.
It happens, and he is under the gun, 660,000.
Ace queen, that's going in, Gary. Yeah, all in. And it's the
There we
right
go.
move. He's not raising, he's going to put it all in.
He needs to realise any equity he's got.
Quick folds. Round to Menlo. He folds. Round to John. That'll be a fold. Only get through Mr. Brooks now. Jack 5 off, that'll fold.
Please don't ask for a count, Elvin.
Yeah, you'll look at quick fold. Says, I can't call you with that. Chilan shows him the ace queen. Buy a bit of table credit, I'm not just shoving the junk into the ace rag. Proper ace. So he'll
10 big blinds.
take some welcome chips in, of which straight away he's going to put one in for the big blind and one for the ante. Two of them away again, Gary.
Price of poker's gone up.
It really has. 200,000 in that pot pre-flop. Naeem under the gun.
Go on, Naeem. You first to act on it. 4-5 suited, no good to you.
That's a
What's
quick
JP
fold.
got? Jack 10. He's already in the club, so he doesn't need to enter.
Yeah, and is a little bit out of position from the hijack there.
8-5.
There's
No
a fold
good.
from Menlo. Trying to Brosy fold from Button. Queen Jack for Alvin in the small blind.
Elvin's raising it.
Yeah, I would have liked to raise it, but you know, he's tended to limp hands in. So we'll see if he does actually raise this time. Yeah, that looks like he's counting raising chips out, Gary. There's the raise. Thielen hasn't snap folded yet, so let's see. He's got ace-9 suited.
It's a mid-raise.
It's a min raise from Alvin.
You know, snap it in here. To
I think he's just counting his own chips to see where he stands. Yeah, he's counting out his chips quickly. See how many chips do I have. That's exactly what he's doing. See how much do I have. 80,000 to call. He's just calling it. You know, blind, if somebody limps to min raises to me with that and I got ace-9, I don't know, I think I'm putting it in, Gary.
That's what I would have done. As I said, he has to snap it in. But let's see if I'm right or I'm wrong. 10-6 Jack. I'm wrong.
Best of it to Alvin. Just gone check, check. Now there's the up and down for
And then the aces.
Thielen.
And he misses.
And he misses, so Alvin will get the check mark here. They've checked it down. Alvin shows the jack. Got to show both cards, sir. Naeem says, well, you're checking the jack. You're waiting for a move from him, eh? Ever astute, Naeem. Giving us the commentary on the table.
Well, that's what you're supposed to be doing, watching the other players play, aren't you? You know?
Yeah.
A lot of players go
I
off
just
on
don't
their
announce
phones,
it to everybody.
go off on their phones and wonder about when they're losing the opportunity for valuable information. That's the way I look at it.
Absolutely. But I tend to keep that information to myself. I don't announce it to the rest of the table.
And Andre says how quick the game changes. Absolutely right, mate. Absolutely right. JP here under the gun, ace 10.
Ace 10 under the gun. Position's a little early. We are now six-handed, of course. But he's on 1 million chips. He's bled down a little. He's looking to make a few things happen. He's grabbing raising chips. He's announced raise. And looks like 200,000, Gary. 220.
220 it is.
There was 200 in the pot, so it's just over the pot.
Don't think Menlo can call this. No, he's folded. No, has he got cards there? I can't see.
Yeah, he's
No,
still got cards.
just
It's
big
folding
hands.
them, yeah. Queen 6 for Johnny, he'll fold that.
Absolutely.
On the button to Alvin. 8-5's going into the muck quickly.
Did I ever tell you I flopped a straight flush with that hand?
About 4 times today, Gary.
Yeah, well, it just shows you how popular it is.
T-Lane's a quick folder. Naeem's a quick folder. So JP just shows the ace. That'll be a welcome rotation that he's bought there, Gary.
I do believe so. So it's 3:15. We have 3 tables on the 25k. We've still got a couple of tables remaining for the satellite. Actually, I think there's 3 tables remaining for the satellite.
That was a well-supported satellite, Gary, because I was speaking to Mark outside there, and he said they thought they might struggle to fill that satellite, and they've had 3 full tables and a couple of lots of rebuys and that, so a lot of players out in that satellite.
And all vying for a position in the 25k, which is now up to 3 tables, as we know. Okay, Menlo 9-8 off here.
Yeah, and with 3 full tables in the satellite, buying add-ons, rebuys, that they will generate a minimum 1 seat, and maybe a 1 seat and a voucher to something else, or possibly even 2 seats. We'll have to wait and see.
Be nice. So
All in with T-Lane with the ace-jack on the button. It's folded to him. Naeem with pocket 6s in the small blind. Now
anybody can
faces a
call
big
this.
decision. 580,000. He still has JP behind him. No, I never underestimate the factor of a player still behind you when you have to make a call like this, Gary.
I agree.
And Naeem's a very astute player. He knows things like that. A lot of players just look at their own hand. They don't focus on what's action still to come behind.
And as if to tell people that he's there, he's just put a stack of greens on top.
Yeah.
Fold, fold.
Go and fold, fold. And Naeem says, I should have called, but you know, it's too much. T-Lane gets that one through. He's actually played the shorter stack slightly better than he played when he had a bigger stack and he didn't 3-bet the ace queens and ace kings. T-Lane, he's put the money in right at a couple of times.
Desperate stakes, desperate
Yeah.
measures.
Now he's played them textbook. He hasn't done anything wrong with them.
So, we are still waiting for our next player to be eliminated. This could go on a while. Maybe I'm going to lose my bets of...
You still got an hour and 10 minutes there, Gary.
yeah, we've got 2 more
70
blind
minutes
levels.
is a long time,
2 more blind levels.
which will really start squeezing the players.
Oh, for sure. I think it's up to 100k next time. I'm not sure.
Yeah. It'll be 50, 100.
I think it is.
So it'll be a $250,000 in that pot pre-flop.
Then we started with 75,000.
Yep.
Ace 2 for Tillon.
But Gary, I must say that this event was fairly well supported. It's a decent prize pool for a 6,000
Okay,
rand buying.
Niam's going to be raising here.
It's going to decide the size of the raise. There it goes.
It's a big one.
He did announce it. Raised to 300,000, which was over pot as well. Basically telling the players I'm committed to play my whole stack
Oh, yeah.
without doing it.
Menlo's been bashed every time in his big
Yeah.
blind.
Naeem gets more table cred, shows the ace queen,
And Menlo and Tillon are both in the danger zone big time.
and even JP's crept
Getting
down
down
there,
there.
and Naeem, eh? Everybody, Gary, other than Alvin, everybody's hovering around that 10 big blind mark, and then a couple that are really super short like
Mark my
Menlo.
words, in half an hour, these stacks will be going up and down like a yo-yo.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of chip swapping, Gary, from one side to the other.
Yep, absolutely.
Right, so Alvin will be under the gun. Jack 7 suited. I'm sure they'll go quickly into the muck from there. Tielen cards BTs into the muck there. Names a quick folder as well. These guys want to see hands now. They know that the blinds are going up and they don't want to procrastinate and waste time.
Fours. This is going
Fours
in.
for Menlo, that's going in. From small blind, he only has to beat the big blind. Big blind's got king 5 suited. You know, Johnny's going to ask for a count. Because he knows that he's shoving pretty much anything from the small blind now. So we're waiting for the count. John will see how much is it to call. According to our graphics, it's 280,000. The dealer will just confirm that.
It's a third of his stack, essentially, I think.
So it's a little less than we said. I think the dealer said 230 to call.
He's made the call.
Made the call. Made the mathematical call there, John, and you'll be happy to see that he's actually in a race, he's not dominated. And off we go to the flop.
No help.
No change there, the fours hold.
There you go.
There's the king on the turn, there's
1-4.
one out left there, and
Johnny
two pair
makes
for
two,
Johnny.
River.
I say the
Menlo
enter
will be
Menlo, well
eliminated.
played, sir. He will pick up 21,924 runs for his 6th place. And John moves up to 1.5 million chips.
Well done, youngster. Well played. Lovely jubbly. Well played indeed. A pleasure having you at the table. First time I've seen Menlo play, to be honest.
Yeah, I haven't played against him before, Gary. So
I mean, now I know who his family is. Great to meet him, obviously.
it's related to Doc. Brother, cousin, just some family somewhere there.
I do believe it's his son.
Ah, okay.
I might be wrong.
Oh, we've seen Doc's son before. He's a little younger, Gary.
I'm pretty
The
sure.
other son, okay. Could be, we'll have to ask Doc. He's out there listening, pop us a little message.
Well, I saw them eating chow together the other day, so. Okay, next player out is guaranteed 29,597 and 40 cents.
40 cents is important. Could pay for the parking.
They can't say you haven't got any sense, can they?
Yeah. Right, so Tielen under the gun, 6-2 off.
And let me just say, Tielen under the gun, who's laddered up again.
Yeah. He's
Well done, young
hung
man.
in there. There's 5 players left. And the jumps get more significant as we go along. Tournament's always top heavy for money, top 5 and then top 3. Right, so
Steve
folded round.
Scooms from PE.
Pocket kings here for Alvin in the big blind.
Oh, well.
Oh no, it's been
Folded round.
reset. Yeah. You got to walk with it, Gary.
Lucky him.
Right, so thank you for the nice comment there, Steve, from PE. So love the commentating fellows. So Naeem will be under the gun. He's got 8-6 suited. Naeem having a look, taking his time, under the gun. 8-6 into the muck they'll go. JP's cards quickly follow. We didn't see what they were. The 9-3 off. Ace Jack for Johnny on the button. 1.5
put
million
pressure,
chips
yeah.
now, John.
He'll put pressure now.
He's going to put pressure. He's going to put pressure on Tielen, who's the shortest stack. Just got to get through Alvin, of course. Because Johnny's now second in chips, Gary.
He's doing very well. quite a big raise from Johnny there.
Yeah, it's a fairly substantial raise from John.
250, there was some greens at the bottom, that's why.
Alvin's got Queen 5 suited. I'm sure those are going into the muck fairly quickly. It's the banter first. Information seeking for future hands. It's folded.
Tillin will fold also.
Tillin will fold quickly. Johnny shows the ace jack. Says, I'm not just stealing from you guys.
Johnny is climbing the leaderboard here. Tillin with 7 bigs in bad shape.
Yeah, he is, Gary. He's super short there now.
So Stephen, or Steve Scooms. Love the commentating, fellas. Much love from PE. Awesome. The Windy City down there. Hopefully we're going to be down there this year.
Yeah,
so,
hopefully we're holding thumbs for that. So JP under the gun, Queen 2 off. Dealer just sorting out the blinds and the ante of names. On to Big John. Alvin now on the button. His hands are going to go around very quickly now with 5. He's found 10-8 off here. It's going to go into the muck. Tillin just completes with a suited 8-3. Naeem with Jack 3. I'm going to check his option, I'm sure. Or is it time for Mr. Lum to start making moves?
I think Lum might be deciding to steal this.
Lum's lining up for a steal here, Gary.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, he's been quiet. He hasn't done much between the last 5 now. I think Lum's lining up a steal here, Gary. Yeah, and he does so.
And that'll get through. That'll be the end
Yeah,
of that.
it'll go through. Well played, Mr. Lum. It's got to the point where you won't be limping blinds to one another.
No, not at all. So Tillin's a short stack here, JP second, and then Lum, John and Elvin still holds the top spots. But very, very big the blinds now. It's going to start going quickly. I think the next blinds are up fairly soon. So the blinds are in actual fact up right this second. 50-100, so as you said, 250,000 in the middle.
$250,000, Gary.
Yeah, lot of chips.
Right, John Abrosi under the gun, King Queen suited. Very pretty looking hand. Very strong 5-handed.
I think the discussion is whether or not this round is on the new blinds or the old blinds.
Dealer just sorting things out. I think Lum's also starting to talk a few deals there with him. Yeah, they are. They're making deals, Gary.
Okay, we just turned the table back down. We can only turn it back up when you deal with it. We don't talk deals.
Right, so Gary's gone out there to see what's happening out at the table. They're having a few discussions amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the hand is going to continue. The dealer can't stop dealing. So John with a king-queen suited under the gun. Put in the raise.
Your blinds are up. 100, 200 with a 200
But Alvin folds the jack 6. Teelan Governor with a jack 7 on the button. That'll go into the muck. Meanwhile, the raise has gone in with the king queen. The dealers continue to players continue to discuss. It's up to JP, the big blind.
3,000, 6,000, and 6,080.
JP folds, I think. And Johnny will scoop up that pot. Right, so we've turned the table, the table mics have gone down while they discuss their deals.
Put the mic back up again.
Right, we move on to our next hand. The players will continue to sort out amongst themselves. Move on to the next hand. Alvin will be under the gun.
Okay, I'm back. Unfortunately, we can't stop the talk amongst the players for that, for deals and stuff. Normally we just turn the microphone down and let them get on with it, but the clock is still running, so we will carry on doing the commentary.
Yeah, they spoke to the dealer, and the dealer said, look, I've been told I've got to carry on dealing. I
Yes,
can't stop
that's
the
it.
game. So under the gun, Alvin, 10-9. It's going to fold. While you were away, Johnny got his king-queen suited through and took up the blinds there.
Okay, so
Added some more to his stack.
he's getting near the chip lead now, I would have thought.
Yeah, he's approaching Alvin. And JP has crept right down there, Gary. He's got 10-8 suited now in the small blind. It's been folded to him. He's just flat calling. Now Johnny's found an ace. He's asked JP, how much do you have? John's counting what he's got.
1.7 million is the answer.
He's going to check. 2-8 to the flop.
So no help for anybody, apart from us, I suppose a straight draw is
Straight draw for John.
Ambrose.
And his ace is ahead. But JP is now fortune favouring the brave, betting first, using the position of first to speak. And he'll get John to fold. Well played, JP.
Yeah, don't write JP Oaks off for sure.
No, very astute. He thinks that if John had anything, he would have raised me.
Tillen back down to 5 bigs here.
Yeah, and the blind approaching fast because he's under the gun now. So under the gun, T-Lane. Pocket nines, that's going in, Gary.
Yep, for sure.
Five-handed, very strong. And he might find a caller now. Name, ace-jack suited. The only problem for Naeem is that he still has the whole table behind him. Because it is the big stack's big blind and the second biggest stack is in the small blind. And he still has JP to his left as well. So Naeem's in a spot here. Does he shove all in to isolate and play this? Or does he fold?
The answer is, I think he has to shove it here. If he flats and JP goes all in. Mind you, if JP's sitting there with ace king, we've got 5 places left to play, huh?
Yeah, five players left. They have made some sort of deal amongst themselves to up the prize money for the next player.
368,321 rand left in the pot.
Yeah, I think all they did was increase the amounts for the next player. For the next 2 players at least.
They said something about taking 10 off the top. So So our graphic is slightly wrong. Tillen's got 480,000. So 60 less than we actually see there.
Naim, his big problem here is the players behind him, Gary. So he's
Yep, all in.
that's the right move. He's just called, Gary.
Okay, I thought he was all in.
Yeah, he called. Let's have a look. It's around to Alvin, still left with the decision.
7-6.
That'll be a fold. Right, so Alvin folds. So now we're off to the races, Gary. Pocket nines versus the two overs,
That's a
the ace
flip.
jack. Your classic flip. Suited cards help the ace jack a little. So we're off to the flop. And he's found the jack straight away. So now Thielen has 2 outs and 2 outs only.
9 on the river. No good.
Now it's the ace. We say goodbye to Mr. Governor. Well played, sir. He goes out in 5th place for what we know as 29,597. They made a slight deal amongst themselves, so that will be increased. But that's amongst the players.
Well played, young fella. Well played indeed. I think he might be a bit disappointed in himself that he came into the chip lead. But hey ho, if I'd have said to you you'll be 30 grand better off at the end of the day, he probably took it, eh?
Yeah, I think he'd have taken that at the start of the tournament.
So there you go.
So now Naeem's talking further deals amongst the players, because he's chipped up nicely there. JP's done the lowest stack on the table now at 1 million chips. So on JP, under the gun, 8-4 suited. They're going to go into the muck.
So the next player out is guaranteed 37,270. Who's your money on, Mark?
You know, I like John, Gary.
Yeah.
The way the momentum has gone. But you know, any one of those 4 players can win from here.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't write JP off just because he's the shortest stack.
No, not at
Alvin
all.
has kept the chip lead the entire time, so he's been steady. And Naeem can play. So it's on anybody, but if I take a little flutter.
Let's change the lump.
And yourself, Gary, who's your money on?
Well, I've got to be honest, I still think Johnny Ambrosi can win it here, but as you say, Elvin's got the chip lead. Right, JP off at all. Or
Yeah,
lump.
it's the same speech I gave you.
It's too difficult to call.
They're all 4 good players, Gary. Could go anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, Alvin hasn't dropped. He's kept that chip lead the whole way. You know, over the 2 million. The other thing is that he hasn't grown it. And Johnny has grown his stack tremendously. JP's gone a little bit backwards. Naeem's grown his stack a bit. So John has been the big mover.
Yeah.
So he's on momentum at the moment. And that's the big reason I picked him.
But you know, 1.7 million, what is that, 17 bigs?
Yeah, it's
It's not a lot. You know, another level up and it's anybody's game.
you still have 50 minutes for your 430 under. And we're down to 4 players.
If one more player goes out, they'll strike a deal, I'm sure.
Yeah, on an ICM then.
I prefer to see it heads up, but that's not always the case.
Yeah, we saw a good heads-up battle in the last main event here, the last event between Boza and young Gareth.
Yeah, that was good. We need more of it.
And we had a good heads-up battle between
Here
Carl
we
and
go.
Ahmed.
Elvin's actually got a hand.
Pocket
He's been
jacks.
waiting long enough.
Yeah, he has waited patiently. Still on 2.2 million chips, which is more than he did come to the final table with. Came with just over 2 million.
200.
Yeah, I don't think he's just shoving with a 2
I
million
thought he
stack.
said all in there. I'm
Yeah.
like, wow.
Yeah, it would have been a surprise. Round to John, ace 3, the big. He's going to fold that pretty quickly. Yeah, and look at Alvin. Shows the pocket jacks. And Naeem says, I can't believe you folded an ace. In some colloquial Lebanese speak.
Yeah.
That was added in. Could have picked it up on the table marks. Right, so Naeem will be under the gun. Alvin in the big blind. Blinds are going to go around very quickly. Four-handed.
So we're up to hand 149, I think it is. Yep, 149.
The day has moved on quite quickly.
So Len will get rid of these.
And
Cost
that
to
JP. Ace 4.
I actually thought that was aces for a minute.
Yeah, it does. It's can fool one. You know, and JP is very short here now. A million chips.
10 bigs. And he has an ace.
On the button.
On the button, 2 to get through.
Is the 2 big stacks, but even so.
He's going to shove here.
Yeah, it's all in. It's the play I would have made, Gary.
I think it's right. I think it's right.
Is the right play. Quick folds. Well, round to Alvin. Johnny was a quick folder. Alvin's going to fold 10 3 suited.
As long as he doesn't ask for a count, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Not with 10 3 suited.
He's going to look at his cards now and quickly into the muck. Says, I can't call you with that. And JP will just show the ace.
So JP picks up another rotation.
You know, the telltale sign that it was a weak ace, players show you the one ace. If it's a strong hand, they show you both.
The chips are moving around the table quite rapidly here, $250,000 at a time, minimum.
Minimum. Lummy is still full of chatter. He's still talking a lot of deals there.
Lum's not interested in trophies.
No, it's about the money. Yeah, they're making a further deal to sweeten it because of the chip stacks. You know, they're looking at JP being the short stack, but they don't see him that way because of how good he is. So they factor him in as even as well. You know, and they know it can go anywhere. John Ambrosio on the button with the King 5. While the players talk, the action still has to continue. Alvin Brooks in the small blind, Queen 6. Is he going to just give Naeem a walk or 2 to form, limp in to try and see a flop? Gives him a walk this time.
There's not actually that much separating them, to be honest.
No, it's closed. The gap is closed now. John has sank back a little. Naeem, with taking T-Lane out, has moved up. Alvin's still out in front over the 2 million, but like I said, he's been there all day. Well, definitely for the last two tables.
Okay, so under the gun will be Johnny on the left here, Queen 6. I think they'll disappear quite sharpish.
Yeah, now the way the chips are just going around, we're going to need a cooler to get a player to jump out quickly
Yeah,
now.
I think so. Jack 9 for Alvin.
All the players being very measured and careful. No Lummies, we know definitely no JP is. Johnny won't do anything silly. Alvin on the button with the Jack 9, he's going to fold. Lum is away from the table, so JP gets a welcome walk.
Another rotation.
And he had ace 10. Says, you guys are lucky you gave me a walk. everything stays the same there. JP getting the walk, he just gets basically his own chips back and the small blind of lump.
He's up to 13 big, so good for him. Right, just sorting out the chips here. You know, at this stage now, we should be playing with the big chips, not the small ones.
Yeah, they should chip most of those out and get the green chips in there, Gary.
Yeah, I think we're going to need them going forward, obviously, but you know, let's not start putting big stacks of purples in there. Let's use the yellows and the greens. Speed up the game.
The action's on Alvin under the gun. So much chatter going on with the players with their deal making and that. We've almost forgotten the player, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play, guys.
Guys have to still play the hands. The clock's ticking. Lum is away from the table.
He's probably got his calculator out.
Yeah. 8-4 suited the small blind for JP.
You know, JP is the guy who'll start picking up chips when they're all thinking deals.
Yeah, he stayed focused and at the table and has picked up a few chips.
I like 200 here. 250 total. Just calls it. If he'd known Johnny had 10-3, he would have...
He would have raised. Johnny says, I'm going to look, see. And just now Lum pulled a move when he had Jack 3. Is Johnny going to pull a move here? He's Lum 2. Yeah, he's looking. He's thinking about it. Checks.
Decides to check it.
But he knows JP could limp a big hand.
6 queen 4, so JP hits his 4.
He hits
there.
his 4.
Any pair's a good pair.
A lot of off the table chatter there still with Lum. So while that's in progress, JP hasn't acted yet.
The reason he's not acting is because they're making a deal, and if he's out,
Yeah.
he loses all his chips.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gone check now. Action is back on JP. Checks again. Straight draw there for Johnny now. It's no help to him. It's checked again. Scon check, and JP will take in the pot. Plus 200,000. Right, so JP, like as you said, while this has all been going on, he's moving up.
John Ambrosie's the bottom now.
Yeah, he's moved down to the bottom.
So who was second in chips?
Second was Naim.
So the third was JP.
JP. All pretty close though, Gary. Owen's on the phone. Obviously phoning Harold to have a chat about this. They want to deal this, they want to deal that.
Who's that, sorry?
Alvin on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be chatting to Big Boot. Right, and meanwhile the dealer is struggling to do his job here. Gary's going to step out to the table. Gary going to go out and assist the players there. So meanwhile, it's the Naim folds under the gun. It's round to JP. King 3 suited in the button.
ever got 1.5, I'm sorry.
Lum says he's got 1.9 million, so we'll see. So here's a raise by JP from the button with the king 3 suited. Johnny with a 9-5 off, that's going to go into the muck, I'm sure. Right, so we're still waiting on the players here, if you're wondering in the big gap in the commentary. Players are trying to thrash out things amongst themselves as to what they're going to do. So the action is on John.
I have no idea what they said.
I think they made the money on playing a deal and playing for the trophy, Gary. That's
Was it? I couldn't pick it up.
it's what appears to have happened. We'll wait and see.
As I say, from the Monster Jump point of view, the prizes are the prizes.
Correct. The
They
players
will be
have
given out as the people are out of the game, and then subsequent to that, if the players want to split up the money, that's entirely up to them. So, from a Monster Jump point of view, this is the bigger prize is registered as with the gaming board, and that's what we'll do.
Lum is arguing over his chip count. He says he hasn't got 1.6, he's got 1.9. So
They've done a deal, that's it. Let me just go check.
I think that it's a deal for the money and they're playing for the trophy, Gary. So Gary's gone out there to find out exactly what's happened. My understanding from what I heard is that they have made a deal for the money. They're going to split it 4 ways from what I heard. And they're going to play for the trophy. But Gary will come out and confirm for us. No, the table mic was off while you were out there, Gary. Gary's just rejoined us. So we were trying to work out what it was. Gary, my understanding was that they're going to split the money and play for the trophy.
That's essentially what's happened, yeah. Everybody got 80 something.
Yeah, that's what was left in the pot.
So everybody got 80 something. Doesn't matter who got the change or whatever, work it out for yourself. And they are now playing for the trophy, and they will be opening up their ranges to give us a bit of entertainment.
Well, there are some that the trophy means more to than the others. Lum will definitely, I think, be jamming a lot. He's secured the money that he wanted. I think the trophy is important to JP and to Johnny.
Yep.
Alvin as well.
Of course, Alvin, I think so. I think Lum
I
is
would
happy.
like it, but he's not as phased as the others. Lum was the chief broker in that deal making.
The broker, that's his new name. So that's Alvin saying, let's speed it up. Good luck.
So I think we can look for a little more entertaining poker now, Gary.
I reckon might be a few shoves there.
Oh, look at
here we
that.
go.
As they've made the deal, Alvin's saying, why did we make the deal? Here I sit with the bullets on the button. It's 9 strays. He's counting it out.
Folded round to JP. JP with King 9. He's going to call it off.
Yeah, he's going to call it off. Suited King 4-handed. He said, I'll see that flop. Might be in a world of pain if he hits part of that flop, Gary. Oh my.
Oh my word. Good
I
call.
think JP might be in a bit of trouble. Yeah, he's going to check. Alvin was going to continue, or is he going to get tricky and trappy and check? Now JP is setting up the check raise here. Yeah, there it goes. It's all in and call. It's exactly what I said, Gary, unfortunately. So JP
King or a
looking,
9?
yeah, 4 outs because of the cards that were folded.
That's
There,
it.
that's it. That's a lock.
That's it. It's done. And
So-
JP will be out in 4th place.
So we say goodbye to JP. Well played, sir. He did secure the cash. It's out in 4th place. Right, so JP Oaks is out in 4th place. They did make a deal for the money, so they're now 3-handed. Dealer's just moving the chips across. So we're now at a break, and we'll say goodbye to everyone, and we'll rejoin you after the break. dominated by Alvin Brooks. Well played, JP. Good tournament for him. A deal had been secured. Alvin and Naim getting 80 plus a bit of change each for being the chip leaders. John Abrosi and JP both securing 80k each. And they're playing out for the trophy now. Chip counts at the moment. Alvin Brooks well out in front now, 3.7 million chips. Naim Lam on 1.6 million chips. And John Abrosi on just around 1.2 million chips. And we see the beautiful trophy that they're playing for is on the table there. So Alvin under the gun with 10-7.
They promised to play hard and strong, Mark.
Yeah, no, they are. They want their trophy. As much as they all say they don't. Everybody wants it. Naim's woken up with the pocket kings here on the button. Oh, he's not on the button. He is, yeah, because of the small blind was eliminated. So it's just a big blind to get past him. Dead small blind. 9-8 suited for Johnny. 150,000 to call.
Johnny will have some of that.
Yeah, he's in the same situation that JP was just now. Nice hand to defend with once you've money secured and you're just playing.
Well, let's hope that
and you've got the big pair.
Bring a 9 and a
yeah, unfortunately for JP, the flop just looked so good for him, and unfortunately ran into the Rockets. Johnny dodged the flop here, fortunately for himself. He'll check. Naim, is he going to? Yeah, he's going to put out the bet now, and he'll take it down. And he'll get shown there was pocket kings. Johnny, oh, I got away from it.
Johnny having a heart attack there.
Yeah, so happy that he didn't hit the flop. Right, there are the chip counts. After that hand, things have adjusted. Alvin with 3.7 million, Naim with 2 million, and Johnny now with 750,000 after making the call and having posted the blind. 300,000 in the pot there now, Gary.
A lot of money.
6120 and 120.
A lot of cash. This isn't going to last long.
You know, so you know, John posted his big blind, and the ante that was already 240,000, and then called the raise. So that's why he bled quickly down nearly 400,000 chips there.
Yeah, very easily.
Now Alvin's looking very strong here with that chip lead of his, Gary.
Yeah, for sure.
But in no limit hold'em, things can change around in a heartbeat.
Especially with these blind levels.
So John just completes
Elvin's,
pocket nines for Alvin.
Elvin's going to get some money in here.
Yeah, he's gone all in. Alvin will show him. Johnny says, I'm running into big pairs all around me.
Yeah. Maybe it's his turn.
And he's on the button now. But you go from button to big blind, Gary. There's no hiding now. You get one free look, that's it. And then you're in the big blind with the small blind. Right, so we're going to move on to the next hand. Naim will be in the big blind. John on the button. Alvin in the small blind. John with 7-3 suited from the button. And those will go quickly into the muck. King 7 for Alvin. He's raised it up. Naim with 4-3 suited. Gonna call.
I'm just waiting for the upload. This is down there.
Right, so 2-8 to the flop. Up and down for Naim on that flop. Nothing for Alvin, but he was the pre-flop aggressor. He's going to bet it. And Naim's going to quickly call it with the up and down draw. So now the 7, Alvin's well in front, puts out the bet. Still the same up and down for Naim. He's got to decide how far he's going to chase this. There's one card to come. He has 8 outs. He's gambling.
He's going to gamble.
Gambling for it. 10 is no help to him.
Elvin get the check mark.
Alvin's going to bet and go bet fold. So another big pot raked in by Alvin there, plus 1.2 million on that pot.
Wow.
He's now
huge.
ground both down to very short stack. You see, it's 5
5
million.
42 bigs.
5 million playing 810,675. But if you look at it in bigs, 42 bigs versus 6 and 5. So unless they get a little run of cards, Alvin's going to run right over them now. And he showed that it's no more limp from him. Now he raised the king 7. Right, so Alvin on the button, 7-6.
I think the end is nigh here.
Yeah. They'll do take some catching, Mr. Brooks, now. And all in from Naeem with a Jack 10.
Lum is all in with a Jack 10 and Elvin with 7-6 to call or not to call. And Elvin's not going to give away chips easily.
No. And Naeem making the strong move.
Just a reminder to all players that there's a 3,000 turtle on the go. Of course, the
Right, the button is going to move.
3,000 turtle on the go and a 25.
And Johnny down to 3 bigs now, Gary.
Yep. So we have the end of this tournament going. We have the 25k satellite going. We have the 25k itself going. We have the ladies going. We have the 3k turbo going. So there are currently 5 tournaments going.
A lot of action out there, Gary.
Dave's losing a bit of weight, trust me.
He's running between them, yeah, definitely. Right, so Naeem on the button with ace. Any ace 3-handed. Short stacked. I think he's got to put that in from the button there, Gary.
I think so. Certainly seems like the
Yeah,
right ball.
quick fold by John. Jack 8 suited by Alvin. He's going to ask for the count. Yeah, he's called.
And that's a call. And let's see how we go. Good luck, gentlemen. Jack 8 versus Ace 4.
So this could be a reversal
Suited
of
Jack
fortunes
8.
here, a little for Naeem if he can hold up here. And there
There's
he's
the
found the
ace.
ace. Oh, but the straight draw is there.
So
Dodging
10.
4 10s or running other cards. King is no help.
Only a
Doesn't
10.
change anything. A 10 and a 10 only. 3 of them left.
And 9 will double up to 1 point.
Yeah, 9 doubles up. See, and that changes it quickly. Alvin goes down to 3.6 and Naeem goes up to 2.5 million.
Huge.
Huge swing.
And Johnny's on 3 bigs.
Yeah, Johnny's
Johnny's happy
running
with
on
his cash.
fumes now.
Johnny's happy with his cash.
He's on the button. So I fancy pretty much any semi-decent looking hand he's putting it in, Gary.
So you can answer Adam Tope on the feed. How many people entered?
Oh,
38.
38 and 47, 75.
Yep. 75. That's the answer. Okay, so I think we sorted out all the cash there. Philip's done a good job and we'll be on to the next hand. This incidentally will be hand number 161 of the feature table today. So just to let people know what's happening, we will be televising some of the 25k a little bit later on. Once this event is finished, this team in here are going to take a well-deserved break because nobody's been for lunch yet, nobody's been for anything yet. Unfortunately, I've had a sandwich and so have you, but the 2 tech boys have
had nothing.
They've had nothing, so they're going to go do that. That'll be a minimum half an hour, I would have thought.
While the stream runs out as well, though, Gary.
Yeah, for sure. And then we'll get the 25k guys onto the feature table as and when Monster Jam want them to. And then we'll televise them all the way through until the close of play, whenever that is. John all in here, ace 3.
He was going to put just about any hand in from the button because he was going to be a big blind next and he only had 3 bigs.
So over to Lum,
Oh,
the
and the Lum
Kings.
found the Kings.
And there we go.
Snap call.
He said I called you blind. You got it over.
So 3 outs for Johnny.
Good luck.
Good luck to both gentlemen. As well,
So he's picked up an ace.
6 outs. Queen
Oh,
is no
4
help
or
to.
an ace. I have every confidence.
Yeah, it can be over in one.
And guess what,
one
folks?
hand.
We got some heads-up play. Yippee!
The chip gap there. So they 2.9 million for him, and I think
Jackson Queens this hand.
Jackson Queens, you say. Gary calling it, Mr. Clairvoyant. Well, there's
There's 6-4 of them.
6-4 of hearts on the button for Naeem.
So the button is the small
He
blind
limps in.
also.
All in from Alvin. It's going to put maximum pressure now. Takes down the hand. King 2 suited heads up. If you're going to limp to me, I'm going to shove.
That's where it gets to.
So it's 3.7 versus 2.8 million. Yeah, a little background noise here from one of their satellite tables. So your viewers will excuse the swearing going on. One of the players bemoaning his bad beat.
Yeah, come and see me. 10 rand, I'll give you a hug. 15 rand, I'll send you an email.
Right, so the heads-up match continues between Naeem Love and Alvin Brooks. Alvin on the button, 3.6 million in chips. First to speak.
86 offsuit, not very good. But then heads up, you don't let the other player get the upper hand, so he's
No.
going to bet here.
It's just flat called. And Naeem has checked. They go 2 to the flop.
There's a little 8 for you, Mr.
And a gut
Brooks.
shot for the 9 for Naeem.
No help.
Queen doesn't change anything.
9, 10, jack.
And there's the jack. There's the bingo card. He's going to bet and get called. You get paid off. And Alvin will bemoan the fact that he never bet before. So that evens up the chips quite significantly, Gary.
Yeah, I'll say.
Almost even now. From a short while ago where Alvin was on 5 million and Naeem was sitting on 600,000, just fumes left.
Unbelievable, huh?
Changes very quickly heads up.
Especially when there's
That was
300,000.
before heads up, it changed. But in no limit hold'em, swings are massive. Right, so Naeem will be on the button. No, we said that Naeem just wanted to secure the cash, wasn't off the trophy. He's money secured. Now he wants the trophy.
Well, he can smell it, can't he?
Yeah.
You know? So,
He actually put his hands on it there a little while ago and said, yeah, this is coming home.
shame. Good for them. Love their work. They played well, both of them, so they both deserve it.
Either one of them. Fold by Naeem there. He's not limping because the last time he limped, Alvin just went all in. So the dealer's got the biggest job here now to shuffle
But
quickly
the good
because
news
of the
is
two players.
we got our fastest dealer on the job.
Yeah, Philip's on the job. So he'll keep things moving along as swiftly as can be expected. To Alvin on the button, suited Jack 2. Staying the right. The raise, all in, and call. Okay, so this is Alvin saying, I'm just going to play this out now. I've had enough of this game.
Ace is ahead.
Ace is still ahead. Ace is still good. There's a flush draw there now, so
Any
9
hearts.
outs.
Push.
It was red, but it wasn't good enough. So that's going to leave Alvin with very few chips left. Yeah, he's going to, according to the graphics, he's going to be down to 3 bigs. And Philip doing what he needs to do, count all the chips out quickly, square things out, double check everything. Just under 3 million chips that need to be counted out and go across to Naeem.
That's a big pot, eh? That
Yeah,
was the
it's
pot of the day.
Biggest pot of the day.
And I bet you can't remember the hands.
It's a pretty snap call with the Jack 2.
You see, you can't remember. Because I can't either.
Yeah, it's A6 versus Jack 2. It was raised by the Jack 2, all in by the A6, snap call by the Jack 2. Ace on the flop, King of Hearts on the turn. Yeah, memory's not too bad, Gaza.
Yeah, you're a lot younger than me, of course.
Oh, a lot. A year and some change.
Yeah.
A year and some change. I can always say you and Cole both turned 60 this year. I only turned 60 next year. The fact that it's in January doesn't matter.
That's fine. So if Philip had been a bit quicker, I would have won my bet, you know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's all going in this end.
Yeah, it's absolutely. You're on half past, but you're going to lose by seconds, I think.
Yep.
So right, I think it's all going in on the sand, Gary.
Well,
You're
it's
100% right. He's
big blind, so
yeah, big blind. It's there, and the ante, so it's there. It's all in. All in call. So it's all in call blind. So the hands will be opened once Philip has dealt them. Okay, they're going to open the cards.
wow.
What happened to the all-in call? All right, he folded it. Mr. Lum, what are you doing, sir?
This could be a very, very funny this. I mean, we're going to end up sitting here for 3 hours, you know.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, absolutely.
Please, Lord, no. I want to go get some food. My wife's playing in the ladies' event, so I want to go watch that as well.
Right, so we move on to the next hand. Alvin will be on the button. I think just about everything, anything he's get, he's putting the money out.
Yep, that's good enough.
Suited king, that's going in. All in. All in call. Called by the Varkani.
Queen 10. That'd be ironic if Queen 10 wins today.
Yeah, it would be. So off to the flop. Still 6 outs, queen or a 10, otherwise Alvin will survive.
that,
There's
as
the king.
they
Now it's
say,
a king or any
is
club. There's the club.
that.
No, there's the club.
Oh, you made the flush.
He made the nut flush.
Beautiful. Well done.
Alvin hanging in. It's up to 1.2 million now from the fumes he was a few seconds ago.
I think I better set up my camp bed.
Yeah, no. Naeem holding onto that trophy said, I've got one hand on it already, don't take this away from me.
I don't think Lum's worried though.
No, he put his hand on the trophy then. I said, hey, listen, I've already got one hand on this. Don't take this away from me.
Shame.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling that it's very close. I wonder what happened with that Jack 5. You know, he said it's all in call blind and that, and then he folded the Jack 5 suited. I mean, with so few chips. He might live to rue that yet, Gary.
No idea. Absolutely no idea.
Right, so name on the button. Alvin big blind posted, anti-posted.
It's a fold straight off the bat. You're to fold
8-2,
this.
yeah. Snap fold. So now, puts in his big blind in the ante there. Blind 61-20. Right, so
Okay.
action on Alvin, 9-10.
So what's Alvin going to do here? He's not going to set back, that's for sure.
Yeah, pretty much everything's going in at this stage from him, Gary. He's just calling. Call check.
Very weak.
Yeah.
He's king.
No help for either player there.
10 high good.
10 high still good. Gone check, check. There's a 2 for Lum. Gone check, check. Queen's no help for him. 2 wins. Yeah, no, that's why I think I smashed the 9-10 in there from the button, Gary. It's got a lot of flop options if you do get called.
So, hand 170. Wow. We're motoring along here.
Yeah, if you think on but 186 hands in on day 1 of this event. And on the final day of this event, we've already had 170 hands.
Firing along there at a nice pace.
Well, we've been very short-handed most of the day,
Yep.
which does speed things up.
So Lum will be our button player and our under the gun player.
Folds the king 2. Right, we'll move on to the next hand without too much comment on that.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, king high, heads up.
Be careful what you wish for when I said heads up.
Yeah, you're going to get a long one, yeah, Gary. It's being protracted.
Yeah, but yeah, it's quite unorthodox this heads up play, but they're the guys out there. Elvin with 9 bigs, 44 for Lum.
Lum has, I think, made his intentions clear. I'm looking for the big hands only. I've got a big chip lead. I can afford to bleed a few off to you, take you out in one hand and get the job done.
That's
That
kind of where he
seems
is.
to be his tactics.
His modus operandi.
5-3 for Alvin on the button. He's not folding anything. He's completing. He went all in. He went all in. You see, that's the right play. He did that with a 9-10. 11 bigs there now.
Given the way that this final sort of pairing heads-up game is going, I'm telling you now, Alvin thinks he can win this.
He does. He does think he can win it, Gary.
And Lum is just trying to pick him off here and not participating. That's his play, it's his style, there's no criticism.
No. You see, all in by. Here we go. And fold. Alvin's doing 100% the right thing, Gary.
Well, he's always 30% before any hand, so it doesn't matter what he's got.
He's just chipping away, trying to get back to some sort of level playing. Got a way to go yet.
Well, couple more hands and a couple of double ups, that'll be it.
And then Lum might start to panic a little.
Here we go.
Pocket Kings for Alvin Brooks on the button. Does he get tricky and limp this in, Gary?
I think he's got to put a bet in and just maybe limp it.
He's just limped it in.
Well, there's no kings coming on this flop, but if there is, it'll be a miracle.
If it does come, a miracle, then there'll be serious trouble. It's going to go bet fold though.
Might have been inclined to let Lum bet there, but the ace on board, maybe he just fires one to see where he is.
And the gap closes a little more. See, Alvin is going to be the more active player. It's his style of play anyway. Lum tends to be a little bit more patient, folds more hands anyway. Alvin sees more flops always. It's going to be more aggressive. And as we know from heads-up play, aggression heads-up is often the key factor.
Absolutely, it's first thing you're taught playing heads up. Be the aggressor. Do not get run over. 7-6, Lum will like these. See a little raise here for Lum maybe.
It's
Like
just
a flat
limp,
call.
flat call. 9-6 suited for Alvin. The big blind.
If he shoves here.
It's checked, so we go 2-8 to the flop. Flop's no help for anyone. 9-high still good. But now Lum can steal this one. Right, it gets called. And all in from Melvin, eh?
Yep,
And he picks up the extra chips.
well played.
Sensed weakness in Lum's bet.
So we're almost down to a 2-1.
Yeah,
chip count.
from where it was. It's a short while ago. Fumes and 6 million, Gary.
Yep. 460,000.
And 6.1 million for Lum.
Yep. Crazy as it may seem.
Right, so Alvin on the button. Nice hand. Heads up. Queen 10. The Bocconi hand again, Gary.
It'll keep coming back. It's like
Yeah.
when you buy a new car, you
Yeah.
always see them on the road, you know.
All right, King 8 suited. Lum, he just checks it. Flop is
Ace.
no help to either player. King high still ahead. It's checked. The only diamond is sitting with Alvin. It doesn't
It's
come.
no longer relevant. It's Lum.
Goes check, check. The King 8 will take the hand down.
And the 360,000 chips in the pots.
Yeah, so the viewers out there are seeing a very different style of heads-up play here. Two totally different players. And a little different from what a lot of the younger players are used to being taught for playing up heads-up play nowadays. Naeem using the more old-fashioned style of heads-up play. Limps in on the button with Queen 10 suited. Alvin in the big blind with his option, checks it. 7-3 off. And go to the flop. Yeah. The Queen 10 has found a flush, so the money could go in here, depending on what happens. Yeah, it's gone all in call. So the 3 is ahead.
Just.
He has to dodge a heck of a lot of outs.
Yeah.
He's actually statistically behind.
Don't know why we haven't got the outside.
There's the Queen already. Now it's
3 or a
4
7.
outs only, or this is game over. So we have Alvin Brooks eliminated in second place, but very well played, sir. And Naeem Lum is your champion. So Gary's going to go out there and help sort everything out for the setting up of the presentation. And Naeem Lum is our champion of the 6K Freeze event. Well played, sir, and well played to Alvin Brooks as well. Lovely gentleman. So they're going out there, setting everything up. Our tournament director, David Rolfe, is out there, busy setting up.
No, I need you to do photos and whatnot. Bring me... Gary, can I move the screen?
Yeah, then turn the table one down. There we go. All right, so they're busy setting it all up. They're going to put the dealer mic on to Mark Joseph so that you guys can hear him out there better. Everything else being set up. There's a lovely Caitlin there as well. Shields getting taken out of the way. Just set up the presentation. There's the check. The winner's check. It gives the amount that was officially the winning amount. We do know that a deal was struck between the players. But the trophy, and Caitlin are raising all the chips there. Make for the pretty photographs, etc. And as Gary said, once this concludes, we will be having a 30-minute break because it takes 30 minutes for the stream to wind down before we will reboot to start broadcasting again the 25k event, the Super Slam. Some big hitters out there. We had 3 tables already at a 25,000 rand buy-in. It's going to be a super event. 100,000 starting stack. The winning cards, as is tradition, put in front of the chips there. Queen 10 of clubs, nice looking hand. The Volconi hand was the winning hand. Chips splattered out there, making it all nice and pretty, Caitlin. There we go. Cards have fallen over, Caitlin. She'll see that now, it'll get reset. Here's the photographs, our champion, Naeem Lam. Get a few more photographs. They're going to call our runner-up, Alvin, in. Right, so we'll hand you over to the CEO of Monster Jam, Mark Joseph.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, welcome to Carnival City Casino here in Brakpan. And the first event is now brought to a close, and we are very happy to announce that we have a winner. And before I invite him up, I'm going to firstly congratulate all the players that played in this event in Cape. And earlier we introduced our final table, and coming in second place, if I can call him forward, please just put our hands together for Mr. Alvin Brooks.
Yeah, and a nice round of applause for Alvin, ever popular, the Brooks brothers. And Alvin, one of the friendliest players that you'll ever meet at the poker table.
Alvin, congratulations and well done on this event. I know you play a lot of satellites and you've done very well, and you picked up yourself a nice extra about 100,000 rand before getting the deal was struck, and that's really good. Tell us a bit more how you enjoy this event. Thank you, Alvin, and just before we let you go, you came into the final table with a very, very strong brave enough to play, sometimes you get a little bit of fortune. Let's give a nice round of applause. Well done, Alan. And now we find up our winner, Mr. James Lum. No stranger to a trophy, no stranger to a final table, as I said earlier, and certainly no stranger to Monster Jam. I think let's just give him a lovely round of applause. He's a very popular guy, and the trophy community absolutely loves it. Lum, tell us a little bit about the tournament.
Well-deserved round of applause for Naeem Lum.
There you go. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up event number 1. We are currently busy with the 25,000 ring freeze out. That's got 3 or 4 tables going already. There's a lot of players still coming into that, so that's going to be a really nice event, one of our new events. There's also 3,000 rand turbo going on. If you're looking for something to do, you're welcome to come down and enjoy it. We'll see you guys soon.
Right, so I'm just going to wrap it up. They've done the presentations and that, as I said. You will join us in excess of half an hour's time because the stream will run out, and then we will start broadcasting the Super Slam event. Goodbye to the viewers till then.
Aquavita, the official water